Just to introduce a few of our judges, we're still waiting on an info sheet on one of them. Judging in ring 2, our wool breeds, is John Merlau. John is from New Palestine, Indiana. He's an attorney at law by trade and a longtime Cordale and natural colored exhibitor and breeder. In ring 1, working the Dorsets, is Richard Jacobson from La Grande, California. Richard's a retired ag instructor of welding, fabrication, and construction. He currently farms. He raised Monadale and Suffolk sheep, and he's currently the president of the Monadale Association. Richard has had the opportunity to judge the All-American and the North American and numerous state fairs. Let's welcome both John and Richard to the North American this morning to do our junior shows. We'll introduce our third judge in a moment.
First, I'd like to go ahead and thank everyone for having me, coming out and helping through the junior show to go ahead and start out our juniors in our fitted Dorsets. Real nice set of fall ram lambs to go ahead and start off our show today. Ram that really brings a lot of great pieces to the table is the ram we're starting with today. Really dead center, set level in his top line, really excellent out through that rump structure. Real wide through those pins, stands on a wealth of bone, and at the same time has some rib body, extreme balance to this sheep. Just a real nice ram to go ahead and start our class. Ram that's the most like him is the ram we have in second, a ram that's really extended in through his front end, really long and level in his top line, stands on a real nice set of feet and legs, toes facing forward, and at the same time really extended, real eye-appealing buck that's got some masculinity and some mass to him. Just really fits into that second position really nicely today. The ram that's really extended sits here in third, a ram that's got some extension. He's really clean in the way he's made in through that lower third of his body cavity. A ram that's very sound on his feet and legs. I'd just like to stouten him up in his features to go ahead and move up the line. But three really nice bucks to go ahead and start out our Dorset show. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fitted fall ram lambs for the Poll Dorsets, first place goes to Maverick, Quarter Mile Farm 844, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. Second place to Quarter Mile Farm 851, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Third place to Catherine Rapp, Poxano, Pennsylvania.
A nice trio of Oxford Fall Rams to start on our side of the ring. I think a pretty logical place to start, easily the big rugged sheep of the drive, and he's also the best in his breed type for me, most correct in his lines, and he's the sheep that I think handles with the most dimension. The ram we've got next, I really like how level and correct he is. He's a sheep that's really good in his lines as well, especially square out of his hip, but when he gets out and goes, he's one that really gets tight out of the rear portion of his skeleton and really wants to drop his dock. And then the ram we're going to round the class out with, really long and extended. That sheep's just a notch too narrow for me.
Placing on the class of senior ram lambs for the Oxford show, first place goes to Winning Way Sheep Farm 221993 Highlight, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Second place to Winning Way Sheep Farm 2252 Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. And third place to Isaac Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. Now ready for early junior ram lambs.
Real nice set of winter buck lambs to go through and sort. And again, two real good bucks that put a lot of great things together. The ram that we're starting with is the real fluid moving ram, a ram that's really dead center and level in his top line. A ram that's very fluid in his joints, really moves around that ring extremely well.
Ram lambs. I'm
ram
going to
that
start
goes
with the
through
Romney
and
ram
has
that
a
I
lot
think,
of smoothness in through his front
the most
end.
complete ram in the class. He's just got a
good.
beautiful fleece from head to tail. He certainly handles the straightest and thickest down through that top line. He carries down good, and he's got excellent breed character. The white ram in second, I really appreciate the length and the profile of that ram. He's just not quite as thick down through that top line. Another good fleece ram. Come down our other colored ram here. He gets a little too rough in the shoulders, I think, to get up with our top three. He's a very big patterned ram, and all three of these very nice fleece rams and very good representations of the Romney breed.
As we start out, the ram that we started with, again, really nicely made in his structure and his kind, moves around that ring extremely well. The buck that ends up second in the class, maybe a little more extended in his overall frame. A ram that, again, doesn't have quite the fluidness of his movement around the ring as we see in the other, but two really nice rams that you can be darn proud of. Congratulations to you guys.
Another really nice set of Oxford Ram lambs over here. I think a pretty logical place to start again. Really a rugged sheep, big, long, stout, and still really correct in his lines. The ram we have next in line, I think, is probably the levelest top sheep, especially out of his hip. He's one that I really like his squareness from behind. I just wish he was stouter down low and in his bone work. Probably the largest outlined ram is here in third, extremely long-bodied, really quite a bit of depth this side. But that sheep, when I get right behind him, I sure wish he was wider out of his pin set and especially wider base down at the ground. The ram we've got next in line, just a little bit too dark for me, but a sheep that I like his ruggedness and his bone work. He's just a little too dark in his breed type. And then the sheep we're going to round the class out with, another big, stout, rugged ram. He's just a little bit more rough in his top line, a sheep that maybe doesn't tie together quite as well right behind his shoulder.
Placing on the pole Dorset class of fitted winter ram lambs. First place goes to Patent Pending, Scotch Lane Farm. Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Clampy, 205. Taylor, Morgan, and Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Placing on the class of senior Ram lambs for the Romney Show. First to Winding Wicks, 21-29, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second to Von Barons, 26-10, Claire Von Barons, Stewartson, Illinois. And third place to Caitlin Wallace, Casstown, Ohio. Placing on the class of early junior Ram lambs for the Oxford Show. First place to AA 2237, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to Winning Ways Sheep Farm 22209, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Third to Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 4 to Derek Bruns, Baltimore, Ohio. And 5 to Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
What a solid set of bucks to go through and sort in this Ram Lamb class. And again, every one of these rams are really high caliber kind of sheep that really can add some value to a breeding program. So again, we really don't have a bad ram in here to go ahead and even sort. The ram that really brings a lot of the good things together for me is the ram we're starting with. He's really a nicely balanced ram that goes through and has some smoothness through that front end. He's dead level in his top line, real wide and square right out through that dock. He's got a lot of width in that pin set. At the same time, stands on a wealth of bone and substance and levelness and squareness in his feet and legs. A ram that just really puts a lot of good things in together. Probably one of the more youthful rams in the class as well. I think he just really puts a lot of good things together. A ram that really pushes him hard is the ram in second. And again, Another person could go ahead and like them the other way, and that would be perfectly fine. This ram is really extended through his front end. He's cleaning through that lower third of his body cavity. Super sound on those feet and legs, real level. Maybe not the overall total dimension of hip and leg that we see in the ram that we're starting with. Not quite as much rack shape that we see in the ram that we start with, but man, is he future oriented. A ram that maybe's got a lot of real good positive things in that growth curve that he's going to end up being one of those big ones when it's all done and said. The ram that's in third, real solid, straight, level-made kind of sheep. He's really got a lot of natural thickness down his top. He's good on those feet and legs. He probably doesn't project out to be as big of a sheep in the end. We just kind of see him as a little bit lower fronted kind of sheep, a little shorter bodied is the way that I go through and evaluate him today. But you gotta appreciate the way he goes through and is put together, and his levelness, his squareness, his fluidness in his movement. I think he's just really a darn good sheep, and I think he fits in that third hole really well. The ram that hasn't been the showiest of the rams is sitting here in fourth. He has a tendency to want to kind of fight through the whole process. Maybe not quite the bone and substance that we see in some of the other rams. But again, 4 really nice bucks to go through and represent the breed extremely well. Congratulations.
Over on the Oxford side, as we round out the ram show, the pair of late rams, we just have a bigger, stouter sheep, one that actually handles with more muscularity up on the top side of his skeleton than kind of expected. And then the sheep we're going to put here in second, I sure like his breed type and his stoutness of structure. He just, when he gets out and goes, has too much set to his hock and is somewhat piecey at his shoulder as well.
Placing on the late junior ram lamb class for the Oxfords, first place went to entry from Logan Averill, LA Farm M 2203 Macho Man, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Second place to KGA 2203 Paisley and Piper Sprawl, Wooster, Ohio. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion ram. For the Dorset show in the fitted spring ram lamb class, first place to Crouch 2221, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to Quarter Mile Farm 865, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois. Third to Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. And 4 to Owen Terrence, Good Hope, Illinois. Now showing for champion and reserve champion fitted ram.
My hats go off to each of these juniors out here in our champion Ram division. Again, Rams that are really represent the breed extremely well. I love the breed type and all 6 of these Rams that are out here. Nice short ear, really good as pink color. I really like the bucks that are brought out here. You certainly have to go through and appreciate the amount of levelness, squareness that these sheep have to go ahead and offer today. I think that the champion Ram is tough go on this one. And again, I think you have a number of opportunities if you're driving a breeding program a certain way that you might like a certain kind of ram out here. And I think that there's enough variation in kinds and types that you have to go ahead and appreciate. But at the same time, I think that there's some practicality of some things that you have to go ahead and like. And again, you like to see a ram that's maybe very fluid in his movement, a ram that's dead level in his spine work, a ram that's really super tight as far as the way that they're put together. But again, the ability to go ahead and walk around the ring with some presence, some stud kind of caliber kind of look to them as well. I think it comes down to a couple, and at the same time, I've always told people before, everyone's got an opinion and you can go ahead and like them or not, but I'm going to try to be as consistent in the way that I go through and look at them. And I've been having some success along the way in my breeding program over the number of years. And so again, I'm going to go ahead and name your champion ram and then come right back with your reserve. And again, each of you exhibitors deserve a big round of applause for your work. Congratulations.
Our champion fitted polled ram goes to the first place winter ram lamb of Madeline Syme, that's patent pending, Scotch Lane Farm, out of the winter ram lamb class, and she receives the Katie Harmon Memorial Award. Reserve champion went to the first place in the fall ram lamb class, Ty Hodel, Metamora, Illinois, with Maverick Quarter Mile Farm, 844. For the Oxfords, our champion ram was shown by Ty Miller on AA 2237 out of the early junior ram lamb class. The reserve champion from the senior ram lamb class, Winning Ways Sheep Farm 22-1993 highlight, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine.
On our spring ram lambs, we've got a really nice class for the Romneys out here. Took some time to sort through them. There's just not a lot of real problems with any of these. We're going to start with the ram. He's a big structured kind of a ram. He handles good down through that top. He's just a beautiful fleeced ram from front to rear. Then all of these top ones walk out good on their feet and legs, and I appreciate their heads and their breed type. Second ram follows him right along. He's not quite as big in his pattern. He is stronger down that top a little bit, and another really nice fleece. I really appreciate the pattern on the ram, the white ram we've got in third. He's a younger ram. There is some variation in ages in here. I can tell from looking at him, mouthing him, whatever on it. I think they all belong here. But I think this is one of the youngest rams in the class that's going to come along. He just doesn't have quite the uniformity or strength in that fleece to get around our top two rams. We come back with another white ram, shortens up a little bit in his size and structure. And again, I would like to change a little bit in the fleece. On down through here, we've got some little smaller rams, but they're all right in their size and pattern. They're younger. One of them doesn't walk out maybe quite as free, and they also don't handle quite as well down through that top line. But very nice class of rams from top to bottom.
Placing from the Oxford show, our best headed ram goes to Logan Averill with LA Farm M2203 Macho Man. Logan is from Litchfield, Maine. Placing on the class of Romneys for the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to E.C. Plank, 2231. Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place to E.C. Plank, 2212, also Ethan and Caitlin Plank. Third to Claire Von Behrens, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth place, Claire Von Behrens. Fifth place to Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 4, Claire Von Behrens. Sixth place to Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 7 to Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. And 8th place to Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Now ready for Junior Ram Lambs, Romney Juniors. Oxford fitted yearling ewes are now being shown. Susie Shields, Bella Foley, you're missing this class.
I'll be the first to admit this is one of the tougher classes, and you have to go ahead and think about some of the things that really drive what you like as far as conformation, structure, and kindness. And at the same time, when we go through and we look at the ewe that we're starting with, she may not be the biggest elevated sheep in the class, but when you go through and put your hands on this sheep, you are certainly not disappointed. She's dead level in her spine work. She is perfect out through that rump structure. She's really wide through that pin set, stands on an excellent set of feet and legs. She has a nice maternal sweep to her underline. I think she's kind of a factory when you go through and you look at this female, that she's going to go through and lay down, have you a set of twins. And at the same time, she has a look. She's smooth, she's clean, refined, and at the same time, real pink about her nose. She just really a solid sheep, and that's where, again, I think she just brings so many things in a real short fleece that you go through and say she's solid. And again, just really a nice sheep to go ahead and start with. Can you make her different? Yeah, I'd change her up and make her longer bodied. I think that would go ahead and be the slight thing that I'd want. And that's where the ewe in second really is super stretchy in her side view profile. I love that in that she's really level in her top line. She's really good as far as the way she puts her foot down on the ground. I'd like to deepen her up in her body, see a little deeper flank on that female, a little more bone to go ahead and get by maybe the ewe that we start with. But I think it's, again, a real close decision. Another guy could go ahead and switch them. And again, I think it's really one of those that's tight. The female that I really love the hip structure in is in third. She is really wide in her pin set, dead level in her top line. She's almost steer-like in her rump, in that she's flat and level in that top of that rump structure. I'd like to see her a little bit prettier in through her front end, a little bit smoother in the way she's put together. But again, 3 really good fitted yearling ewes. Congratulations, each one of you.
When our time we get down to what I call our baby, our late spring ram lambs, we've just got the 3 in the class, but we've got 3 really nice Romney rams. The ram we're going to start with, the white ram, he just has it when he walks out into the ring. On it, all of these walk out fairly good and free on those feet and legs, but he handles extremely well behind those shoulders and down through that top line. You have to appreciate the extension of that neck down through there and the smoothness through the shoulders. Again, he just has a beautiful fleece from front to rear all the way down into that hock. He's just as uniform as a Romney fleece you're going to find. Ram in second. Certainly you have to also appreciate the extension in that neck for a young ram that size. He gives up a little bit in his pattern as far as from front to rear, but where he's long in the right places. Another very nice fleece, doesn't have quite as much character, I think, showing today as our white ram to get around him. Ram in third, another nice fleece ram. He doesn't walk out as free on those legs, and he doesn't handle quite as well down that top to get around our top 2 rams. But again, 3 very nice Romney ram lambs.
I think a set of Oxford yearling ewes that are extremely competitive, and with that being said, I think our class winner does so pretty logically. Extremely correct down her top line, really good in her rib cage, a sheep that's got plenty of boldness and muscularity, and yet when she gets out and goes, she's probably as sound as anything here in the top 5. I think a sheep that's a pretty logical place to start. The really massive ewe is here in second. She's easily the one that's the thickest from behind and the boldest in her rib cage. For me, I'd just like to freshen her up a little bit in her condition, especially up through her head and neck. I think she's one that if we could trim her down through her chest floor, I think she'd sure compete with the ewe directly ahead of her. The one we have here in third is one that's sure shown in a little bit tighter fleece. She's one that I really like her correctness, especially out of her hip and hind leg. She's one that's really correct and level down her top line. Just like to neaten her up in her chest floor just a notch, but I think a really high quality Oxford yearling ewe. Really a muscular, wide-built female here in fourth, really a stout structured female. One that gets out and goes, though, and she's just too tight off the rear portion of her skeleton for me. Really wants to drop her dock and get under herself some. And then really a large outlined, long-bodied ewe here to round out the top 5. I really like her rib cage and when she's just standing there, but when she gets out and goes, that hock and hind leg is somewhat concerning to me. But still, I think a really good set of 5 Oxford yearling ewes.
Placing on the Romney class of junior ram lambs, first place goes to Winding Wicks 2212, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second place to Thistle Down 219, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place to Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Oxfords, first place goes to AA 2115, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to AA 2129, also Ty Miller. Third to Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Fourth place to Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. Fifth, Jared Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth to Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. Seventh place, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 8 to Susie Shields, Marion, Indiana. 9 to Paisley and Piper Sproul, Wooster, Ohio. And 10 to Corbin Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana.
We've had a nice ram show in our Romneys on it, and I think we've got 6 nice ram lambs out here. They all look very well in their class, and that's why, obviously, of course, our first 3, that's why they won their class on it. To me, we've got, I like all of these. I wouldn't have had them in first or second, but today it works out pretty well for me. Our senior ram lamb is going to be your champion. We're going to come back down here and use our late spring, our baby ram lamb for reserve champion on it. And congratulations to all of our exhibitors for their rams.
Results of the yearling U class fitted. The early yearling U class for the Dorset's first place went to Purple Ribbon Farm 604, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to Spildy 9488, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third went to Double Vision Dorset's, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. For our Romney show, our champion ram went to the first place senior ram lamb, Winding Wicks, 2129, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. The reserve champion goes to our first place out of the junior ram lamb class, Winding Wicks, 2212, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Now ready for best headed ram, and that'll be followed by yearling ewe.
I think another really high-quality set of Oxford yearling ewes over here on our side of the ring. To me, I think a sheep that's pretty logical to start with, just one that's more my kind, her muscularity and power, her stoutness of structure, and still extremely good in her breed type. Obviously, the ewe that we have here in second is larger outline, more extended, all of those ESTs. For me, I just wish that she was a notch stouter when you get right behind her. Ewe that we have here in third, I sure like her extension and her levelness and correctness of top line. I just like to stouten her up in her bone work some. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with, really a heavyweight, big-bodied ewe. To me, she just needs to tie together a notch more correctly.
Super nice set of yearling ewes to go through and sort. And the Dorsey ewe that goes through and starts this class, she really caught my eye right in the beginning as a female that's really fluid in her movement, dead level in her spine work, one that's super balanced as far as the way she's put together. At the same time, she's got some ribs, some body, some substance, high quality head about her, a female that just really shows a tremendous amount of quality, really a stud kind of ewe. The ewe that's the most like her is ewe that's in second. Again, super long body, dead level in her top line. I really like the depth of flank in this ewe and the substance she has to offer, and at the same time, real square in the way she's made. Little lighter condition maybe than the ewe that we started with, but at the same time kind of works to her disadvantage maybe today. The female in third goes through and is really got some nice extension through her shoulder and up through her neck. She's, again, one of those ewes that's real level in her spine work, real good out through her rump structure, little more refinement to her bone work in her kind, not quite the depth of rib and flank that we see in the two ewes that start the class, but I think a very logical place where she needs to be is that she's super long, super sound, super correct, and she goes through and kind of fits into that position. The ewe in four, again, another real nice, big, stout-made kind of female that goes through and has some heart and lung capacity, really round in through her rib. Got a lot of natural thickness and muscling in this ewe. She's got a lot of bone. I'd like to just see it in a little prettier package. And I'd like to see it blend together a little bit better, have a little more balance. I think she could move right on up. She was up on her toes just a little better. I think she could go and be super competitive. real big style ewe to go ahead and finish up our class. You gotta love the amount of rib and body and heart that this female has. She's stout in her top line, got a lot of bone. I'd like to change her structure on her feet and wheels, and I think that she'd end up moving up as well. Great set of yearling ewes from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford class of fitted yearling ewes, first place to AA 2115. Pardon me, on the Slick Shorn yearling ewes. First place goes to AA 2149, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second place to AA 2117, also Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller. Third place to Paisley Sprawl, Worcester, Ohio. And 4 to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the class of late fitted yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to Scotch Lane Farm 708 AI Wanda, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to Purple Ribbon Farm and Stunkel 3538 Carmargo, Illinois, Thomas Vandeventer. Third place to Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. 4, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to Catherine Rapp, Poxanos, Pennsylvania.
When we get to best-headed class, it's even more subjective than other things that we're doing, and all of these rams have got certainly nice Romney breed type, or they wouldn't be out here on it, or they wouldn't have placed as well as they did in some of their classes. There's one thing that I want to compliment the people on is, and I've judged a lot of these in even out to the West Coast and whatever, and you've got some nice heads. And the one thing being an old Cordale boy, I don't like to see the Romneys getting the noses like we've gotten Cordales on it. There should be a little shorter, a little broader, and you presented me with that on it. I don't take anything away from the ones that won, but today I think the little girl's ram right here is going to be your best headed. I look not only the way the set of the ears and the heads, I look the way they carry their head up through there. And that ram just walks out very proud as he's standing there right now.
For the Romney Show, Best Headed Ram goes to Thistledown 209, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Now ready for yearling ewes. Romney yearling ewes to the ring, please. the Oxfords, you will have a senior champion and a junior champion U. So following this this senior U lamb class, there will be a senior champion class.
Lots of compliments can be made to the exhibitors with fall ewe lambs. And again, really not a bad one in the group. And again, sheep that have a tremendous amount of function and at the same time, a lot of future down the line. I think that there's a lot of great pieces out here to go ahead and work with. And again, you're to be congratulated on driving your breeding program in the right direction. Female that caught my eye right in the beginning, and I wasn't disappointed once I went through and put my hands on her. A female that goes through and is really extended in through her front end. Female that blends up extremely well, balances up, real true on those feet and legs. Excellent out in that rump structure. Female that's really long from that last rib back and really percentages out extremely well in that position. The female we have in second, if you like them a little bit stouter in their overall look, she's definitely that. I mean, she's got a tremendous amount of power as far as shape down her top. She's got a lot of bone and substance. She's real deep in that rib. Female that's got some flank in her, and at the same time, I think she's really practical in the way that she goes through and is put together. I don't think she maybe has quite the future that we see in the ewe that is starting the class. I think this ewe that starts the class is going to be a little bigger in her total outline when it's all done and said. The female in third, again, another really nice female that goes through and has a tremendous amount of balance. She appears to be one of the younger appearing fall ewe lambs in the class. A female that's just a little more, I think, more athletic in her build at this point. But when you go through and look at her total shape and dimension, she's a little more refined in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. She doesn't have quite the depth of body, doesn't have quite the heart, nor does she have the flank and bone. And I think that's why she goes through and fits into this third hole today. But you really got to like the way she balances up and is real pretty in her overall look. The female that we've got in fourth, again, a real nice fall ewe lamb that's extended in through her front end. She's really long-bodied. She doesn't have quite the stoutness and ruggedness of the three ewes ahead of her. I think she's futuristic in her design. I think she's got a tremendous amount of growth potential. I think her better days are going to be down the road. And I truly think that she's going to be one of the big ones, highly competitive next year, because she's got that look that she's just not done yet. When we go through and start looking at some of the ewe lambs down the line, maybe not quite the levelness and straightness in their lines, not quite the squareness on those feet and legs to go ahead and move up. But again, a really excellent set of fall ewe lambs. Congratulations.
For the Dorsets, we're now ready to show for senior champion, reserve senior champion U. placing on the Senior U Lamb class for the Oxfords. And your next class will be seniors as well, senior champion.
Out here for the fall ewe lambs on the Oxford side, the ewe that I chose to start with I thought was the only sheep that really got out here and goes on both ends of her skeleton. She toes easily, the truest off both ends. She's the one that's the most relaxed in her top line when she goes. And yeah, when this young man gets her set up, I think that that's a sheep that's a really good design from the profile. Sheep that we have here in second, I think, is one that's really square out of her hip. I really like her added dimension. I like the muscularity when I get my hands on her. To me, when you get right in front of her, though, she's one that's starting to get a little bit in at her knee and wanting to splay out some. The ewe that we have here in third is one that I think that if you just judged them on a profile picture, she'd be a pretty logical place to start. I love her underline, her correctness of lines. She's really long-bodied and extended. That sheep, when she gets out and goes, though, just gets way too narrow at her base for me. That sheep's too straight up through her shoulder and doesn't seem to want to get out of her front end quite as attractively as the two ewes ahead of her. The ewe that we have here in fourth is one that I really wanted to like when she first came in, really massive and broody, really big-bodied and wide skeleton. That sheep concerns me a little bit in terms of her chest floor in relation to her flank, and that's one that I'd sure like to see more attractive up through her front end. The ewe that we have here in fifth, another really wide-built female, one that's just too refined in her bone work for me, and once again, I'd sure like to make her a notch more feminine up through her front end.
Placing on the Dorset class of early fitted fall ewe lambs, first place goes to Crouch 2202, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to Cedar Lane 2110, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. Third to Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 4, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. 5 to Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 6 to Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. 7 to Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. 8th place, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. For the Oxfords, in the Senior ewe Lamb class, first place goes to D. Hall 240, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to D. Hall 232, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. Third place, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 5, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 6, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 7, Mallory Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. 8th place, Jared and Evan Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 9th place, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 10, Susie Shields, Marion, Indiana. And 11 to Emma Miner, Reelsville, Indiana.
I think that most everyone would go through and appreciate the females out here for our senior champion Dorset ewe. And again, my hat goes off to each one of you as far as bringing out a high caliber kind of sheep that I think again are very great examples of what Dorset breeding sheep should look like. And at the same time, I think they're going to have a tremendous amount of function in the lambing barn when it's all done and said. With that, again, thank you for bringing out some really nice females on the top side of this on the senior champion. I'm going to go out and I'll reach out and congratulate our senior champion ewe and our reserve senior champion exhibitors. Again, congratulations.
Our senior champion for the Oxfords went to first place fitted yearling U, AA2115. Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana, the reserve champion, came from our senior ULAM class, D Hall 240. Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. For the Pole Dorsets, our senior champion U goes first place in the late class of fitted yearling ewes. Scotch Lane Farm 708 AI, Wanda, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve senior champion goes to Crouch 2202 out of the early fitted fall ULAM class, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois.
real nice set of January ewe lambs to sort through, and there were a couple that just really caught my eye in the beginning, and they didn't go through and disappoint. And the ewe that goes through and starts, she's the kind I do like when I'm raising my sheep. And again, a female that's really extended through that front end. She's very angular, at the same time very feminine about that front end. She's long, she's level, she's super long from that last rib back. I'm going to say that again, she's just clean in the way she's put together. I think she's got a tremendous amount of growth potential down the line. I think she's going to be one of those big ones. And again, I think you just continue to go ahead and bring her on comfortably. I think you're going to find that she's going to be one of those big kind of sheep that you can be darn proud of. The female that's in second, now there's one that's extremely practical. A female that goes through and stand on a ton of bone and substance. She's real deep in her heart. She's got a lot of depth of flank, and at the same time, she's dead level in her top line. A female, if I could change, I'd maybe like to go ahead and extend her neck and pull it up out of her shoulders just a little bit. See a little more angularity to that shoulder. I think she, again, just really a good kind of ewe that fits into that second position real solidly. We go through and we find the ewe that we have in third. Another one a lot like the ewe that starts, but she doesn't have quite the rib shape or body or depth of body that we see in the ewe that starts with. Just real pretty, solid kind of sheep that stands on a wealth of bone. She travels around the ring with a tremendous amount of flexibility. She's dead level in that top line. She just has to go ahead and be in those top few in this class as a really prime example of what a good Dorset sheep should be. The ewe that we have in fourth, again, another one of those ewes that really kind of matches with second and third. She's really neatly laid in through her shoulders. She's level in her top line. Maybe not the bone that we see in the ewes ahead of her, but a female that goes through and balances up really nice, has a ton of muscle, a lot of mass in that sheep, and then at the same time, a tremendous amount of balance and eye appeal. Probably one of the ewes that goes through and I will continue to think about is the one that we have in fifth. This was a sheep that went through and caught my eye right in the beginning, and then as I studied her, I thought that maybe there were a few things that we'd like to go ahead and correct. This sheep is jacked up in her front. She's long in her body. I really like the extension of neck in this female. She's more refined and feminine about her head than many of the other ewes, which I think works to her advantage. The big thing that I'd like her to go ahead and be is a little more level out that run structure, a little wider in her pin set, just a little bit stouter in through that muscle work, in through that lower part of her leg. But a female that certainly has got a tremendous amount of growth potential. She's very futuristic in her design. She's just one of those females that really caught my eye, and as we went along, I had to go ahead and be a little more nitpicky. Really nice ewes, then 6 through 9 or 10, and as it turns out, we go through and they're just find ewes that are a little bit smaller, a little more compact, don't have quite maybe the structure that we see in some of the ewes up ahead, but a really nice set of January ewe lambs. Congratulations to each one of you.
Hey, well, our Romney yearling ewes, this is the kind of class that you really like to judge and get your hands on. We just had a tremendous set of sheep. We're going to start with the ewe that, in my opinion, and that's all it is my opinion. You're welcome to yours. But to me, this ewe puts it all together as far as her head and her structure. She's certainly thick down through that top. She's long where she needs to be long, out over that loin. She has a tremendous, in my opinion, colored Romney fleece. It's just as uniform as you want to go from front to rear. The ewe in second that the young lady here's, I told her there must be a acute shortage of good help in her area, and she had to bring somebody out here because I thought she was doing a fine job. This isn't the contest for the biggest sheep, but this ewe has the shortest fleece by far of any ewe that was brought out here. It's a beautiful uniform fleece from front to rear. That ewe handles probably as best or better than anything else out here from her top line at her neck on back. On it, you have to appreciate the extension down through there. Granted, she doesn't profile quite as big, but again, like I said, you handle her and talk to the people in the pen. She's extremely short fleece. Very beautiful fleece again in third on it. I really like her. She gives up a little bit in the strength down her top line to go around her top two. We come back with another white ewe that you have to admire that front end and that pattern. Certainly that head, the set of the ears, and the smoothness down through her neck on it. I don't think her fleece carries quite as well on it. And then we have a ewe that doesn't carry out. She's a little barrelish. You really like her when you see her. She's not showing quite the best today. I don't put any stock on that on it, but she doesn't have the length in the places I'd like to see to come higher. But those folks are to be congratulated. We've certainly got some nice yearling ewes.
On the Oxford side, on the January ewe lambs, I think a really interesting top five that we have out here to discuss. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think just in terms of structural integrity and her basic build, I think she's a pretty logical place to start. That's the one that's easily the truest out on the go. She's the one that's easily the most correct down her top line. She's really youthful and fresh in her look as well. She's one that still is plenty stout down at her base. She's got plenty of width out of her hip. I think just a female that's got an awfully bright future and one that I think's a nice place to start. As we move down, we start getting a little bit piecey in our kind. The ewe that we have here in second is easily the largest outline, longest bodied ewe with a drive. She's one that I'd really like to see tied together right behind her shoulder a notch more correctly, especially when she gets out and goes. And then on the rear portion of her skeleton, she's one that wants to kind of shuffle off of her hind leg, but sure one you have to appreciate for her added size and scale. Ewe that we have here in third is obviously the freak ewe of the class, especially up front. She's extremely extended, really runs uphill. I sure appreciate those things about her, but when she gets out and goes, that hind leg is just a little too uncoordinated for me. She really wants to roll out at her hock and get somewhat spongy down at her pasterns, but still a female that I sure like her added extension and elevation up front. Really a wide-built female here in fourth, really big-ribbed and bold, one that I'd just like to see tied together more correctly up through her front end, and another long-bodied, really deep female, one that's just too dark in her points for me.
Placing on the classes that we've just finished. First off with the Pole Dorset late fall ewe lamb class. First to entry 37, Purple Ribbon Farm, 6:30:59, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second place to entry 42, Spildy, 9:5:33, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to Owen Terrence, Good Hope, Illinois. 5, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Sixth place, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 7, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Eighth place, Catherine Rapp, Poxonos, Pennsylvania. 9, to Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the Romney class of yearling ewes. First to entry 16, E.C. Plank, 2112, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 28, Twisted Sister, 2140, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Third to Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 4, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 5, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Sixth place, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 7, Ainsley Porter. Eighth place, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 9, Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 10, Thomas Wallace, Castown, Ohio. 11, Caitlin Wallace, Castown, Ohio. 12, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, and 13, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Oxford class of January fitted ewe lambs, first to entry 59, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, 222032, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Second place to entry 56, AA 2228, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 4, Crimson and Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 5, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 6, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 7, Cohen Brandt, Fultz, Illinois. 8th place, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. 9, Crimson and Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 10, Emma Miner, Reelsville, Indiana. And 11 to Isaac Miner, Reelsville, Indiana.
In our slick-sheared Oxford ewe lambs, I think an extremely logical place to start. That ewe obviously has the most quality. In my mind, she's the one that's still extremely powerful from behind, and within this trio, she's the one that sure has the best breed type as well. I think one that wins pretty handily. The ewe that we have next in line, I sure like her muscularity and her length of body. Probably the most shapely up over her rack, but she's a sheep that when you get off to the side of her, I'd like to just neaten her up in her chest floor a notch, and I think that adds to a little bit more quality look from the profile. And then the big muscular ewes here in third, really powerful out of her hip, a lot of dimension from behind. She's one that I'd sure like to neaten up there at the point of her shoulder, and she's just a notch deeper chested as well.
What a beautiful set of winter ewe lambs to go through and sort. And the ewe lamb that goes through and strikes me extremely well is maybe not the stoutest female in the class, but boy, she put together nice. She really balances up extremely well. She's one that's very neat in through her shoulder. She's long and level in her top line. She's dead square on those feet and legs, and at the same time puts it into a very eye-appealing, pleasing look in a female that goes through and shows a tremendous amount of femininity. I think she just shows a lot of quality. She brings it right to the top. Now, if you're looking for a female that goes through and has all this bone and substance, a depth of body, pounding as far as the amount of rack shape and muscle, yeah, the ewes in second definitely has all of that. Female that I really like her bone work. I like the amount of substance she has in her. Very practical as far as the way that she's put together. One that's going to go through and really make a great yearling as well. I just wish she was just a little bit prettier in through that front end. Maybe extend her out in her overall body length. And I think that she could be super competitive. I think these are two really tight yearling winter ewe lambs to go through and sort. The female that we've got in third, I think she goes through and fits in that position pretty well. Female that goes through and is maybe a little more refined in her bone work, doesn't have quite the squareness out through her rump structure, but at the same time when you look at her, how she's put together through her front end, she's really clean and smooth in through that shoulder, extended through that neck. She's level in her top line, a female that's really put together extremely well. Again, congratulations to three really great ones.
We want to remind everyone that there is no smoking in this area of the North American facilities. There are smoking areas located outdoors, but not inside. Placing on the Poll Dorset class of winter-fitted ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 47. Purple Ribbon Farm, 672A, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Second to entry 49, Double Vision Dorsets, 2252. Double Vision Dorsets, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Third place to Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. Placing on the Oxford class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs, first to entry 61, Wolpe, 0118. Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio. Second to entry 60, AA 2210, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer and Cooper and Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana.
Well, we've got some nice senior ewe lambs out here, but probably the class today that presents me as many challenges or problems. We're going to start with the ewe that, in my opinion, is by far the most complete ewe, and in all honesty, she wins this class because of that fleece on it. You have to admire this second ewe. I love that pattern. I love that extension in the neck. She handles good. She just gives up too much character in the fleece, particularly through the breech and through the middle. It's an acceptable fleece, or she wouldn't be in second. But if I could put the other fleece on her, she'd be a top-notch one. But for me, on the Romneys, I don't think her fleece is quite what I'm looking for. Our other three lambs, we give up some size and scale in our pattern. I don't necessarily hold that against them. They handle well down the top. They may be a little younger in the class on it, but they're giving up some scale and whatever. They don't carry out somewhat in the meat end where I want it at, or handle quite as good down the top. But a tremendous strong pair up here on top to start the class with.
Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Romneys, first place goes to entry 33, Winding Wicks, 21-26, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Second, entry 32, Thistle Down, 11:02, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place, Madison Freehand, Bradner, Ohio. Fourth place, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. And 5 to Kingston Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois.
Real nice set of winter lambs to go through and sort. And again, the ewe lamb that goes through and starts this class, she's kind of the power of the group. A female that goes through and is extended through her front end. She's long in her top line, super good on that feet and legs, high quality Dorset head about her, all put into a really pretty package. I think she just really soundly wins this class. Female that's the most like her is the ewe that we have in second. A female that goes through and again is really neatly laid in through her shoulder, dead level in her top line, really good on those feet and legs, just not the overall extension that we see in the ewe that goes through and starts today. The ewe that really caught my eye and really handles extremely well is the ewe that we have in third. I like her extension in through her front end. She's really extended as far as that neck length. She's real long-bodied. When you put her out on the move, she just doesn't have quite the flexibility that we see in those two ewes. I think she's got a huge future in her, and I think that she just didn't really want to present her on the move as smoothly as I would have liked. Just a real good ewe lamb that goes through and balances up nice. She's very youthful in appearance. I think she's really got a great opportunity down the line. Female that we have in fourth place, real solid sheep, real square on her feet and legs. She comes up into a really nice balanced body on this sheep. She goes through and has some extension and some length of body. She just needs to be pulled apart in her overall body length, jack her up in her front. I think she could then go ahead and be super competitive in this class. Real nice ewe lamb on the end. Not quite the structure that we see in some of the other females in this class. We'd like to go ahead and correct her up on those front legs, see her a little bit more level in her way she's put together to be competitive. But again, real nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
I think another extremely high quality set of Oxford ewe lambs. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think, does so on the go. To me, she's the one that's the most correct in the slope of her shoulder and the way she toes up front. And yet when she gets out and goes, she's the one that's the most collected in her top line and easily the most flexible out of the rear portion of her skeleton. And to combine that with the added breed type that she has, especially in relation to our second place female, and I think she's the one that just runs a notch more uphill in relation to the ewe directly behind her. The longest bodied ewe in the drive is obviously here in second. She's extremely extended and long, stout structured down at her base. To me, she's one that I'd like to square up just a notch at her hock and maybe give her a notch more base width as she goes away as well, but obviously have to appreciate her added size and scale. Ewe that we have here in third has some pieces that I really, really like. Her added rib cage, her correctness down her top line. She's probably the boldest right behind her shoulder. To me, it's from the profile, though, where I'd really like to change her. She's too deep in her chest in relation to her flank. And I think if you could just freshen her up just a notch in her condition, I think that would give her a notch more look from the side as well. You that we have here in fourth is the wide-built square U with a drive. She's the one that probably is the boldest in her rib cage. To me, adversely, though, is she's more refined in her bone work, and she's one that I'd like to change in the way she's built down through her chest floor and up at the top of her shoulder as well. And then really a long-bodied extended female, really late maturing you here in fifth. One, though, that when I get right behind her, she's just a notch too hard in her rib cage for me and too narrow as she goes away.
Results from the fitted February ewe lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry 69, Star 659, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 67, 2226, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to Great Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4, Crimson and Credence Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 5, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 6, Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. 7th place, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. 8th place, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. And 9, Susie Shields, Marion, Indiana. Placing on the class of Polled Dorset, fitted spring ewe lambs, first place to entry 54, Scotch Lane Farm 796, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 51, Myerscough Sheep Farm 2218, Michael Myerscough, Champaign, Illinois. Third to Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois. 4, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5 to Catherine Rapp, Poconos, Pennsylvania.
Okay, well, on our senior lambs, we've just got the 4 lambs, but I think we've got a really nice, complete white lamb here to start the class with. Again, short fleece, but very stout lamb. I like the way she flows together through her shoulders. She's certainly the best handling lamb down that top line. Second lamb, another beautiful fleece lamb. She just doesn't handle quite as solid behind those shoulders and down through the top line to place around our first lamb. Got a couple lambs here, a little smaller, and their pattern doesn't really bother me. The lamb here gives up some of her length where I don't like to see it. The lamb in fourth, I just have some problems with the fleece on that lamb to come up with these other 3. It's a acceptable fleece, but it's certainly not going to be able to get around these top 3 lambs.
Real nice set of females to go through and sort in our junior champion go. I think, again, each one of you have done a phenomenal job in presentation and breeding in your programs, and you should be complimented extremely well. One of the females that really struck me hard, and again, a female that really is extremely nicely balanced in through her front end, real level in through her top line, female that stands on a tremendous amount of feet and legs, and at the same time, very feminine, kind of the sheep that I kind of like to go ahead and breed myself. And so our junior champion's going to be in our older class here to go ahead and she'll be our champion. Ram, the female that then comes in, that's probably the most like her as far as her prettiness, and at the same time, I like to go through and add a little added value type of product. So with, again, some mass, some muscle, some ribs, some body. I think, again, some functionality in a young female. We're going to come back in that second place class winner. We'll end up going through and being our reserve junior champion. Congratulations on a great set of females.
For our Dorset show, our junior champion in the fitted division goes to our first place in the late fall ewe lamb class, Purple Ribbon Farm 659, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Reserve was second in that same class, Spildy 9533, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now showing for fitted Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U for the Pole Dorsets. For the class of January ewe lambs for our Romney show, first to entry 36, Twisted Sister 2202, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Second to entry 34, EC Plank 2214, Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Third place, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 4, Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio. Placing on the Oxford class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 75, Walpy 0121, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio.
Extremely nice set of females for our in our Dorset female show, and there was a lot of depth in each one of those classes, and at the same time each one of those exhibitors should be proud of what they brought to the North American, in that they represented the breed and themselves extremely well. And again, thank you to each one of the exhibitors out here in the fitted division for your hospitality out here in the ring, and at the same time going through and being really on the job in presenting your sheep. I think we've got 4 really nice females out here representing the fitted side of the Dorset breed. A couple females that have really hit me hard as far as their look. At the same time, when you go through and get past just a look and an appearance thing, you go through and say, looking at structure and how they balance up and how they go through and measure. I think there's some really excellent females, and all 4 of these I consider as excellent. And so you can go home and say that, you know, Jacobson thought that they were pretty darn good. And I mean that from deep down in my heart, that you've gone through and presented sheep to the top notch for Louisville, and at the same time that you're doing the right things in your breeding program. So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll set the microphone aside and go ahead and congratulate our champion and our reserve champion females. Congratulations.
I think another extremely good set of Oxford late ewe lambs. I think the ewe that wins does so pretty handily, really powerful in her build. I really like her correctness of lines as well. And yet when she gets out and goes, I think she's the one that's the most comfortable on the move as well. I think just an awfully logical place to start. Ewe that we've got next, I like her rugged structure. She's got her boned and bigger footed. She's one that's really wide through her chest floor as well. I just wish she tied together more correctly down through her chest floor and the way her neck hooks up to her shoulder right there. But I think in terms of a functional female, she's the one that I sure like second. Ewe that we've got here in third, really long-bodied and extended again, really deep in her forearm and through her center body. I'd like to give her a notch more flank, and then when that one gets out and goes, I'd like to stouten her up at her base, make her just a notch wider base as she goes away from me. Ewe that we have here in fourth is one that I sure like the way she runs uphill. Her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder, extremely attractive as well. That's one that when she gets out and goes, though, the rear portion of her skeleton gets somewhat tangled. And the ewe that we're going to round out the top 5 with, one that I sure like for width as she comes at me. She's one that's sure bold enough in her rib cage. I'd just like to give her more look from the profile.
For our Pole Dorset fitted program, our champion overall ewe goes to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe came from our class of our late fitted yearling ewes. Entry 18, Scotch Lane Farm, 708 AI, Wanda, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. The reserve grand champion goes to our junior champion out of the late fall ewe lamb class. Entry 37, Purple Ribbon Farm, 659, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Now moving into Slick Shorn, fall ram lambs. For the Romneys, our January class of Romney ewe lambs, first went to entry 36, Twisted Sister 2202, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Second place to entry 35, EC Plank 2213, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Third to Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to Thomas Wallace, Casstown, Ohio. Placing on the class of March and later born fitted ewes for the Oxford show. First place went to entry 80, AA 2252, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry 78, Meyer 2250, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 76, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 4 to entry 79, Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 5 to entry 82, Derek Burns, Baltimore, Ohio. Sixth place to 77, Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Seventh place to Ava Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana.
As we round out the Oxford show here on our side of the ring, I think a pretty logical place to start. A female that sure has some added quality and still stoutness. I sure think that she's the best headed one in the group as well. But where I really like her is when she gets out and goes. She's the longest stepping off both ends of her skeleton. She's the one that's the stoutest in her bone work and the biggest footed. You that we've got here in second is one that's extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton. She's one that's really impressive from behind as well. Sure powerful out of her dock and plenty of width from behind. She's one that I'd just like to elevate some through her front end to make her more competitive with the ewe ahead of her. You we're going to put here in third is another really expressive female. She's one that over rack and loin edge, she's probably the most dynamic of this drive. She's one, though, that when she gets out and goes, really wants to drop her chest floor and her neck ties in just a notch lower there on her shoulder. And then you were going to round the drive out with really really extended and attractive up through her front end, probably the longest bodied ewe of the drive. I'd just like to see her a notch square out of her dock.
Placing on the Slickshorn March Ewe Lamb class for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry 85, AA 2240, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry 84, AA 2241, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer Cooper and Allie Leininger, Akron, Indiana. And 4 to entry 86, Bryson Walpe, Greensburg, Indiana. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion. 2022 Stars of Louisville sale will be today at 12:30. Today at 12:30 over in the East Hall. Also, Romney Pizza Party will be today at 1 o'clock out in the lobby. Romney Pizza Party today at 1 o'clock out in the lobby. All Romney exhibitors are welcome.
Real nice set of fall slick shorn bucks to go through and sort. And again, there's some subtle differences in this class in that you can go through and sort it relatively easy. I think the toughest part is in this top pair, and again, which way you'd go ahead and drive your program. Ram that what I go through and start with, easily the most nicely balanced ram in the class. A ram that goes through and is neat and tidy in through his front end. He's dead level in his top line. Super square on those feet and legs. He's got the depth where he needs to. He's real wide in through that stifle. He's got a little more total dimension of muscle in him. And I think that's where, again, he goes through and just has the most good things to offer in an added value package of length of body that goes through and drives my mind today. The ram that goes through and is probably a little more expressive in his kind, little heavier bone sheep, is the ram we have in second. And again, I think that's where it makes it really tough if you're wanting to go ahead and put stoutness of bone and structure that way, maybe a little more outside pop to that stifle and in that top line, then you probably like the ram that we've got in second. And I'd be the first one to go ahead and admit that. But when you go through and you look at him in comparison to that buck that starts, he shortens up in his overall body length. He goes through and is a little bit higher in through his flank. Doesn't have the inner thigh muscling that the ram has that we're starting with. I think it's, again, close pair, personal preference, and again, could go either way. We go through and we look at the ram in third. I think he goes through and just fits in as he's one of those solid rams like the two rams ahead of him. Super good in his top line, real full rack shape in him, real square out through that rump structure. Wide pin set, stands on a ton of bone. We just like to pull him out in his overall structure, lengthen him out, lengthen him from that last rib back, but a ram that's really got his stuff put together. So again, just pull him apart, and we'd go ahead and find him that he could even win this class. Really nice set of rams on the top three. Ram that really caught my eye when first came in the ring is the ram in four. Ram that goes through and is really expressive when you put him out on the walk. But then you go through and really study him. He kind of breaks right behind his shoulder. Doesn't have quite as much fullness to that rack shape that we see in the three rams ahead of him. Nor does he have the bone and substance of some of the rams up ahead. And that's why we find this ram here. Not quite the structure in his top. Not quite the overall bone work. The ram that we go through and have in five, another real long-bodied sheep. That was a thing that just really caught my eye, in that he was tremendously long. He measures extremely long in through that hind saddle, but a ram that when you go through it and you look at him on a side view, a little bit easier in his top, not quite the structure as some of the bucks on the top end. Congratulations on your nice set of rams.
Exhibitors, we do need entries in class 19 for the Cole Dorset's Slick Shorn Winter Ram Lambs to be ringside ready. Your class is coming in now. For the Oxford show, our junior champion goes to the first place January Slickshorn ewe lamb. Entry 61, Walpy 0118, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio. The reserve junior champion goes to the first place fitted January. Entry 59, Winning Way Sheep Farm 222032, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Now showing for grand and reserve grand champion ewe. Following that class, we will have our class for best headed ewe. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry 60, W.D. Dorsets 1184, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Second to 61, 138F, Zoe Jacob, Knightsdale, North Carolina. Third place to entry 64, Megan Brandt, Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 462, Garrett Brandt, Fultz, Illinois. 5 to entry number 63, Troy Byer, West Manfield, Ohio.
Okay, so we move down into our lambs. We're going to start. I think we've got an excellent ewe. She just caught my eye when she walked out here, and she didn't disappoint when I went down through that fleece. It's just a beautiful fleece from head to toe, top to bottom, anywhere you want to go. Some might want to do a little more extension on her neck. I don't see that in the Romney breed standard anywhere, and I think she wins this class. Our second ewe, again, she's in a little shorter fleece. Tremendous handling ewe, another nice fleece ewe, very correct in that fleece, and you get your hands on them. Not just do they look good in their uniform, they got luster to them, and they've got the feel and what that you want in these fleeces. We got a lamb here, very nice fleece. She shortens up in her overall pattern a little bit to come on up. Then we've got another ewe that she's just not quite as uniform in that fleece in a couple places to come up here. Then we got another lamb that it's an acceptable fleece, but it's just not the kind of fleece down through that rich and down towards the bottom that I want to see. We've got some lambs over here, very nice lambs. They're correct. They're sound in their mouth, on their feet and legs, just like they were in our yearlings. But we've got some fleece problems in 2 or 3 or some of these. And then we've got a couple that just give up too much size and scale for this class.
Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Romneys. First place goes to entry 45, EC Plank 2222, Ethan and Caitlin Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place to entry 39, Winding Wicks 2201, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third place to entry 42, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 4 to 38, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fifth place to entry 46, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Sixth place to entry 40, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 41, Anna Mickelson, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 44, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 49, Claire Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 10th place to entry 43, Caitlin Wallace, Castown, Ohio. And 11 to 47, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 12 to Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. For the Oxfords, our grand champion ewe went to our senior champion ewe, Out of the fitted yearling U class, AA 2115, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And reserve champion was our junior champion from the Slickshorn January class, Walpy 0118, Adeline Kendall, New Philadelphia, Ohio.
Real nice set of slick buck lambs to go through and sort, and a ram that goes through and caught my eye right from the beginning, doesn't disappoint in any dimension. Ram that goes through and wins this class soundly. Again, ram that's really driven in through his front end. He's tall at his shoulders. At the same time, he goes through and comes out to a dock that's real level, square, flat, and at the same time has a ton of body, mass, muscle. I don't think there's anything that you can really criticize this buck. He's just got a lot of things that are really put together in a very eye-appealing package. He's masculine. He's got a tremendous amount of testicular development for the size and age of this ram, a ram that I think is really a stud caliber kind of sheep. The ram that we've got in second is the most like him, and again, a ram that when you look at him on his side view profile, you go, my gosh, he is long. And he is super long from that last rib back. He doesn't disappoint you when you handle him down his top. He's really full in through that forerib and carries that uniformity of muscle clear on out to that pin set. A ram that's got a tremendous amount of depth of body. He's got some depth of flank, super set of feet and legs. A ram that balances up good. And again, a ram that just really is a solid kind of sheep that handles extremely well. Ram that really is interesting in many ways and was one that really kind of drove a lot of the class is that he's really an extended ram in through his front end here in third. A ram that's got some length of body. He's real sound and big boned. A ram that I'd like to go ahead and see a little more shape to his overall top. He's carrying a little more condition than the two bucks ahead of him, which kind of gives a little bit of a false pretense on a visual. But once you get your hands on him, you're not totally disappointed because he's got some muscle, some mass, some substance, stands on a real nice set of feet and legs. He sits in three really soundly for me today. Young man in four, he goes through and has one of the longer bodied sheep in the class. It's very neat in through his shoulder. He balances up pretty good, doesn't have the overall total natural muscling and thickness or bone in the class. And so he kind of sits here in four as one that doesn't have quite that overall balance and natural thickness. Then we have a ram in fifth place that stands on a tremendous amount of bone, but a little more wicked in his top. Doesn't have quite the levelness and straightness out through that rump structure, nor does he have the width of pin set of the rams ahead. But again, a real high caliber ram that's got a tremendous amount of usefulness as well. The ram that finishes out our class, probably a little more narrow-made kind of ram that doesn't have quite the straightness out through his rump structure or the fullness out through his pin set. But again, a ram that, again, balances up relatively well and goes through and has a tremendous amount of quality. Again, nice set of rams. Congratulations.
For the Oxford Futurity, our winner was Logan Averill from Litchfield, Maine with D Hall 232. And our best-headed ewe for the Oxford show goes to Logan Averill, Litchfield, Maine with LA Farm N2201 Appellation, out of the January fitted ewe lamb class. That does conclude our Oxford show. We're ready to move into Cheviot's. First class for the Cheviots is January Ram Lambs. Cheviot January Ram Lambs to the ring now, please. Placing on the Dorset class of Slickshorn Winter Ram Lambs. First place goes to entry 71, Lake 22006, Cameron and Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to entry 72, Pine Ridge Dorset's 22040, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 68, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. 4 to 67, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. 5 to entry 70, Autumn, Emily, and Oliver Long, Frankfort, Indiana. And 6th place to entry 66, Amanda Rapp, Poconos, Pennsylvania. There is a lost child, a little boy, Grayson Poe. He's 3 years old, wearing a gray jacket with yellow insulation. If you have found him, please bring him to his parents. His dad is standing here at the announcer's stand. Grayson Poe. And Grayson, if you can hear me, please come over here.
All right, our younger lambs here, we're going to start with a lamb that's probably the most complete. There's some things I'd maybe change a tick about the ears and the set of that on it, but I still think that this lamb wins the class on it in her length and strength down that top when she's set up. She's in short fleece. She has a very beautiful uniform fleece with a lot of luster. So is our second lamb on it. You really have to admire the profile on that lamb, the neck and the extension. She gives up a little bit in her overall pattern from front to rear to get around her first lamb. We have a couple really nice the natural colored lambs in here. The ewe in third doesn't carry out quite as well over that tail set, but these 5 are all nice fleeces or I wouldn't have had them out here. Next ewe probably has a fleece that doesn't have quite the density or character, but it's certainly uniform. Then we have another white lamb that does give up a little bit again down right along towards the belly. It's not quite as uniform as I'd like to see, but very nice lambs and 2 very nice lambs to start the class.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, its first place goes to Rinker 2611, entry number 1, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for February Ram Lambs. Placing on our late junior ewe lamb class for the Romney Show, first place goes to entry 53, Higgins 22161, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. Second place to 57, Winding Wicks 2213, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Third to entry 50, Caitlin and Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 4 to 54, Ainsley Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 5 to 56, Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry number 55, Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut. 7 to 58, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. Eighth place to entry 52, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio.
On the Cheviot side, we've got 2 early spring ram lambs. Sheep that I chose to start with is obviously the larger outline, longer bodied sheep. And he's the one that when you get your hands on him, I think has a shot more dimension up top as well. And additionally, I like his ears set more correctly than the sheep here in second. Sheep here in second, I sure like his correctness of lines. He's one that's sure a notch stronger right behind his shoulder. I'd like to square him up at his hock some and make his ears just a notch more upright. Thank you.
Placing on the Border Cheviot class of February Ram Lambs, first place to entry 3, Murphy 215, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Second place to entry 2, Richie Ranch 2208, Cade and Jace Ritchie, Norwich, Ohio. Now ready for March Ram Lambs.
Well, I think we've had a really nice Romney show. Let's give our youth exhibitors a hand. I know we've got some best heads and fleeces to pick, but these have been very gracious young people to work with, for one. I really appreciate that. On it, we've got an outstanding set of views out here, probably even stronger than our Rams. But to me, I take nothing away from the rest of these, but our first yearling ewe and second over here are going to be your champion in reserve. Again, you'll notice that second ewe is in short fleece. Don't beat me up for that on it. But this ewe here is just a powerful kind of a Romney ewe that's going to be champion, and I think she can take a lot of competition in a lot of shows. The second ewe, the same beautiful kind of a fleece. All through here, they've got beautiful fleeces, or you folks wouldn't have been first or second in your class. So congratulations to everybody.
As we round out the Cheviot Ram class, I think a pretty logical place to start. Easily the big outlined wide-built sheep. Easily the one that sure has the added length of body and extension. The sheep that we've got here in second, I like his added rib shape and chest width as he comes at me. I just wish he was square from hock to ground from behind.
For our Romney show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 16, EC Plank 2112, Lindsay Schmall of Wausau, Wisconsin. And reserve goes to our second place yearling ewe, entry 28, Twisted Sister 2140, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee.
Real nice set of slick bucks to go through, and ram that really puts all the good things together in this class. The ram I'm starting with, he's really jack-fronted, a ram that goes through and is real long and level in his top lines, perfect on his feet and legs. A ram that when you put your hands on him, he definitely doesn't disappoint. Super long in through that hind saddle, dead level in his rump structure, real wide in his pin set. He's the heaviest bone buck in the class. They're just a high-quality breed type about him. I think he's a value-added ram that goes through and really puts a lot of great things together to go ahead and win this class. The ram that's probably the most like him is the ram that we have in second. A ram that goes through and has a tremendous amount of length down his top. He really measures extremely well as far as length through that loin and out through that hip structure. Ram, if I could change him, I'd like to strengthen him up right there at that hip loin junction. I'd like to go ahead and see him a little bit more solid there. He has a tendency to break, especially when on the brace. A ram that's got some muscle, some mass, some depth of body. I think he's really functional in a lot of ways. And at the same time, if you wanted to go ahead and make weathers out of him, they're definitely going to have some look. A ram that we go through and have in third place, another really nice buck that goes through and holds himself together extremely well. He starts right from the ground. He's real square-footed. It's real big and real massive in his substance of bone. He's neat in through his shoulder, has some extension of body and neck. A ram that I'd like to go ahead and stretch in his overall body length. I like his levelness. I like the width through his pin set. Real wide in through that stifle. He has some inner thigh muscling. Doesn't go through and have quite the muscle mass and substance and look that we see in the rams that started. But a ram that just solidly fits in that third hole as a good solid sheep that goes through and has some strength in his top line. Real good on those feet and legs, and that's why we find him there. Probably the youngest buck lamb in the class is sitting here in 4. Ram that the young lady does a phenomenal job going through and showing. She keeps that head up on that sheep. The ram that goes through and has got some levelness and squareness to him. Maybe not one of the bigger rams in the class or the more extended rams, but he's solid. A ram that goes through and stands really solid on those feet and legs, real square-footed kind of sheep. Maybe not quite the muscle and mass of the 3 rams I had, but a ram that just really goes through and offers a tremendous amount of good things. Ram that always caused me a big problem because I liked him in his overall outlook is the ram that we go through and have in 5. Big extended ram that's growthy in his kind, stands on a lot of bone. He's really big in his top line, just a little bit east-west on his front toes, a ram that doesn't have maybe quite the stifle that we see in some of the rams up ahead of him. But again, a really nice set of bucks. And the Rams on the other side here, again, excellent set of Rams. Congratulations.
For the pole Dorsets, we're now ready to show for Slickshorn champion and reserve champion Ram. For the Border Cheviot class of March Ram Lambs, first place went to entry number 4, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania, with C. Miller 2272 Bandit. The second place animal in that class, entry 5, Richie Ranch 2231, Cade and Jace Ritchie, Norwich, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Border Cheviots went to entry number 1 out of the January Ram Lamb class, Rinker 2611, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve champion to entry number 3 from the February Ram Lamb class, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana, on Murphy 215. Now showing yearling ewes. For the Romneys, we're finishing up our best-headed Romney female. Your next class will be for our Romney class of best white fleece on foot. Our best-headed Romney ewe goes to Megan Higgins, Coventry, Connecticut, with Higgins 22150. Few announcements. There's currently no line out in the lobby near B100, our office, for checking in registration papers. Those of you with open sheet. Open sheet that show tomorrow must be checked in by noon today. Registrations must be checked at B100 by noon today. That is just about 30 minutes from now. Also, we want to remind you, there's no smoking in the barn area here at the North American.
What a real nice set of bucks out here for our senior champion in our Slick Dorset division. Again, exhibitors out here really deserve a big round of applause for their work out here and putting together some really good sheep that I think will have some great impacts in the Dorset breed as well. I think it comes down to a couple that really have gone through and been impactful to my mind and thought process, and at the same time I have to go ahead and let each one of you know is that I do like sheep that really balance up well, extremely level sheep, sheep that stand on a lot of substance of bone, and at the same time have some look and some rib and body. And again, with all of those things, I think that we certainly can find those kind of rams out here that again have some masculinity and I have a great future down the line. Again, our nice set of bucks out here for our senior champion drive. I'll go ahead and I'll reach out and congratulate both the champion and reserve champion. Congratulations.
For our Romney show, best white fleece on foot goes to Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire, with Winding Wicks 2201. For our Pole Dorset Slickshorn division, our Slickshorn champion ram was out of the spring ram lamb class, Ella Janner. Harvey, Iowa with Janner lambs 2227. The reserve champion ram came from the Slickshorn winter ram lamb class, Cameron and Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio with Lake 22006. Placing on that Slickshorn spring ram lamb class, first place did go to Ella Janner, entry 75 of Harvey, Iowa, Janner lambs 2227. Second place in that class went to entry 76, Frank the Dank Dorset's and Daylilies 2, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. Third to Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. 5 to Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 6th place to Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 7 to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 8th place to Callie Carty, Gray, Tennessee. 9 to Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. And 10 to Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas. For the Romney Best White Fleece, went to Winding Wicks 2201, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. For the Best Colored Fleece, it went to Lindsay Schmall, Wausau, Wisconsin, with EC Plank 2112. That does conclude our Romney show. We are now ready to move into Lincoln's. We need Lincoln White Senior Ram Lamb.
On the Border Cheviot side, I think we've got an exceptional set of yearling ewes. The female that I chose to start with, I sure like her added freshness, a condition, and with that, I think she's the one that's the most correctly constructed up through her front end. She's the one that's laid in the smoothest through her shoulder. She's the neatest down through her chest floor, and I like the way her neck comes out at the top of her shoulder. To complement this, I think she's the longest bodied ewe with the drive, and she's the one that when she gets out and goes in direct relation to the ewe behind her, she's actually an notch wider base and squarer down to the ground, which I wasn't necessarily expecting, but a female that I think's awfully good to start with. Really a big power ewe here in second, the one that sure hit me the hardest when we first started. When we get your hands on him, though, I think she needs to hook up more correctly right behind her shoulder, and she's a little bit heavier conditioned, which makes her sure look deeper chested and more pronounced about her breastplate, but I think two females that sure sort up awfully quickly. Another really wide skeleton female here in third, one that I sure like her added rib cage and power from behind. I'd sure like to freshen her up in her condition as well and make her just a notch more correct in the way that she ties together down her top line as well. Really a long-bodied female here in fourth, one that I sure like her added chest width as well. Her, though, when she comes at you, the way she handles her front pasterns and her knee, I'd sure like to change, but sure still a high-quality female. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, I really like her added elegance up front and extension. She's one that's got a little bit of swelling there at her knee, and she's one that I'd like to see handle the rear portion of her skeleton more correctly as well. I think an exceptional female to start the Cheviot Slick Short Yearling Ewe class. I think one that's so bold in her kind and correct in her lines, and yet really attractive about her head and neck as well. I think a pretty obvious place to start, and an extremely high quality female. Here in second, we've got a ewe that's extremely powerful in her general build. She's really bold through her rib cage and muscular from behind, but along with that, she's just a little bit too bold and round up through her shoulder and deep through her chest for me. And then the ewe we're going to round out the class with, I really like her in her lines. She's one that's sure correct in her top line. She's one that's just too refined in her bone work for me.
What a nice class of ewes to go through and sort. And again, as an evaluator, it's really nice to go through and have certain classes that'll bring a smile to your face. And again, I think that the young lady goes through and brings a sheep out there that makes me smile. And again, a female that goes through and has a tremendous amount of balance. She's powerful in her muscle structure and kind. She goes through and has a nice maternal sweep to her underline. She's a female that just goes through and looks like she could be a factory in the lambing barn. I think just really a nice practical sheep that's got a tremendous amount of Dorset breed type about her. She balances up really nice. I think just really a handy winner to go ahead and start this class. The ewe in second is no slouch, and again, the young lady goes through and really sticks this sheep to get the most out of her. Really extended in through her front end and in through her neck. She's real level in her top line, real wide through the pin set, a female that stands on a lot of bone. If I could just go ahead and just see her balance up just a little bit more and at the same time have a little more outside stifle to this female, I think she could go ahead and be super competitive. I mean, that's a really nice ewe that, again, looks like she might be bred and that she's got some guts to her, a female that goes through and just really balances up nicely as well. Real showy ewe sitting here in third place, a female that you put her on a side view profiles, dead level in her top line, real good in through her pin set, maybe not quite the mass and muscle and bone that we see in the two ewes ahead of her, but boy, does she balance up. Young man really gets a lot out of this ewe and certainly caught my eye to go ahead and get her in the top few in this class. Does a really nice job, really good sheep to go ahead and run into that third hole. Young lady in fourth also does a phenomenal job. A female that when you put her on the move is really flexible in her joints, really easy in her spine. A female that goes through and has a lot of levelness and squareness right out to the dock. You gotta like the squareness on those feet and legs. Just really a nice ewe that goes through and sits into four. Female that really caught my eye and continued to go ahead and give me a big impression is the ewe that we have in fifth. Female that when you put her on side view profile, really long bodied, really long from that last rib back. She's pretty good on those feet and legs. I just like to go ahead and change up her breed type. Got a little extra smut about those lips and around her face. I'd like to go ahead and lighten that all up, give her a little cleaner, whiter breed type about her, and I would be certainly a lot happier about that. Really nice ewes to go ahead and tail up this class, just not quite the mass and muscle and substance that we find on the top end of this class, but again, congratulations on an excellent set.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets, first place goes to Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 1001. Second place to Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio, with HC Showstock 21008. Third to Cal Sidwell, Gill, Colorado. 4 to Mary Jones, Monroe, Indiana. Fifth place to Cameron and Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Sixth place to Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 7, Olivia Wagner. And 8th place, Abby Eisler, Prospect, Ohio.
Okay, on our fall ram lambs, we've got a ram I think that We've just got the two. They're both very nice, represented as Lincoln breed, but we got a ram I think easily wins the class on the stoutness and the thickness down through that top. Both very nice fleece rams that carry their fleeces out very well. First ram walks out a little bit more freely on his back legs than the second ram, but two very nice fall ram lambs.
On the Cheviot side of things, I think an exceptional female to start this drive out with, one that sure has so much more quality from the profile than anything else in the drive, really long-bodied and correct, and one that's still extremely attractive in her breed type as well. You that we've got here in second, maybe just a notch stouter featured. She's a female that's really wide constructed and stout structured. I'd just like to lengthen her out a little bit, see her neck come out of the top of her shoulder more correctly, and hook up together there into her forehead more correctly. You that we've got here in third is really long-bodied, and I really like her correctness of lines. She's one that's sure level and long out of her hip. I'd like to change her head just a notch. And then the you we're going to round the class out with is sure one that has plenty of mass and dimension to be a productive female, just like the way, change the way she's built from the profile.
For the Border Cheviots, our yearling U class fitted. First place went to Caitlin Von Behrens, entry 11. Stewartson, Illinois with Spildy, 4914. Second place to Diamond Sea Farm and Page and Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania with DC 0558. Third to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry 12, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 5 to entry 6, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 6th place to Caden Jace Ritchie, Norwich, Ohio. 7 to Caden Jace Ritchie. For the Slick Shorn yearling U class, first place goes to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre 2107, Speldy 335. Second place to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with DC 0518. Third place to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 19, Beckett Spildy with Spildy 4995 from Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 17, Black Acre 2203, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 16, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois. 4 to entry 18, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Lincoln class of white senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 2, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois, with Heritage Hill Y16 Nash. Second place to entry 1, Campbell 254, Katerina Solnikova of Waterford, Ohio. For our border Cheviots, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted yearling ewe. Entry number 11, Spildy 24914, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve senior champion was first place senior ewe lamb, Spildy 4995, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Real nice set of females to go through and sort, and kind of like the last class, a female that comes to the top pretty easy for me is we have starting today. A female that's really neat and tidy in through her front end. She doesn't disappoint in the way that she goes through and puts that neck into her shoulder. She's dead level in her top line, real wide and square in that rump structure. When we go through and evaluate that hip and leg, I mean, she's real level and flat in through that hip. She's real long from that hooks to the pins. She carries that muscularity and stifle muscle well down into that hock. Got to appreciate the amount of inner thigh muscling, and at the same time, she's feminine. She's got a nice maternal sweep to her underline. Super sound on those feet and legs. She kind of brings all the pieces together for me today to go ahead and win this class. The ewe in second is the most like her, and when you put your hands on her, she doesn't have quite the conditioning, muscling, nor the maturity in her muscle pattern at this stage of the game. But a female that when you go through and handle her, she is super long where she needs to be. She's really long from that last rib back. Her loin is really super long, real wide down her top. Got a tremendous amount of shape in that rib shape. Nice, smooth underline on her. She goes through and ends up having a nice square set of feet and legs. She handily fits into that number 2 hole for me today. The ewe in third is, again, I think a strong contender in this class in that this female goes through and is really jacked in her front end, real level in her top line. Not quite the total overall length of hind saddle in comparison to the 2 ewes ahead of her. Just a real good, solid ewe. She's real big where she needs to be, real thick down her top, real nice shape as far as her conditioning, and just really balances up really well. I think she fits in that 3 position really nicely for me today. The ewe in 4 is probably the one that I would say, yeah, I want to take her home. She just looks really maternal, but at the same time, she's really feminine. She's got a real nice breed type about her, super correct as far as the way she's made in her feet and legs and in her spine work. She's not in his show condition in comparison to the 3 ewes ahead of her. But you got to appreciate the length, the stretch, the smoothness of shoulder, the femininity that she goes through and offers. She goes through and is really a high caliber female, and she sits in 4. The female that's in 5th place, another really good long-bodied kind of ewe that goes through and has some angularity through that shoulder and some extension through that front end. A female that you really like in her levelness and squareness. I'd like to go ahead and see a little more total muscle and mass and substance of bone to go ahead and move up the line. I think the bone work is the biggest thing that I noticed that I'd like to just see a little bigger foot on this sheep, a little more circumference to that leg bone, especially in through that cannon to go ahead and move up the line, but a really nice ewe that certainly has a lot of options in your breeding program. I think she's a definitely keeper. When we go through and we look down the line from there, we have ewes that are not quite as muscular, don't have quite as much substance or structure in them to go ahead and be as competitive. But again, females that offer a tremendous amount of usefulness in a breeding program. So again, keep striving to go ahead and work for those blue ribbons and keep working hard. Thanks.
Okay, on our intermediate ram lambs, again, I think we've got a ram that wins the class pretty easily. He's long. I don't particularly care that they're, tall or short. It depends on where that's at, because height isn't necessarily the name of the game all the time. But he's very correct down that top, carries his length out well. He walks out free and easy. The second ram gives up a little bit, and he's patterned. Another very nice fleeced ram on it that fits in here very well. It also walks out. Our third ram has got a little different style of fleece that a lot of the breeders would, really like that and prefer one way or the other. It's very uniform. It certainly fits the category as what they want in those style of fleeces. Our fourth ram, just another nice fleece ram. He gives up a little bit, and he's size and scale and structure to stand with our top four or three.
On the Cheviot side here for the early spring ewe lambs, I think a really nice pair that sort up quickly. Ewe that I chose to start with, I think is just a notch more attractive up through her front end. I like her chest floor and the way her shoulder lays in. I think an extremely high quality female that sure couples that with some added power and stoutness, especially there in her bone work. Ewe that we've got here in second, really a wide built female. Really like her added dimension through the center portion of her body. Just like to neaten her up some from the profile. The ewe that we have here in third is probably as extended as any ewe in the drive. She's extremely long-bodied, really neat and clean up through her front end. When that sheep gets out and goes, though, I'd sure like to see her more flexible on both ends of her skeleton and more relaxed in her top line as she goes. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with, really extended up front, really like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. Just a little bit behind in terms of maturity here in this group, but I think four exceptional Cheviot ewe lambs.
Placing on the class of polled Dorset Slickshorn late yearling ewes, first place to entry 94, Obsession Showstock 2140, Bray Lynn and Kaysen Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. Second place to entry 98, OKO 3119 21018, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third place to entry 100, Tyler Wright, Greencastle, Indiana. 4 to entry 93, Kirsten Rexing, Fort Branch, Indiana. 5 to 95, Nicole Laster, Bath Springs, Tennessee. 6th place to entry 96, Cooper Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 7 to 899, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, and 8 to 97, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Placing on the white class of Lincoln early ram lambs, first to entry 6, Jason Riker and Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with Raider 2212. Second place to entry number 3, Campbell 207 130. Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. Third to Mallory Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. 4, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots, first to entry 21, DC 0582, Diamond Sea Farm, Page and Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 22, DC 0584, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 23, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 24, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana.
Okay, younger ram lambs, we're going to start with again, a ram I believe that kind of floats to the top. He walks out good in those feet and legs, and he's tremendously uniform in that fleece. He's very correct and straight down his top. We got a little younger ram here, and he's obviously not quite as big. He's very straight. He's very correct down that top. Got a beautiful fleece, and I really like his head. I really love the fleece on this third ram, but he gives up a little bit in the correctness behind his shoulders to suit me to go around our first two. But a very usable ram and a very beautiful fleeced and headed ram.
Placing on the class of white Lincoln late ram lambs, first place goes to entry 8. Buckshot 2219, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Second place to entry 7. A. Anderson 2207, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And third place to Elizabeth Laframbe's, Stark City, Missouri. Again, we want to announce that the Stars of Louisville 2022 sale is today at 12:30. Romney exhibitors, your pizza party will be today at 1 p.m. out in the lobby as well.
Well, we didn't have a lot of Romney ram lambs here today, but we had some quality. And I think we've got 6 nice individuals here at Suit Me and their fleeces and their patterns. There's a few things you could change on all of them. They haven't made a perfect sheep yet on it. It's like they probably haven't made any of us as humans are perfect yet. But to me, our champion's going to be your senior ram. I liked him when they walked him in the ring. We're going to come back with the breed type and the nose coloring and the pattern. We're going to use our late spring lamb for our reserve champion. Don't take anything away from our earlier lamb. I just like to maybe change that head, the ears a little, and the nose coloring, but the reserve will be down here on our late spring lamb.
For our white Lincoln show, our champion ram goes to the first place out of the senior ram lamb class. Entry number 2, Heritage Hill Y16, Nash, Kate Hinkle of El Paso, Illinois. The reserve champion from the late ram lamb class, entry number 8, Buckshot 2219, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Now ready for yearling ewes. White yearling ewes will be your next class.
I think a top trio of Cheviot females that sort up pretty quickly over here on our side of the ring. The ewe that I chose to start with, I think, combines a lot of the attributes of the two females behind her. To me, she's the one that's extremely attractive up through her front end and still has plenty of dimension from behind. When she gets out and goes, she's the one that's as flexible as any off both ends, and she's one that I still think is fresh and clean up through her front end as well. You that we've got here in second, really bold in her rib cage, really stout structured, a female that's really just powerful in her general design. I'd like to tighten her up at the point of her shoulder, neaten her up through her chest floor, and see her tie together more correctly right behind her shoulder, but one I sure like for her added dimension and mass. You that we've got here in third is one that I think is really intriguing, the way she's built up through her front end. Her correctness aligns from the profile. For me, I'd like to change her off the rear portion of her skeleton. She's one that's a little bit rounder out to her dock and wants to roll her hock just a notch, but a female from her hip forward I think has quite a bit of quality. The two females that we've got here in fourth and fifth, I think really wide constructed, powerful females, a lot of dimension in both of them, but those two ewes are just a little bit exotic headed for me, but I think still 5 extremely high quality Cheviot females.
One of the clerks from the Border Cheviot class, please come down to the show ring desk. Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Border Cheviot show. First place goes to entry 30, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Moore 261. Second place to entry number 27, DC 0600, Cheyenne Clyde of Greenville, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 26, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 32, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 5 to entry number 25, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Sixth place to entry 31, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. 7 to entry 28, Cade and Jace Ritchie, Norwich, Ohio. Eighth place to entry 33, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. 9 to entry number 29, Cade and Jace Ritchie, Norwich, Ohio.
On the Cheviot side, I think a really neat female to start with. She's so complete in her basic build. She's so good when she gets out and goes, especially off the rear portion of her skeleton. And compared to the ewe directly behind her, she's one that I really like the way she's constructed up through her front end and the way she hooks up to her forerib as well. I think an exceptional female to start with. Obviously, the larger outline, faster growing ewes here in second. Really a high performing female that's large outlined. I'd like to make her more secure off the rear portion of her skeleton. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with, really long bodied and extended. Just like to see her more massive through her center body.
Well, first I'd like to go ahead and say that I like judging this class, but I didn't. And I'll tell you that there's a lot of variation, but at the same time, a tremendous amount of depth of quality that ran all the way to the end. And so when you go through, you're looking at different things. Slick sheep can be driven in a lot of different directions. I kind of come from the traditional side of livestock, that we like them a little bigger. We like them driven in the front ends. We like to go ahead and look at some growth potential, and yet a lot of people go through and are looking at the Dorset breed, and they're finding a tremendous amount of money that is working in the weather side of things. And I totally get it. I totally get it. And I think that there's some real interesting combinations in this class that we have to go through and evaluate. And I think that the young man that goes through and wins this class has probably a combination kind of sheep. When we go through and we start at the foot size and the amount of substance of bone and the ruggedness and body and rib and guts that this sheep has, she just really kind of rides the top of this class pretty easy. So again, here I'm a function guy that goes through and likes all of those kind of things, and you're not disappointed when you put your hands on this sheep. She's really got a tremendous amount of width down her top. She doesn't disappoint in right behind the first rib. She's uniform in that width all the way out to her pin set. Real high quality Dorset head about her. A female that I think, again, for me has been the easiest decision in this class in comparison to some of the others. Young man in second does a phenomenal job sticking this sheep. This sheep has never looked bad in the entire drive. This sheep goes through and is driven in through her front end, real level in her top line. Probably the nicest hip structure in the class. I really like that she's real flat in the top of that hip. She's got a nice bold expression to that stifle. She carries that muscle well into that inner thigh. A female that's a little shorter bodied in comparison to the ewe that starts. And again, it's only a personal opinion one day that goes through and probably separates these two females. She's just a really good one. Young man does a phenomenal job presenting her. Young lady in third, this is one that really just caught my eye in the beginning. Is obviously people like talking about shag and all this other stuff. I really like the cosmetic side of that, but at the same time, you really have to evaluate through it. And so when I go through and look at this sheep, she is really long-bodied. That's an added advantage. Added advantage in length of hind saddle. She's super level out through that rump structure. She's really good in her structure. Personally, I'd like to stouten her up in her overall features. So I want more bone, more substance. I'd like to see her maybe a little broader in her nose. I just like those broodiness kind of things. And again, my opinion, just one day, but I think she's really a pretty sheep that's obviously highly represented, and I think you did a fabulous job, and you're definitely a contender as well today. Female that we have in four, again, really nice sheep that, again, that I think is very similar to the ewe in third. Super long-bodied, got some stretch and length in her. Really good as far as her rump structure, level. Not quite as stout a featured as some of the ewes that were up ahead of her. 1 and 2 definitely had the bone work on you. But again, a female that if I could go through and put a little more substance, maybe a little more outside stifle to this sheep, I think I'd be really happy and could go ahead and find her up a notch or two or maybe even winning it. Really super nice female, and I'm sure she's going to do some great things down the line. Next ewe in line, maybe kind of one of those sheep that's between weather world and traditional world. We go through and we look at her and that she's super functional. Look at the size of feet on this sheep. Look at the substance of bone, the cannon diameter. A female that's real level in her top line, very functional, maybe a little flatter in her muscle in comparison to the weather style, but I think she's a sheep that's got a tremendous amount of function and usefulness within the Dorset breed. Excellent breed type about her, by the way. I really liked her ears. I liked the amount of pinkness in about her lips. Again, a female that's just really a high caliber female. So again, excellent set of females from top to bottom. Congratulations.
on the slick Chevy at ULAM drive. I think a pretty logical class winner, really a powerful female that's still really attractive from the side. I think just a high-quality one to start with. The ewe here in second is one that I sure appreciate her correctness of line. She's level down her top line, especially out through her hip, and still good in her underline. The ewe that we have here in third is sure unique in the quality of pieces she has up front and out of her hip. She's maybe just a notch too far out there for me. And the ewe we have here in fourth, really a long-bodied female. I like her extension up front. Like to see her more massive, especially right there behind her shoulder. And the ewe we're going to round the drive out with, really like her neatness and attractiveness up front. I'd just like to change her off the rear portion of her skeleton.
Okay, well, we've got some nice yearling ewes here. We got the ewe that I believe is the most complete ewe with fleece and all considered. I really like her head. She walks out free. She's not quite as big as our second and third ewes, but she certainly has, in my opinion, the most uniform and the fleece with the most luster. The ewe in second really catches your eye when she first walks out here, but once you handle her, she's got a nice fleece. She's got a good fleece. She doesn't carry out maybe quite as well through that top line as I'd like to see, and she doesn't walk out quite as freely as her other ewe. The ewe in three, you just have to love this ewe for her pattern and her strength and down through that neck and the way she walks out and the squareness of that rump, and she's got the meat in the right kind of places for any sheep. I just think there's some variation in that fleece. It's trimmed short in places. That doesn't bother me, but it just doesn't have the uniformity as our top two. We have another beautiful fleece ewe here in fourth. She gives up a little in her bone and scale, but particularly in her bone down through those legs to come up any higher. Then we've got two ewes at very nice fleeces, but again, they don't carry out quite as well over that rump, particularly our one in sixth, I guess, here, and it just shortens up a little in the pattern, but we've certainly got some nice representatives and breed type in our Lincoln ewes.
Placing on the Pole Dorset class of fall ewe lambs in the Slickshorn division. First place goes to entry 110. Harley Mayo Club Lambs 2044. Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to entry number 116. Johnston Club Lamb 21714. Caden Johnson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third place to entry 111, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. 4 to entry 106, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 5 to entry 104, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 6 to 105, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 7th place to entry 109, Jasper, Ireland, and Finn Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 8th place to entry 107, Olivia Wagner, East Berlin, Pennsylvania. 9 to entry 101, Garrett Brandt, Fultz, Illinois. And 10 to entry number 103, Micah Hegg, Shepherd, Montana. 11th place to 113, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 12 to entry 102, Ben Eisler, Prospect, Ohio. 13 to 114, Michael Van Leuven Jr., Sanger, Texas. And 14 to entry number 108, Troy Byer, West Mansfield, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn U Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 38, Diamond C 0588, Diamond C Farm, Page and Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Second to 37, Rinker 2604AI, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Third place to 41, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 40, Micah and Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5 to 42, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the class of Lincoln White Yearling Ewes, first place goes to entry 11, Freeze 21028, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to entry 10, Buckshot 2110, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third place to entry 14, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to entry 13, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to 12, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 6 to entry 15, Andrew Anderson. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes, first place to Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. For the Cheviots, our junior champion ewe went to the first place January ewe lamb, Diamond C 0582, Diamond C Farm, Page and Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Ohio, Pennsylvania. The reserve junior champion went to Diamond C 0610 out of the March ewe lamb class, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Our overall grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe out of the yearling ewe class, Speldy 4914, Caitlin Von Barons, Stewardson, Illinois. The reserve champion was our reserve senior champion out of the senior ewe lamb class, entry 19, Speldy 4995, Beckett Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. That does conclude our Border Cheviot show. And we are ready to move into Hampshires. First Hampshire class is January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lamb.
Well, then we get into our intermediates. This is a class where there could be 10 or 15 more out here, and these 4 would still have a good chance of standing up here. It's just a shame that we've got to go 1 through 4, but I'm going to use what I think is the most complete U, particularly when you get into that fleece on it. It's just has a lot of luster and character to it. It's very uniform. It's the kind of fleece that you like to have. Same way with our second U. She may give up a little bit in her pattern. I don't do the other 2, both of the first 2 do, but that's just a beautiful fleece. It carries out well everywhere you want to go. I might clean the muzzle up a little bit. I don't know, just for my personal preference, but she just got a beautiful fleece. The third U handles tremendously well. I got a little problem with some of the fleece uniformity from front to rear. It's certainly an acceptable Lincoln fleece on it. Some wouldn't like it, some would on it, but I do think it could be a little more uniform. Same way, our fourth U, fleece doesn't carry out quite as much with the luster. She doesn't walk out quite as free on those back hind legs that I'd like to see, but 4 really nice intermediate kind of ewe lambs.
Placing on the white Lincoln Senior U Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 17, Alpha Omega 7525, Callisto, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to entry 18, La Framboise 101, Elizabeth La Framboise, Stark City, Missouri. Third to entry 19, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4 to entry 16, Jackson Riker and Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana.
I think an exceptional set of fitted Hampshire Rams to start this ring off with. I think the sheep that wins does so pretty handily. A sheep that's so correct in his lines and built so good up through his front end. And yet when he gets out and goes, he's sure long reaching off both sides of his skeleton. Great breed type. I think just a pretty logical place to start. The ram that we have next in line, I sure like his ruggedness of structure, his added bone work and foot size. He's sure extremely level and correct down his top line and muscular from behind as well. I wish he handled his hind leg just a notch more correctly. He's one that, for me, is a little bit uncoordinated, has a notch more set to his hock as well. The ram that we have here in third is one that just from the profile, standing still, is a sheep I really like. His added ruggedness, his stoutness of structure, and his masculinity. But he gets out and goes, and he's too straight there in the slope of his shoulder. He's one that's starting to buck over just a touch at his knee, and he's a little bit more constricted off both sides of his skeleton. The ram that we've got here in fourth is really the big heavyweight sheep, extremely large outlined and deep-sided. He's one that's a little bit slick-legged for me. He's one that when he gets out and goes, I wish had more width and true dimension out through his hip. And the ram we're going to round the class out with, sure, a long-bodied, extended sheep, one that I just wish was more opened up underneath.
We've got some nice lambs here in our young class on it. I'm going to start with the little lady's lamb there. It's probably the most complete lamb. Sometimes it may not be quite as attractive on it, or whether it's the fitting or whatever, but when she gets to stand in there, it walks out very freely. And that these first two in particular, those are the kind of fleeces that I like. You can disagree with me, but you get your hands on them. They're uniform. They're correct. You know, if you want to argue this type of crimp or that type of crimp, that's up to you. They've got the head and the style, and they've certainly got the luster and character in those fleeces and carry out. Third ewe gives up a little bit in that fleece in some places to get around our top two, but another very long lamb. She walks out very freely, and the fourth comes right along. We get into a little smaller lamb here, and then the other lamb, it's a nice lamb. She just doesn't walk out correctly enough on those rear legs and feet when she stands to suit me to come any higher, but certainly two very nice lambs to start the class with.
Placing on the class of White Lincoln Early Ewe Lambs. First place goes to entry 27, Raider 2206, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry number 20, Alpha Omega 2211, Rain, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Third to entry 28, Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. 4 to entry number 22, Katerina Solnikova. 5 to entry 26, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 6th place to entry 23, Ari Michaela Laney McCaffrey, Gruel Patton, Ridgeway, Ohio. 7 to Kate Hinkle, entry 25. Kate is from El Paso, Illinois. 8th place to entry 29, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 9 to entry number 21, Andrew Anderson. And 10 to entry 24, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana.
In our Hampshire February Ram Lambs, I think a nice sheep to start with in terms of his correctness of lines. He's a sheep that when he stops and sets is so good down through his chest floor, really neat and clean at the base of his shoulder and correct in his lines. He's a sheep that I'd like to see more masculine and stout in his bone work, but I think a sheep that's really good in his basic build. The ram that I have here in second is one from his hip forward I really, really like. Extremely rugged, really powerful in his design. He's a sheep that's certainly more correct in his rib cage as well. It's just when he gets out and goes, that sheep just doesn't have near enough reach and flexibility off the rear portion of his skeleton. He's one that really wants to drop his dock and get tight there at his hock as well. The ram that we have here in third is extremely long-bodied and extended. He's a sheep that's sure correct down his top line as well. That one just comes at me and goes away too narrow underneath. I wish that sheep had more power and dimension, especially through the lower portion of his rib cage. The ram that we have here in fourth is certainly bolder there in his forerib and does have a shot more bone. I'd just like to change the way his front wheels go. He's really soft there at his pastern and splaying out. And then the ram we're going to round the drive out with, extremely extended sheep and deep-bodied, just one that's too narrow and flat for me.
For our Hampshire show in the fitted division, our January class of Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 4, Charland Farms, 2213, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to entry 6, Crazy H Club Lambs, 22-6, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Third to entry number 7, Tinley Spoonster, Eloa, Missouri. 4 to entry number 5, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 5 to entry 3, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. Placing on the February fitted Ram Lamb class, first place to Ellie Hansen, entry 14, Woodburn, Oregon, with Charland Farms, 2245. Second place to entry 11, Plaza Hamps, 1624, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Third to entry 15, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 9, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry number 13, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. 6 to entry 10, Ainsley, Hadley, and Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana.
on the Hampshire fitted ram side as we round out this division. I think a nice sheep to start with in terms of his power and ruggedness and still his elevation up through his front end. He's a sheep that sure runs uphill and his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's a long profiling sheep that I sure like his added stoutness down at the ground as well. Ram that we have here in second is one that I like the correctness of his lines more than the sheep directly ahead of him. I think he's one that's more uniform in his body depth, particularly back through his flank. For me, when that sheep gets out and goes, though, he just needs to be longer stepping off both ends of his skeleton. Ram that we're going to put here in third is extremely extended up through his front end, really runs uphill. That sheep's just entirely too straight for me, really short stepping off both ends of his skeleton. And the ram we're going to round the class out with, a long-bodied sheep, one that just has too much set and is uncoordinated off the rear portion of his skeleton.
You Dorset breeders must like marathons. And I just have to go ahead and pay a huge compliment to all of you exhibitors for going through and bringing 22 of them out in that class. I think maybe there was more than that. But anyway, as it turns out, it was an incredible class from top to bottom. And again, it's just one guy's opinion. So if you didn't do well today, do not give up the ghost. Go through and consider what you have, evaluate what you have, you know what you have, and continue to go ahead and drive yourself in the right direction, because the depth in this class was phenomenal, and you're to be commended, number one, to be here at the highest level of competition and at the same time having great genetics. Again, I really commend all of you. Lamb that again has impressed from the beginning. A female that when we go through and we look at her, she's driven in her front end. She stands on a ton of bone. She's real deep in through her rear flank. She's got a nice underline to her. She's dead level in her top. She's the widest pin set ewe in the class. She's got the widest stifle in the class. We could talk about other things, but I'll tell you is that those are the things that she was the best at. And so that's where we're going to go. And I think that, again, she continued to get, in my eyes, better and better as the contest went on. This team went through and kept her together, and I think really put this sheep into a real great situation. She's really a good one. I think that she really deserves the win today. Female that we've got in second, young lady, did a phenomenal job of going through and sticking this sheep. Real square-footed sheep. One of the better producing kind of sheep that really has some gainability. She's jacked in the front, really long-bodied, level in through that hip. Again, I think really put a ton of pressure on our class winner today. I think she could have easily gone through and won this one. I think she goes through and has a tad better breed type about her. I liked, again, her pink nose and her shorter ear. Female that goes through and still has white hooves, and again, I think she really goes through and is really a good one. I think she just gives up a notch in rump structure. That was the only thing that would make a difference. I'd like to maybe jack up her business just a little bit to go ahead and move up. Probably, no, not probably, by far the youngest female in the class is next. And again, I think that there was, when you go through and you check the mouth on this sheep, she is like, gee, couldn't she be in a younger class, because she's youthful. And when you go through and you look at that youthfulness, it goes through and works for her advantage. She's really clean in through that front, and she's the lightest conditioned female in the entire class. Yet at the same time, when you go through and put your hands on her, she is rocked in her top. She really goes through and she's full behind the shoulders there. She carries that uniformity of width clear on out to the dock. She's got a nice width of stifle. She stands on a perfect set of feet and legs. Just a high-quality female with excellent breed type, and so she goes through and has to rugged through a lot of bigger sheep to go ahead and come on up and make it into that third hole. Congratulations. Next ewe in class in fourth. Again, another one of those bigger, higher producing kind of females that stands on a tremendous amount of bone. She's really neatly laid into her shoulder, real level in her top line, little bit higher in through her loin from time to time. And again, that could be, you never know, a hull here could cause that. So again, just a subtle difference. I'd like to maybe check up, have her business come up a little bit higher up into that dock. I think, again, just give her a little more look on the weather side of things to go and be competitive. Really nice female. And again, a tremendous amount of depth in this class. So again, congratulations. Young man does a phenomenal job. This is a great team going through and presenting this ewe lamb. She's one of the power ones that has a lot of body and bone and substance. A female that balances up really well. She's just a little bit shorter in her overall body length, and that's why she sits in this location. Congratulations on a great class.
Okay, we're moving down in our age groups on it to our young lambs here. We've got a ewe that I think comes to the top pretty easily on the class. She's certainly strong down that top line, very correct out over that rump. On it, walks out good on her feet and legs, and has a nice lustrous uniform fleece when you get in there. Our second lamb gives up a little bit maybe in her size and scale, but she's got a very beautiful fleece to her. You have to appreciate that from front to rear. She's correct behind those shoulders. The ewe in third on it gives up a little bit in that area. She's got just a wonderful lustrous fleece to get your hands on, but I just like to strengthen her up a little behind those in her front shoulders and carry her out a little. Our fourth ewe gives up a little in her size and scale. She's long, but she just doesn't have quite the thickness you'd like to see. Doesn't carry out quite as good as some of the other ewes on it, but she's another nice fleece ewe. Then we have a very young ewe in here in our top five on it, another really nice fleece ewe. She just you know, that's the way it is. She's probably and appears to be one of or the youngest ewes out here, other than the sixth ewe on it. But a ewe that's going to come on and probably make a very good yearling and good fleeces, as far as the other two are also very nice fleeced.
Placing on the Hampshire class of March Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 18, Spoonster 2230, Tinley Spoonster, LA, Missouri. Second place to entry 16, Mum 2248, Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to Bobbendreyer Boys 2243, Bobbendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 4 to entry number 21, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Our champion Ram was first out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry 4, Charland Farms 2213, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Reserve champion was second in that same class, Crazy H Club Lambs 226, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on our white Lincoln Late ewe lamb class, first place went to Kate Hinkle with entry 32, Hinkle 348. Kate is from El Paso, Illinois. Second to entry 31, Buckshot 2217, Laurie Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third place to entry 33, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4 to entry 34, Elizabeth LaFramboise, Stark City, Missouri. 5 to entry 36, Mallory Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. 6 to Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, entry 30. And 7 to entry number 35, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placing on the Class 25A Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to entry number 136, Menon Club Lambs, 5054, Kayla, Cade, and Kinsey Menon, Walton, Indiana. Second to entry 131, Obsession Showstock 2111, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. Third place to entry number 124, Elizabeth Prozig, Lisbon, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 145, Morgan Garrison, Connorsville, Indiana. 5 to entry 119, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 6 to 118, Addie Laney and Lexi Pop, Sharon, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 130, Cora Bartram, Greentown, Indiana. 8th place to 122, Braxton Young, Emporia, Kansas. 9 to entry 142, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. 10 to entry 149, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. 11 to entry 139, Clay Haddon, Reelsville, Indiana. 12 to 123, Hattie Hobbs, Bath Springs, Tennessee. 13th place to 133, Samuel Lehman, Philadelphia, Tennessee. 14 to 132, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. And 15th place to 150, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana.
We're not going to beat our pairs to death on it. Basically, as I think as everybody does, I'm looking for the two that probably match the most as far as their breed type. We've got some exceptionally strong ones in some of these pairs, and then we've got some that sometimes need a little help on it in pairs and groups classes. So I'm not sure that it's all that important, but I think we've got the two ewes that certainly are structurally the same on it, and their fleeces are beautifully matched. In fact, second and third are also in that way. A little variation down here, and we've got ones that we talked about in the individuals and why they're not going to be any higher. But I think we have a really nice pair of clean-headed, upstanding white Lincolns with beautiful matching fleeces.
I think an interesting top end of the Hampshire yearling ewes on this side. The ewe that wins, I think, does so pretty handily. As we think about one that can combine some flexibility and structural integrity with look from the profile, I think she's a logical place to start. She's one that sure runs uphill, gets out and goes off both ends of her skeleton, still really level and correct in her top line as well. ewe that we have here in second is one that initially I thought I'd run with, really rugged in her bone work and powerful through her center body. A really stout-featured, wide-built female that I like her added breed type as well. For me, she's just too straight in the slope of her shoulder, starting to buck over just a touch at her knee, but a female that I really like her added dimension. Conversely, on the other end of the spectrum, the ewe here in third is one that's so good in terms of her basic build and structure. She's the one that of the top 5 might be the most flexible off both ends. Really correct in her top line. Just like to give her a shot more dimension through the center portion of her body, but a really nice female here in third. The ewe that we have here in fourth, a really long-bodied female, exceptionally long out of the rear portion of her skeleton as well. I just wish she had more mass and hooked up the notch more correctly right behind her shoulder. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, extremely powerfully built female, just like to neaten her up down through her chest floor.
For the White Lincoln Show, placings on our pair of ewe lamb class. First place goes to Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. Second place to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 4, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. And 5 to Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry 26, Sullivan, 2118, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. Second place to entry number 30, Bobbendreyer Boys, 2142, Bobbendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. Third to entry 28, Jenna Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 29, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 5 to entry 23, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 6th place to 24, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 27, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. And 8 to entry 31, Brooke Hershey.
Okay, again, in our White Lincolns, let's give our young exhibitors a nice hand. They've brought out a nice set of sheep, and been a pleasure to work with. We've got, I think, 8 excellent ewes out here on it. I liked them. I liked all their fleeces. They're all sound. They're all correct. They all walk out good on their feet and legs. To me, I'm going to congratulate our champion in reserve, and I think it's pretty easy. My yearling ewe is going to be the champion ewe. My fall ewe lamb is going to be the reserve on it. These are just, they're the kind of fleeces I like. They're the kind of bodies I like. They're just the kind of sheep I like, and I think they're really excellent Lincoln ewes, and I think they're certainly not to take anything away, particularly from our second yearling, but they just, they're the same pattern, and they're going to be your champion in reserve.
For the White Lincoln Show, our champion ewe went to our first place in the yearling ewe class, entry 11, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio, with Freeze 21028. The reserve champion was first in the senior ewe lamb class, entry 17, Alpha Omega 7525, Callisto, Sydney McAllister, West Manchester, Ohio. We are now ready for Best White Fleece. Lincoln, Best White Fleece.
In our second class of Hampshire yearling ewes, I think kind of an interesting top three to sort through. The ewe that I chose to win in terms of her ruggedness and bone work or breed type, I think she's a really nice female. She's easily the most correct down her top line. She's the strongest right behind her shoulder and the levelest out of her hip. I wish she was more flexible on the go, but I think that one's basic build in terms of her ruggedness and dimension and correctness of lines makes her a nice place to start. The ewe that we have next in line is obviously a larger outline female. She's one that really runs uphill. I like her strength down her top line. She's really level out of her hip as well. It's her underline that concerns me some. She's one that's too deep in her chest in relation to her flank, and I'd sure like to just open her up through the rear portion of her rib. The ewe that we've got next in line is another one that's extremely long-bodied and extended. I'd like to change the way she handles her rear portion of her skeleton. She wants to roll her hock some and just get a little bit uncoordinated on the go. The ewe that we have next in line, I think, is a notch wider chested than the two females directly above her. She's one that I think is better in her rib cage than the two females above her as well. I'd like to change that one's skeleton, though, some. She's too straight through her shoulder. She's one that's a little bit tight and posty there at her hock as well. And then really a large outline female that's got great depth of body here in fifth. I'd just like to change her out of her hip and square her up there from the hock to ground.
Placing on Class B of the fitted yearling ewes for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry 36, Meyer 2130. Kinsey Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 41, Mum 2187 RR, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third place to entry 39, Bo Mum. 4 to entry number 34, Bobbendreyer boys, Sam and Nate Bobbendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 5 to entry 33, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. Sixth place to entry 35, Ainsley, Hadley, and Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. 7 to Blaney Woods, entry number 40. And 8 to entry number 38, Carly Odell, Muncie, Indiana. For the White Lincoln Show, the white best fleeced animal came out of our yearling U class. Entry number 13, Raider 2118, Jalen DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Now ready for white young flock for the Lincoln Show.
Another excellent set of ewe lambs brought out in our slick class or division, and again, might have broke a little bit of type in comparison to some of the other classes, but a ewe lamb that I really like on a side view profile big time. Female that's extremely driven in through that front end. She's neat and tidy in through that shoulder. She's very feminine about that head and neck. She's super long bodied, really long from that last rib back. Dead level in her top line, one of the greener ewe lambs in the entire class. I think she's got a strong future down the line, either as a slick or as a fitted. I think she can go ahead and kind of go both directions. I think that's where some people will go through and question me, and that's fine. And as it turns out, I just think that she's a darn good sheep that stands on a lot of bone, and then she really balances up extremely pretty. The female that's in second, yes, she does have more substance of bone and probably a little more total dimension as far as muscle and mass. She's also carrying a little more condition than some of the other ewe lambs in this class as well. And so you go through it, is this manufactured shape or is this happens to be real shape? So I think, again, when you look at her design, she is stout. She's stout in her top line. She's level out through her hip. She's wide in through that stifle. She stands on a tremendous amount of bone, and so she deserves every right to go ahead and be up here in the top go. And that's where, again, she deserves to be here because all of those things, she's got power, she's got mass, she's got substance, and so she goes through and ends up in second. The ewe lamb in third place, that one's a pretty one. I really like her. She's really up-fronted in her front end. She's really proud. She's got excellent Dorset breed type about her. She's real pink, and she's got a nice short ear. She's got some wool on those ears. And again, a female that's got some levelness and straightness and squareness out through that rump structure. If I could change her, I'd just like to stretch her a little bit in total body length. I think she's built right. I just like personally to see her longer. And so again, I don't think that's a big criticism. I just say I'd like a little more. And so she's really pretty. I think she's got some great, a great future, and that she's going to end up going through and be ultra competitive down the line. In fourth place, again, another really nice ewe lamb that maybe is a little more close to 12 o'clock in time. She's a female that goes through and has a lot of levelness and smoothness. Female that's very square-footed, a sheep that's got excellent breed type about her. Again, a female that maybe just could have a little more power in through muscle and through her backside to go ahead and move up the line. Excellent ewe lamb, also in fifth place. A ewe lamb that maybe's got a little more smut about her nose, but a female that's real level, real square. We'd like to stouten her up in her overall stifle width and depth, and I think she could go ahead and move up the line as well. Congratulations.
On our young flock, I'm just, looking for the ones. These are four nice groups of sheep on it from top to bottom, and somebody's got to be first and somebody's got to be fourth. And I'm just looking for the three that I don't expect my ram fleece to look exactly like my ewe fleeces, but I like my ewe fleeces in a group to match on it. They all walk out good. I think that's the reason that they're standing first. In the second, there's an animal in there I really like. There's a couple that aren't quite as strong on it, and those are fleeces or head types, but I like them all to match, and that's just the way I see them flow together today.
Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb class, I think a logical place to start in terms of a large outline female that's still correct in her lines. I think she's the one that has a class advantage in terms of breed type as well. And I think she's the one that's sure got plenty of rib shape and chest width as well. The ewe that we have second, I like her at a depth of body. She's really deep in uniform from her forerib back through her flank. She's just a notch too refined in her bone work for me. We have next in line is another one that I really like for her correctness of lines and her boldness through her forerib. She's a notch too slick-legged for me. And the ewe we're going to round the class out with is obviously the large outline, most extended ewe of the drive. She's just a notch too exotic for me.
Placing on the White Lincoln Young Flock class, first place goes to Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. Second place to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Third place, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. 4 to Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the class of winter, second class of winter ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets in the Slickshorn division. First place goes to entry 171, Cameron Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Char Mason D2023. Second place to 177, Grandview Show Stock 2236, Lindsay Poole, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Third place to goes to entry 69, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth place to 158, Lindsay Eddy. Fifth place to 166, Braxton Young, Emporia, Kansas. 6 to 154, Emily Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Seventh place to 168, Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer, Cooper Leininger, Akron, Indiana. Eighth place to entry 153, Landon Booley, Silver Lake, Indiana. 9 to entry number 143, Kaylee Draper, Donaldton, Florida. 10 to 172, Derek Reed or Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 11th place to 157, Megan Rowe, Connorsville, Indiana. 12 to 155, Lane Vander Linden, Knoxville, Iowa. 13 to 176, Derek Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 14 to 174, Reese Gorman, Somerville, Oregon. And 15 to 170, Catherine Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. We are now ready for Lincoln Natural Colored Early Ram Lambs. Early Ram Lambs, natural colored Lincolns. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class fitted for the Hampshire show. First place goes to entry 42, held 21-4249, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. Second place to entry 45, Taylor Stock 1110, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Third to entry 44, Ansley, Hadley, and Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to entry 43, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Our senior champion went to entry number 26 out of the fitted yearling U class, the Ehrlich division, Tinley Spoonster. Eolia, Missouri with Sullivan 2118. And the reserve senior champion went to entry number 36, the late yearling U class winner, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2130.
Well, as we move into the colored Lincolns, we didn't have any senior or fall ram lambs on it. We're starting with their intermediates. We just have three ram. We have three very nice rams as far as their correctness and their sound on their feet and legs and mouths and the things that we look at. We're going to start with the ram. He certainly profiles the longest, and the length it doesn't deceive you. It's where it should be. Very uniform kind of a fleece from front to rear. Ram in second follows along. He gives up a little bit in his pattern. He gives up a little bit in the strength down his top line and out through his rump on it, but another nice fleece ram. Third ram just shortens up in that pattern quite a bit to get around our first two, but again, another nice fleece kind of a ram that you certainly want in your colored Lincolns on it.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Early Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 37, Reed 2206 AI, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 39, Buckshot 2207, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third to entry 38, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois.
What a real nice set of ewe lambs, and again, there were a lot of really good ones that I excused out of another big class. But again, females that again were in this class really were good, and female that really intrigued me right from the beginning is the ewe lamb we're starting with. Very youthful appearing, real nice handling sheep that goes through and has a tremendous amount of natural thickness and muscling, at the same time very dead level in her hip structure. She's real flat in through that rump, carries that pin set way up onto the up in her top, and then we go through and we find that she's really square-footed, just a really nicely balanced ewe lamb that shows a tremendous amount of quality. The ewe lamb in second, again, if somebody wanted to go ahead and say she's more production-oriented, I'd go through and agree with you that she might be one that goes through and has more size and skeleton and pounds per day of age, and I would go ahead and believe you. She does go through and have a little more condition on her, especially in through that lower third of her body cavity. A female that, if we were to go ahead and talk about great things, she has a ton of bone and substance, great shape down her top line. Again, not quite the overall style and balance that we see in the ewe lamb that we go through and start. The ewe lamb in third, that's again another real eye-appealing, jack-fronted kind of sheep that goes through and has a lot of length of body. She's real square out through that rump structure, carries a tremendous amount of squareness on those feet and legs, really pretty in through that front end. That's what makes her get up into this top go along with the power she has in her top line. Again, really nice female. Next ewe lamb, also a real nice ewe lamb that goes through and has a tremendous amount of thickness down her top. She carries that down to that hip structure really well. She's real square-footed, not standing that way right this moment, but at the same time, a female that goes through and has a lot of quality as well. We finish up with one of the younger appearing females in this class that's really clean in her design, real pretty and through that front end, really long in her overall body length. Again, excellent set of females. Congratulations.
On the Hampshire side, I think a really logical female to start with. She's one that's easily the most flexible of the top drive out here. She's the one that's the best in her rib shape as well, and she's the one that I sure like her breed type. I think just a really logical place to start. You that we've got next in line, I think most closely follows her in terms of her strength at top line, her muscularity right behind her shoulder, and her levelness out of her hip. She's one that I'd like to square up there from hock to ground from behind and maybe give her just a shot more flank, but I think her basic build follows our class winner the most closely. You that's the most attractive from the profile is here in third. When she's just standing there, I think she's really elegant up through her front end. You sure have to appreciate her out of her hip and hind leg. It's just when she gets out and goes, she gets really tight through her spine and wants to get under herself some with her hind leg. You we have next in class is one that I like her boldness of forerib and her skeletal width. She's one that I'd really like to square up the way she stands on her front too, and consequently doesn't take near as nice of a stride out of her front end. And then you were going to round the top five out with is one that I like her ruggedness and power. She's one though that I'd like to give her more slope to her shoulder and allow her to give more reach off both ends of her skeleton.
Oh, we just have the three in the young class. We're going to start with the a good long frame, good solid ram. He's very nice fleece. I would like to maybe clean him up a little bit on those back pasterns, but he's certainly walking good enough to suit me. Little Lamb in second, probably the nicest fleece lamb here, and certainly the most correct as far as walking out on those feet and pasterns of the three. Just gives up so much in his size and scale today. Come back as yearlings, and who knows. Ram in third, you really like the Ram this way profiled, but he just doesn't walk out free enough on those back legs or set up to suit me to get around our other two Rams.
Placing on the class of natural colored Lincoln late Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 40, Chaotic 2223, Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. Second place to Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri, with Laframboise 112. Third place to entry 42, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. We've got four nice natural colored Lincolns out here. To me, we have a pretty easy champion. That's going to be our first place in our intermediate, or what we call our early spring lambs, I guess, on it. This Ram puts it all together for me on it today as far as the way he walks out free on those feet and legs. He's got a good upstanding in his head and down through his shoulders. He's very smooth and correct. And he has a nice uniform fleece on it. It's not showing in a real long fleece today, which is neither here nor there on it, but what you see is what you get. Very close on our second here, but we're going to use our late spring lamb on it. We said what we didn't like and what we did like about both of them through the day, but I think that he certainly has the fleece and that to go along and be your reserve champion. In our natural colored Lincoln show, our champion Ram goes to the first place in the early Ram Lamb class, entry 37, Reed 2206 AI, Lukeman, Whiteheath, Illinois. Reserve champion went to entry 40, Water from Chaotic 2223, Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. For the Hampshires, our January fitted ewe lamb class, first place went to entry 55, Annie 0132, Aaron Halloran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second place to entry 58, 7 Mile 22005, Montana Moon, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Third to entry 51, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 4 to entry 50, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to 53, Bobendreyer boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6th place to 56, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 7th place to 46, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 8 to 47, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 9 to 54, Lila and Lucas Banks, Greenfield, Ohio. 10 to 49, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First to Cameron Lake, entry 171. Cameron's from Norwich, Ohio, with Char Mason D 2023. Second to Lindsay Poole, entry 177. Lindsay's from Fort Atkins, Wisconsin, Grandview stock 2236.
Real nice ewe lamb class to go through and sort. Ewe lamb that really puts all the good things together for me today. Starts today, a female that's really neat in through her shoulder. She's extended through that neck. She's long and level in her top line, real clean in through that lower third of her body cavity, and at the same time stands on a great set of feet and legs. Excellent breed type about her. Female that just really comes to the top pretty easy for me. The ewe that's most like her is sitting here in second. A female that, again, goes through and has a lot of smoothness and balance to her. A female that's neatly laid in through that shoulder, long and level in her top line. She's pretty good on those feet and legs. If I could change her, I'd like to go ahead and see a little more outside muscle to her stifle and maybe a tad more bone. But at the same time, a female that goes through and has a great look to her, great side view profile. Just a really nice ewe lamb to go ahead and come in that second hole. Ewe in third place, again, more extended kind of sheep. She's really tall at the point of the shoulder. She's level in her top line. Maybe not quite the overall look that we see in the ewe that goes through, the ewes that go through and start the class. But again, a female that, again, has some balance and eye appeal, levelness and straightness. And she fits into that third hole really handily. Next in line, again, a female that's got some mass and muscle down her top. A female that's relatively level. She's a little lower fronted kind of female, has a little more predisposition to a little more conditioning on her, but a female that's got some squareness, levelness, and straightness that will definitely drive her program in the right direction. Then in fifth place, again, another longer level made kind of sheep that goes through and has some stretch. She's one of the longer hind-saddled females in the class. She doesn't have quite the muscle and mass that we see as in our top-end ewes. But again, nice female. Congratulations.
Interesting set of Hampshire ewe lambs over here on the fitted side. The ewe lamb I chose to start with, I think, does so pretty handily. Her basic build and flexibility is sure the standard of the class. She's the one that's the most correct in her lines. She's the one that when they get out and go, she's easily the most flexible, most correct in her top line. I think a pretty logical place to start. Still really fresh and youthful in her look as well. The rugged ewe of the drive is here in second. I like her added stoutness of structure and power, her added bone work and muscularity. She's one that I really like her skeletal width. She, though, compared to the ewes on either side of her, is just a notch more compact. I'd like to see her neck come out of the top of her shoulder just a notch more correctly, but still I think functionally a really nice female. The ewe in here in third is one that I really like for her body type. Her rib cage is so good. She's sure wedged the right way in terms of how flat and smooth she is through her shoulder and gets progressively wider out through her dock. For me, that sheep's just a notch too frail at the ground. I'd like to see her stouter in her bone work. The ewe that we have here in fourth is easily my favorite when she's just standing there. I think that sheep's so great in her design when she's on the profile. The way she runs uphill, her breed type, and her basic build is so good. But man, when these girls get off of her, that sheep just wants to fall apart. She's one that's way too tight in her spine for me, and when she gets out and goes, really struggles off both ends. And the ewe we're going to round the top five out with, I sure like her added skeletal width and power, really massive through the center portion of her body. Just like to see her with more reach out of her front end.
Placing on the Dorset Slick Shorn class A of spring ewe lambs, first place went to entry 186, Silversmith Bunny, 2248. Wyatt, Nash, and Brooklyn, Nixon, and Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 191, Fisher Family Club Lambs, 2225, Cashin and Brecken Nelson, Tribune, Kansas. Third place, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 190, Peyton Harker, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 5 to entry number 192, Amelia Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. 6th place to entry number 196, Chase Maddox, Greenfield, Indiana. 7th place to entry number 188, Hattie Hobbs, Bass Springs, Tennessee. 8 to entry 187, Madison Shade, Ocala, Florida. 9 to 189, Madison Braun, Deltona, Florida. And 10 to 185, Kirsten Rexing, Fort Branch, Indiana. Placing on the Slick Shorn Spring ewe lamb class B, first place to entry number 207, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, with Priscilla S., 2285. Second place to 204, Callan Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, with Charmason RCD, 2043. Third to entry 198, Hainsley Hatfield, Zanesville, Ohio. 4 to entry 197, Ella Janner, Harvey, Iowa. 5 to entry 212, Caleb Mahan, Huntsville, Arkansas. 6th place to entry 209, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. 7th place to 201, Jaslyn Hester, Valiant, Oklahoma. 8th place to 208, Jasper, Ireland, and Finn Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 9 to entry 203, Lucas Wilson, LaPorte, Indiana. And 10 to 213, Megan Brandt, Washington Courthouse, Ohio.
Okay.
What a beautiful set of Dorset slick ewes to go ahead and sort. And again, I've been really pleased with the quality that we've gone through and had out here in all these classes. And again, you breeders have done a phenomenal job. I think, again, it comes down to a couple that really have intrigued me from the beginning, and without going through and re-talking about a lot of these sheep, I'll go out and I'll congratulate both your champion and our reserve champion females. Again, congratulations to each one of you.
All right, well, real quick on our yearling ewes. I think we've got 7 really nice yearling ewes out here. I told the young ladies, I mean, this ewe just caught my eye when they brought her out, and when I handled her and when I looked at her fleece. She wins the class quite easily on it. The second and third a little closer. I believe our second ewe follows the pattern of her first ewe a little bit better on it. She carries that length out over that rump a little better than her ewe in third, although this ewe is a lot more correct than she's actually standing there across that top when you get a hold of her on it. She wants to kind of pull up a little bit for the young men on it, and I don't hold that against it, but she's just not quite as long as her pattern. Then we've got 2 ewes that do give up some in their size and scale on it. They give up some in their bone structure. They're still very nice fleeced. They're not quite as uniform as our top 3 ewes from front to rear down in there as far as in the crimp, and they don't have quite the luster, particularly as our first ewe. We have 2 more ewes over here that are still nice fleeces. They walk out. They're giving up a little, particularly one of them in their bone and whatever, to come up any higher, but a really nice ewe to start the class.
For our Slickshorn Dorset show, our champion ewe went to entry number 86 out of Class A of the Slickshorn yearling ewes. Obsession Showstock 1001, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. The reserve champion came from the Class A of the Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs. Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, on Silversmith Bunny 2248. Placing on the Hampshire fitted February class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 65, Rabbit Creek 2202, Jillian Hill, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to entry 71, LNL 0008, Lila and Lucas Banks, Greenfield, Ohio. Third place to entry number 66, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. 4 to entry 68, Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 5 to entry number 60, Bobendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer, Pipestone, Minnesota. 6 to entry 61, Bobendreyer Boys, Sam and Nate Bobendreyer. 7 to entry number 69, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. 8th place to entry number 62, Kaylee Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. 9 to entry 64, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 10 to entry 72, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
As we wrap up the Fitted Hamp show, I think a really logical place to start. I think this ewe really combines some added extension and frame size and power. I think she's a sheep that's so good in her forerib. She's sure bold enough in her rib cage for me. Plenty of skeletal width as she goes away, and I think one that's really flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Ewe we've got here in second is sure my kind in terms of her basic build, her added ruggedness and power. Really a wide-built female that's extremely level down her top line. If we could just lift her up in her chest floor a notch, get her neck to come out of the top of her shoulder more correctly, I think that'd be a female that'd be real tough to get around. Ewe we have next in line is one that I really like for her added extension and lateness and maturity. She really runs uphill. I just wish her underline would stay more uniform in relation to her top line, give her a shot more flank and fill back through her rear rib and flank. The ewe we've got next in line I think is really similar in terms of her chest width and depth and in her forerib. She's one too that I'd like to see just a notch more rear rib and flank, and I'd like to square her up out of her dock and give her a notch more dimension from behind. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with is really extended and elegant up to her front end. I just wish she had more power down at her base.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the fitted Hampshire show, first place, we've done those. Placing on the yearling ewes for the natural colored Lincoln show, first place goes to entry 46, Camille, Freeze 21053, Katie M. Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 45, Freeze 21027, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 48, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. 4 to entry 47, Katerina Solnikova, Waterford, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 49, Caleb, Kara, and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. 6 to entry 44, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. And 7 to entry number 43, Margot Johnson, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the class of March fitted ewe lambs for the Hampshire's first place goes to entry 79, Herrig, 1337, Vanessa Herrig, Burbank, South Dakota. Second place to entry 85, LNL 0010, Lila and Lucas Banks, Greenfield, Ohio. Third place to entry 81, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 4 to entry number 83, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 5 to entry 78, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. 6th place to 82, Tinley Spoonster, Eolia, Missouri. 7 to entry 76, Dylan Klug, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 8 to 75, Blaney Woods, Tonganoxie, Kansas. 9 to entry 77, Vanessa Herrig, Burbank, South Dakota. And 10 to entry 80, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
On our intermediates, I think our ewe lambs flow together pretty nicely for me. I think we've got a really nice, correct kind of a pattern ewe. She's really nice in that fleece from front to rear. On the state, not showing a lot of staple today, but she's clean up through that head and down through the shoulders, and her fleece is uniform from front to rear. Second ewe follows her right along. The way she's fitted maybe looks a little square out in the dock, but she's not. They're about comparable, and she gives up a little bit in her size and scale. Third ewe, a very pretty ewe. You have to appreciate the extension of that neck down through there. Another really nice fleece ewe, a very straight, correct ewe. She's not quite as long in some places to get around her top two. And we got a ewe that you really have to like the fleece, but she's given up a little strength behind those shoulders to suit me to get up in the top three. Then we got two lambs down here, little younger kind of lambs on it. They tail off a little bit, but as far as their fleeces go, they're very uniform. They've got a lot of luster in them. They got a lot of breed type. They just don't have the size and scale in relevant proportions to place any higher.
For our Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe went to our first place out of the February fitted ewe lamb class. That was Rabbit Creek 2202, Jillian Hill, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve junior champion came from the March and later born fitted ewe lamb class, Vanessa Herrig, Burbank, South Dakota, with Herrig 1337. Now showing for overall grand and reserve grand champion fitted ewe for the Hampshire show. placing on the early class of ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Lincoln Show. First place goes to entry 55, Raider 2219, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 54, Raider 2214, also Luke Mumm. Third place to entry number 53, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4 to entry 51, Katerina Solnikovic, Waterford, Ohio. 5 to entry 50, Zoe Amons of Chelsea, Vermont. And 6th place to entry 52, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio.
two, two really nice fall ram lambs to go ahead and work with in our Horn Dorset division. And the ram that goes through and starts, I mean, he's an easy winner for us today. A real big extended ram that's really long and level in his top line. Measures extremely well from that last grip back. Stands on a great set of feet and legs. Beautiful horn set on this ram. Real excellent breed type. He's a handy winner for us today. The ram in second is no slouch by any means. A ram that, again, balances up extremely well. He's very smooth in through his shoulder. He's long and level in his top line. Exceptionally long from that last grip back. A ram that's very masculine about his head. Great horns on him as well. And again, a ram that has high quality. Again, congratulations.
We're going to start off in our younger baby lamb class, I think, with a lamb that pretty well floats to the top. She's long, she's correct. She might move just a little freer on those legs, but she's fine to suit me. I like the extension in her neck, and I certainly like the fleece. You come in our second, probably the youngest lamb in the class, but one of the best fleeces in the class, and on the strength of that, she comes up into second hole pretty easily when you put everything together. The ewe in third gives up some in her fleece a little bit on it. She does a little bit not as strong maybe down that top as we'd like to see. And then we've got a lamb that shortens up here a little bit, but nice fleece. And our last lamb, I'd really like to move the lamb up higher, but for me today, she's just not carrying the kind of fleece I'm looking for in our Lincolns, black or white.
Two real nice ram lambs to work with in our horn division, and ram lamb that starts our class a little more driven in through his front end. He's real long and level in his top line, super clean in through that lower third of his body cavity, and he travels pretty well, and I really like his breed type about him, so he goes through and wins our class today. The ram in second, he is the more massive muscled sheep ram that's got a lot more expression down his top. He's super thick and very muscular, a little deeper bodied kind of sheep. I think at the same time, I think he might be a little quicker in his growth curve in relationship to the ram that we're starting with. Again, two really nice bucks. Congratulations.
Well, as I said in our whites, in these pairs of ewe lambs, I'm looking for not necessarily just the strongest lamb, but the strongest two that go together. I don't expect them when they're out of different classes necessarily to be the same size on it, but these do fairly well match up. I think we have an easy pair to start with as far as matching their fleeces. Second and third pair also flow together pretty well in fleeces. I kind of like the ones in the second a little bit better. These lambs in third, the one is certainly a stronger, stretchier lamb, but she's got some weight to carry with her partner there. And the same thing here, we've got a more superior lamb and a lamb that gives up some things to go up any higher in the pairs.
What a really nice buck lamb in our spring buck lamb horned ram division here. So again, ram that again, when you look at him, he goes through and stands on a perfect set of feet and legs. He's really smooth in through that shoulder. He's extended in that neck. He's dead level in his top line, got a real good hip in him. And at the same time, I think he's got an added bonus. He's got a little more openness to his horn set. A ram that I think just it really is a high quality ram that walks around that ring with a lot of presence. Congratulations.
For the Pole Dorsets in the fitted fall ram lamb class, first place went to entry 2. Paul R. Castle 6035, Keaton Snips and Connor Barnes of West Liberty, Ohio. Second place to entry 1, ALAM 343, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the winter ram lamb class, first place to entry 3, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio, with shots 2696. Second place to entry number 4, ALAM 355, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the spring ram lamb class, first place to entry 5, Spring Hill Farms SHF 26AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana.
I think a really nice pair to start our slick-sheared Hampshire division. The sheep that I chose to start with, I really like his basic build and kind, his stoutness of structure and bone work, and yet when you get your hands on him, he's probably the one that hooks up the most correctly there behind his shoulder. In his rack shape, he's the freshest to the edge of his loin as well. And yet when that sheep gets out and goes, I really like his flexibility, and when he's set there, he's a sheep that sure runs uphill, has the right kind of underline for me. I think a pretty logical place to start. The sheep here in second is one that I really like his power out of his upper hip. He's a sheep that's really expressive over his rack as well, and he's sure stout down low. He's just a little bit higher twisted for me today. He's a sheep that's maybe just a little bit piecey right there behind his shoulder, but still a high-quality Hampshire ram. The sheep we have next in line is really a muscular ram. I really like his dimension, especially out of his upper hip and down through his lower leg. He's really powerful over his rack. But when you get back there to his loin edge, he's a little bit softer there to the edge of his loin, a little bit plainer. And when he gets out and goes, he's a little bit shorter, stepping off both ends of his skeleton as well. The real muscular sheep of the drive is here in fourth. Easily the stoutest ended, the biggest topped and thickest ended ram. I'd just like to neaten him up down there through his chest floor and at the point of his shoulder and see his top line tie together a notch more correctly as well. And then the ram we're going to round the top 5 out with is a sheep that I think has some unique pieces in terms of his stoutness of structure, his bone work down low, and his squareness out of his hip. I'd just like to open him up a notch there in his forerib.
Really nice set of rams out here for our Horn Dorset champion drive. And I think, again, each of these exhibitors have done an excellent job in presentation and brought out some high quality, high caliber kind of sheep. It comes down to just a couple for me that really kind of set my sights. And again, I'm always looking for sheep that are complete, they can travel, ones that can go through and be very functional. And I think that we certainly have options out here. And again, today, congratulations. I'll go ahead and reach out and congratulate both our champion and our reserve. Congratulations.
Maybe not. Okay, in our champion ewe and our natural colored Lincolns, I think we've got 6 nice individuals out here. I mean, obviously, I liked them in their classes. To me, it's really easy. Fell in love with this yearling ewe. I told the young ladies that after she won her class. She's going to be your champion. Much, much closer on her reserve with our 2 first lambs and her second yearling, but the fall lamb's going to be the reserve today.
You need anything? That's the mums from back home. Oh, that's a freeze you?
Yeah. Said it was.
These are mums from Illinois.
There wasn't one out there in this Blackburn. We ate out of the same crossover.
Cool. You need anything?
No, my wife just texted me and said, hey, our kitchen sink leaks. I thought I smelled something under there. I said, well, I can't smell worth a damn anyhow. I can only wait until now.
For our Lincoln show in the natural colored division, our champion ewe is on the yearling ewe, entry 46, Camille Freeze, 21053, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. The reserve champion went to the first in the early ewe lamb class, entry 55, Raider 2219, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the late ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincolns, first went to Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio, entry 57 with Buckshot 2226, second to entry 59, Laframboise 113, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. Third to 61, Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. 4 to entry 58, Katerina Solanovic, Waterford, Ohio. 5 to entry 60, Jackson Riker and Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. And fourth to Katerina Solanovic of Waterford, Ohio. For the Hampshires, in our fitted division, the grand champion ewe went grand champion fitted ewe went to entry number 65 out of class 12. Rabbit Creek 2202, Jillian Hill, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve champion came from the fitted yearling class A, entry 26, Sullivan 2118, Tinley Spoonster, Eola, Missouri. For the natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ewe was out of the yearling class, entry 46, Camille Freeze 21053, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Reserve champion came from the early ewe lamb class, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, on Raider 2219. For the Horn Dorset, our champion came from the fall Ram Lamb class, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, entry 2, West Liberty, Ohio, Paul R. Castle 5035. Reserve came from the spring Ram Lamb class, entry number 5, Spring Hill Farm, SHF 26AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. For the natural colored best fleece of the Lincoln show, first place goes to Laframboise 113, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class of Slickshorn Hampshires. First place goes to entry 90, Storms 1020. Olivia Ainsley and Brylan Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry 93, Hogger 22008, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 92, Noah Maddox, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 87, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 91, Elijah, Ezekiel, and Else Swanson, Mount Carmel, Illinois. 6 to entry 94, Ben Wagner, Edison, Ohio. 7 to entry 89, Norman Tuhuski, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 8 to 88, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina.
In the Hampshire ring, I think we've got a really nice sheep to start with, extremely powerful in his general build, a sheep that's really muscular there on the top side of his skeleton, and one that's sure got a lot of added dimension up through his upper hip and down through his lower leg. If I could change that sheep any, I'd like to square him up at his hock as he goes away from me, but I think other than that, that sheep does a lot of good things right. The ram we have here in second is one that's really complete in his kind. He's a sheep that doesn't overwhelm you in any one area. He's one that's good in his lines. He's sure correct enough. From behind, though, he just gets outmasked compared to sheep on either side of him. The most expressive sheep is here in third. He's one that's really powerful over his rack, extremely shapely from behind as well. I'd like to see that sheep tie together better there at the point of his shoulder and blend into his forearm more attractively, but sure, a sheep that in terms of the piece of muscle is unique in that regard. The ram that we have here in fourth is kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. He's one that's really long-bodied and extended. He's a sheep that sure still has plenty of width out of his upper hip. I'd just like to change him in his underline some. He's too deep in his chest in relation to his flank. And then the ram we're going to round out the top five with, really a massive sheep, big ribbed. I'd just like to make him a notch neater and more attractive from the profile.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Show Young Flock class, first place goes to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third place, Katerina Solanova of Waterford, Ohio. 4 to Kate Hinkle, El Paso, Illinois. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Hampshire show of the Slick Shorn division. First place to entry 97, Flanders VIP 2503, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry number 103, Storms 1024, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Third place to 101, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 4 to 95, Brody Payne, Agency, Missouri. 5 to 102, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. 6 to entry 100, Lewis Hick, Redbud, Illinois.
What a nice set of yearling ewes to go ahead and work with in our horn division. And when we go through and we look at all of the ewes, I mean, they're all built right, and the whole thing is it's a matter of, again, if you're going to put some size in skeleton or if you're going to pound them down, depending on what you're going to go through and do in your marketing base, you have a direction that you're going in. The ewe that goes through and puts a lot of nice things together for me is the ewe we're starting with today. She's real neat in through her shoulders. She's long and level in her top line. She's adequate on those feet and legs, and at the same time, she's broody, she's massive, she's got a ton of body. At the same time, real high quality head on this female. I think she really goes through and wins this one relatively easy. I think the ewe that's in second is really intriguing. When we go through and we look at the amount of body and mass and substance that she has, female that has a lot of maternal kind of things that you really can appreciate. I'd like to maybe go through and see her a little better on those front wheels and maybe go through and lift up her tail set just a little bit. But again, a female that really goes through and offers a ton of quality all the way through. The ewe that we go through and look at in third place, she's the real showy female. She's really neat and tidy in through that shoulder. She's level in her top line, super square on those feet and legs. At this stage of the game, I'd like to see her a little deeper bodied, have a little more body and rib and substance to go ahead and look like she's going to go ahead and lamb in the next month or so. And again, a female that I think just a little bit tucked up for me today. But boy, you got to appreciate that profile and that look and the levelness in her. Maybe you could go ahead and add a few more pounds to her to go ahead and make her a little more competitive in this class today. The ewe that we've got in third place, another one of those that we talked about in a previous individual, that she does have some rib and body and stretch to her. She's a little softer on those hind wheels today, and that's what goes through and puts her in four today, but a really beautiful brood ewe that I think's got a tremendous amount of possibilities in that breeding barn as well. Real pretty ewe in fifth place, probably one of the nicer fitted ones in this class. She's really clean and pretty in through her front end. She's level in her top line. I'd like to pull her neck up out of her shoulders just a little bit, see a little more extension that way, see a little more stretch to her, but she's really a nice ewe. Congratulations.
On the Hampshire side of things, the sheep that I chose to start with in this drive is one that I think is the most unique in his profile. He's a sheep that sure runs uphill and is attractive out of his hip and hind leg, but yet when you get right on top of him and handle this sheep, he's the most expressive there out of his rack, really fresh to the edge of his loin and expressive from the side. I think he's the sheep that kind of combines some added look from the profile with muscularity. I wish he was just a notch more flexible on the go, but other than that, I think that's a really high quality sheep. The Rams here in second and third are very differing in their kind. I chose to go with the sheep that I thought was more exotic in his forerib and front end. He's a sheep that I think is more unique in the way he's put together up front. He's a sheep that I sure think has enough muscularity as you get out of his hip, but I would like to see him fresher there on the top side of his skeleton, and he's a sheep that I'd like to see relax there in his loin as well. Ram next in line is really a wide-built, massive sheep, a lot of power and dimension in him, but along with this, he's more generic in his build up through his front end. He's a sheep that's a little bit plainer there down through his chest floor as well. Ram we have next in line is really one that's bold through the center part of his body. He's a sheep that's really flexible off both ends of his skeleton. I'd just like to see him fresher to the touch. He's a sheep that's a little bit rounder and plainer there to the edge of his loin, and I'd like to see him square out of his upper hip as well. And then the ram we're going to round the drive out with, really a shapely sheep, a lot of muscularity in him. He's one that I'd just like to see tie together more correctly down his top line.
Placings on the class of February Slickshorn Hampshire Ram Lambs. First place to entry 111, Johnson 22214, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 112, Hogger 22113, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to 109, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 105, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry number 104, Joshua Plummer, Marion, Indiana. Placing on the fitted yearling ewes for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 12, EGC 5727, Page Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 9, Route 810, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Third place to entry 6, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. 4 to entry number 8, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 5 to entry 7, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. 6th place to entry 10, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to entry 13, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. 8th place to entry 16, Blake and James Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. 9 to entry number 14, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. 10 to entry 15, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 11 to 17, Tyler Wright, Greencastle, Indiana.
Real nice set of slick Horn Dorsets out here to go through and sort, and really not a bad one in the bunch. And so when we go through and really look at the big picture of things, there's a ewe that goes through and really puts a lot of stuff together in a real nice eye-appealing package. Female that we're starting with, she just really nicely balanced. She's extremely powerful down her top, real level out through her rump structure. She's the widest stifled female. She's got the most inner thigh. At the same time, when you go through and look at her on a maternal side of things, she's got a nice maternal sweep to her underline. She's really broody looking. I think she's going to go ahead and have a fabulous opportunity in the breeding pen, and at the same time lambing here in the near future. She's just really a good one. Then we go through and we come in to find a ewe that's the most like her, and that's the ewe that we've got in second. She's, again, very neat through her shoulder. She goes through and balances up extremely well. She's more moderate in her overall dimension and skeleton, but at the same time super sound on those feet and legs. Excellent breed type about her. A female that goes through and just is really straight and smooth in her lines. I think, again, fits in that position really nicely. Person want to go through and say that, well, the biggest ewe goes third, and I'll be the first to go ahead and admit she is. I mean, she happens to be really stretchy in her side view profile. She goes through and is got a lot of natural smoothness to her and balance. She's real correct on her feet and legs. I just like to see a little more power in that female to go ahead and move up the line like we see in the two ewes ahead. But again, I think, again, if you're trying to go ahead and push for some bigger framed ones, this is definitely a ewe that has that option in the breeding pen. Next ewe in line, really nice ewe in fourth place, a female that's got some levelness and straightness. Again, goes through and is neat in through her shoulder, relatively level out through her rump structure. I'd like to go ahead and stouten up her bone work a bit so that she can move up the line, but again, really a nice female. Then we go through in fifth place, another real stouter made kind of female that stands on a lot of bone, just a little bit rougher in her top line, not as level out through her rump structure as some of the others, not as fancy in her overall appearance, and so she goes fifth. We then tail out with a ewe that I'd like to change the way that she travels around the ring a little bit. She has a tendency to go ahead and step a little bit shorter and a little bit more underneath herself. But again, a female on the side view profile goes through and has some length and body and some smoothness as well. So again, nice set of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset Slickshorn yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 22, Horny 0666, Wyatt Nixon and Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 23, Paul R. Castle, 5715, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Third place to entry number 18, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to entry 24, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. 5 to entry 20, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. 6 to entry 19, Jaina Althoff, Decker, Indiana.
Over on the Hampshire side, I think we have a top three that sort up extremely quickly. Ram I chose to start with is one that's extremely expressive on the top side of his skeleton and from behind. And I think he combines that with some added profile quality. He's a sheep that's really good down through his chest floor. I especially like him back through his flank as well. In relation to the two bucks ahead of him, he's maybe just a little bit coarser and bunchier in his muscle shape. But I think a sheep that is basic build, is forerib, and the top side of his skeleton are unique enough that I chose to go ahead and start with him. The ram we have next in line is one that I really like some of his pieces. He's extremely wide and powerful out of his dock. He's a really rugged sheep. He's really powerful in his bone work as well. Right there, though, when he's stopped on the profile, he really wants to get tight and pinched in his loin. And he's a sheep that when he gets out and goes, right there at his hock, he's one that gets more vertical, and I'd like to see more reach off the rear portion of his skeleton. The ram that we have here in third is one that's unique in terms of his freshness and youthfulness of the top three. He's a sheep that I think is probably the most immature in his look. He's a sheep that I really like his underline. He's so good and tucked up through his chest floor. He's flat and smooth at the point of his shoulder, and he really wants to run uphill. You get right on top of this sheep, though, and I'd like to open him up just a notch right there in his forerib, maybe give him more expression on the top side over his rack as well. But I think a sheep with a ton of quality from the profile. The sheep that we have next in line is one I really like for his correctness of lines. He's a sheep that sure has enough muscularity. He's really getting soft and weak there on his pasterns, though. And the ram we're going to round the top five out with, I think, is a really wide constructed sheep, one that I'd like to see tie together more correctly down his top line.
Real nice set of lambs to go through and sort in our horn division. Again, ewe lamb that goes through and starts her class. Pretty handy winner when you go through and look at the overall body length and smoothness that she has to offer. really extended in through that front end and long and level in her top. And at the same time, she travels around the ring with some presence and some flexibility in those joints. Just really a nice ewe. Ewe in second really handily fits in that second hole. A female that, again, has some balance and some eye appeal. Real good as far as her correctness and her feet and legs and levelness in her top. Really extended in through her neck. A female that I think is very refined and feminine in her kind. I think she's going to be a great one down the line. Next in line, we go through and have a ewe lamb that's got a little more extension through her front end, a little bit cleaner in through that lower third of her body cavity, a little more correctness on those feet and legs, has a little more presence in the show ring as well. The female that goes through and finishes up fourth in our class, you have to go ahead and appreciate her for the mass and muscle and spring and arch of rib to her. A female that's got some chest floor in her, a female that's got some massiveness and some production-oriented kind of traits in her. And again, so it makes really 4 nice females out here in this class. Congratulations.
Now I'm on. She just informed me that we only have the one class of the Rams under Border Leicester, so obviously this is going to be your champion and your reserve on it. The class is pretty interesting with all 7 of them, and you know, there again, I'm not looking for the biggest Border Leicester, just like I'm not looking for the biggest anything today. I'm looking for the most complete. And I think we've got that in these top 2, particularly this first lamb as far as the uniformity of that fleece. Clear down almost, to the leg where it becomes bare. It carries the same character, the same crimp, and the same luster all the way through. I don't take anything particularly from our second ram. He's actually a little bit longer built kind of a ram. You have to appreciate that. You have to appreciate him and his neck and his head too for their breed type. He just runs out a little bit in that fleece, and we're down to splitting frog hairs to get around our first ram. Third ram in the class, a very interesting ram, showing in a much shorter fleece, which doesn't bother me. Very nice headed ram. He's very complete. He's very long on it. He does. His fleece is uniform, but it doesn't quite have the luster that our top 2 do on it, regardless of the size. Then we get a ram that we get a couple here. They're not quite as solid down that top behind those shoulders that we'd like to see, and their fleeces don't carry through quite as well as the top 2. Very nice champion in reserve.
Results from our white Border Leicester late ram lamb class. First place and also champion ram for the white Border Leicesters goes to entry number 4, J. Baird 0031, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Reserve champion, second place in that class, is entry number 5, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia, with 2104. Third place to entry number 9, Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 8, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. 5 to entry number 3, Abigail Wamsley, Taylorville, Illinois. 6 to entry 2, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 7 to entry number 6, Kristen, Scott, Nathan, Lauren, and David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Now ready for white yearling ewes. Border Leicester white yearling ewes, placing on the early fall ewe lamb class, fitted for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry 28, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio, with C6034. Second place to entry 25, Route 844, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Third to entry 26, Braxton Sedgwick, Sheridan, Indiana. 4 to entry number 29, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut.
What a nice set of senior females out here for our senior champion female drive. Again, all 6 of these females out here really have some intriguing amount of quality, and at the same time you can be darn proud of what you've been doing in your breeding programs or in selection. There was one that obviously has gone through and kind of risen to the top in my thought process, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll name her our champion, and then I'll come back and I'll name our reserve champion. But again, 6 really nice females out here. You should be darn proud of the quality that you've gone through and brought out. So again, congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset, our champion senior U goes to our Slickshorn yearling U, entry 22, Horny 0666, Wyatt Nixon, Nash, and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion goes to our first place in the fitted yearling U class, entry 12, EGC 5727, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Now ready for late fall ewe lambs. Placing on the Hampshire class of Slickshorn March Ram Lambs, first place to entry number 119, Johnson Family Showstock 22257, Wyatt Nixon and Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to Terradice 22-095, Corbin Clark and Campbell Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to entry 121, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to 113, Olivia Ainsley and Braylon Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 5 to Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 6 to 117, Kaylin Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 7 to entry 116, Dustin McLaughlin, Craig, Colorado. Our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our champion ram, came from the Slickshorn March Ram Lamb class, entry number 119, Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 22257. The reserve champion ram came from the January class, entry 97, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, on Flanders VIP 2503. Now ready for the early class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires. Early Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Hampshires to the ring, please.
Nice set of ewe lambs in our horn division here to go ahead and sort. And the ewe lamb that brings all the positive pieces to the table is the ewe that we're starting with today. She's very clean and neat in through her front end and top. She goes through and is really level out through her top line. I'd like to go ahead and maybe change her in her dock set just a notch, but again, a female that is really kind of a fault-free kind of sheep when it comes to feet and legs. The ewe that I really caught my eye right in the beginning is the ewe that we have in second place, She's the heavy boned, heavy constructed kind of sheep. She's got the big top and all that. I just like to change her off those hind legs a little bit when she goes through and put in motion. A female that has a tendency to go ahead and roll those hocks a little bit. And then again, I just like to go ahead and see that change in about her as well. When we go through and we look at our ewe in third place, another really nicely made sheep that goes through and stands real square on those feet and legs. She's got a nice underline on her. At the same time, top line is dead level straight. A female that goes through, and just if we could add some added size and dimension to this ewe, I think she could be ultra competitive. But nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Horn Dorset late fall ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 30, C6037, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Second place to 31, Paul R. Castle, W8641, Jenna Cohn, Milton, Wisconsin. And third place to entry 32, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. We want to remind everyone that Banner Sheep Magazine is once again serving as the North American official sheep photographer. So if you have a champion or a reserve champion or a breed specialty award winner, be sure to go to the backdrop area and have your official photos taken by the staff of Banner Sheep Magazine.
And our yearling ewes and their white border Leicesters, we'll get that out yet. We've got a nice set of ewes, all 7 of them out here. We've got some things I like about them. We're going to start again. It's just what I do. To me, that's the most complete sheep out here. I really appreciate her breed type, the way she carries down through that neck and shoulders. She has a very soft, lustrous fleece. She's very square out over that dock, straight and sound behind the shoulders. Our second ewe, granted, it again is showing in shorter fleece, which doesn't bother me. There's a lot of ewe there. She's got a nice head, nice profile. She walks out good. She just doesn't have quite the feel or luster to that fleece as our first ewe does. Third ewe that's kind of a problem. You really like that ewe when you get your hand on her fleece. She just shortens up a little bit too much, particularly in that hind saddle and that where I'd like to go to get around our top two. We drop into a couple more ewes here. They're long. They've got good patterns. They've got good heads on them. Their fleeces just vary a little bit too much to suit me with our top ones. Even our other two over here on it, one of them doesn't walk out quite as good or sound on those legs that I'd like to see, but there's some nice fleeces and certainly got decent breed type all the way through.
what a nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort. And ewe lamb that again intrigued me when I first saw her is that she's impeccable about her breed type. I really like that she's going to have spread to her horns, and at the same time she's level in her top line. She goes through and has the squarest rump structure on her. She's got the most expression in through that center portion and inner thigh. You go through and look at her rib shape. She's got a nice arch to that rib. She goes through and has a tremendous amount of shape, a nice underline on her, great set of feet and legs. I think she, again, has one of the more fault-free sheep that we've been able to go ahead and take a look at, and that gives her a real added advantage. Female in second, again, really pushes hard. When you go through and you look at how bright white she is and pink in her markings, you go through and you really can appreciate the breed type about this sheep. She's really good on her feet and legs. I think the big difference is going to be in rib shape, and she might be a little more futuristic in her own right, in that she might be one of those bigger ewes in the end, but she doesn't have quite the rib shape that we see in the powerful ewe to start the class, and that's going to be the big difference for me today. The ewe in third, again, one of those more extended kind of sheep that goes through and has some angularity through that front end. She's really long and level in her top line, really good in her feet and legs. I really liked her breed type extremely well also. Real bright white about that face covering, and at the same time super pink about her nose, and I think that worked to her huge advantage. The ewe that I've got in fourth place, probably that's where she kind of gives up a little bit of quality, as in that happens to be she's got a little more smut about her nose and her face, and I'd like to go ahead and clean that up a little bit. But if you're looking for a sheep that's got some extension and length of body and stretch, she definitely has that. I'd like to change maybe her rear hocks just a little bit to go ahead and be a little more perfect. But again, a female that's extended, she's got stretch, and she's going to end up going through and end up being one of those big ones. Next in line, a little more conventional kind of ewe that goes through and has a little more depth in body. She's a little lower fronted kind of sheep, maybe not going to have quite the extension when it's all done and said. But again, real nice set of females on this top end. Congratulations.
In the Hampshire Yearling Ewe class, I think we've got an extremely logical class winner. That sheep hit me really hard when she first came in. She's so fresh in her condition, and it allows her to be the one with the most quality up through her front end. She's the best down through her chest floor and at the point of her shoulder, and yet when you get right on top of this sheep, she's still extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton, and from behind, she's probably the female that's wedged the most correctly from on top, and she's just one that I think has a pile of quality from the profile as well. Really a massive sheep here in second, extremely rugged in her bone work and stout in her structure, really powerful from behind as well, probably the thickest female of the drive. I'd just like to freshen her up a little bit in her condition, but other than that, I think that's a really flexible, high-quality, powerful female. Either we've got here next in line is one that's really fresh on the top side of her skeleton as well. She's really neat and clean through her chest floor. I'd like to change the way she handles her top line on the go. She's really tight in her spine and wants to pinch down in her loin just a notch, but still I think a female with a ton of good. The yearling ewe we have next in line, really muscular from behind. I really like her power out of her upper hip and down through her lower leg. When you get right on top of her, though, she's one that wants to get just a little bit plainer there over her rack shape, and I'd like to neaten up her hide color as well, just a notch. And then the ewe we're going to round the class out with, a sheep that has some unique pieces in terms of correctness of lines and her boldness through her rib. For me, that's a sheep that just needs to be wider out of her upper hip and maybe leave me with more skeletal width and expression.
We just had the two in our younger class. In the prior class, I told the exhibitors we'd talk about that ewe since she was the only one in the class when we show for our champion. But we've got an easy top here on it. Our second lamb's a lot younger lamb, a lamb that's going to make, I think, an excellent yearling, but she's just given up too much in her size and pattern, obviously, to get around first lamb. Both of them have very nice fleeces. They have good breed type. They walk out free and clean on those legs, and you have to appreciate the set of those ears and their heads down through there with their breed character. But, of course, that'll be first and second.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slick Shorn Fall ewe lambs. First place, goes to entry 39, Paul R. Castle, W, 8697. James and Blake Hunt, Middletown, Indiana. Second place to entry number 36, Sink Paget, 1807 AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Third place to entry 40, Keaton Snipes and Connor Barnes, West Liberty, Ohio. Fourth place to Ben Wagner, Edison, Ohio. 5 to 35, Austin Logan, Addison and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Sixth place to Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. 7 to entry 37, Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana. And 8 to entry number 38, Jasper, Ireland, and Finn Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. Placing on the class of white yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters. First to entry number 12, J. Baird 0013, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 15, Freeze 21035, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 10, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 4 to 17, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 18, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. 6 to entry 16, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. And 7 to entry 11, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. Placing on the white fall ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 19, M. Adams 21193, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. Placing on the white early spring ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 20, H. Barkley 2207, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 21, Daleview 2249, Scott, Kristen, Nathan, Lauren, and David Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, the early class of those. First place goes to entry number 128, Hogger 21031, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second place to 129, Westlake 2105, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. Third place to entry number 140, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to entry number 133, Cindy Connolly, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Fifth place to entry 124, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 6 to 122, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 7 to 132, Alexis and Charlotte Gottschall, Logansport, Indiana. 8th place to entry 137, Charlene Sewald, Brownstown, Wisconsin. 9 to entry number 127, Ben Wagner, Edison, Ohio. And 10 to 130, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana.
What a nice sound set of females to go through and sort in our horned ewe lamb class. Females that really travel extremely well. They're all really super correct on their feet and legs, and that again makes my job a lot easier in that I don't have to sort out anything based on unsoundness or incorrectness. And the female that goes through and starts this class, I mean, she's obviously the most extended female. You have to go ahead and appreciate her for her femininity and through her front end, her length of body, the levelness of her top line, the levelness and squareness of her hip structure. Really a nice female that goes through and offers a tremendous amount of quality. The female in second, if you're looking for a female that's a little rounder in her body, in her rib shape, she's definitely all about that. She goes through and she's stout right from the front, and she works that way all the way through. You really can appreciate the amount of natural thickness she has down her top, She is bolder in her top and bolder in her rib in comparison to the ewe that we start, but she's also a little bit lower fronted, a little bit sucked into her neck, into her shoulder in comparison to the ewe that we go through and start. The ewe that we go through and have in third place, again, real pretty profiling ewe that again is really clean in through that front end. She's relatively long in her length of body, super long from that last rib back. We'd like to go ahead and see a little more fullness out through that rump structure, have a little more inner thigh muscling to go through and move up the line. Then we end up finishing out our class with another really nice ewe lamb that's got a ton of bone and substance. She's got some arch and spring of rib. She's really got a lot of width of that top in her. A female that's very functional will make a great brood ewe prospect. Again, congratulations.
For the Horn Dorset class of fitted winter ewe lambs, placings are: first, to entry 41, Paul R. Castle 5899, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Second place, to entry 42, Paul R. Castle W8765, Ella and Evan Whitmer, Greenville, Ohio. Third, to entry 43, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 4, to entry 44, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio.
Okay, when our baby lambs, as I call them, we've got two just really nice ewes. We got nice lambs all the way through here, but the ewe that I'm going to start with, to me, wins the class pretty easily on it. She's just got a very nice uniform fleece on it. It has, good luster. It's got good character. It's uniform from front to rear. She carries out tremendously well down that top line and out in the square and thickness of that rump on it, and I really appreciate that head and the way the neck flows down into those shoulders. A lot of people say you can't eat that, but you sure can sell it on it, and it's just the type that I think that, to me, the Border Leicester people are looking for. Second ewe on it, she's not quite as long. She's showing in maybe a little longer wool. She just got a tremendously beautiful soft fleece. Another, nice headed ewe. She just doesn't have quite the length as our first ewe to get her around her. Third ewe showing in short fleece. Again, that doesn't bother me. The fleece, it's a very good fleece. She's got some length to her. She doesn't have quite the hind saddle as her top two ewes in some places, but another beautiful headed ewe. Then we drop into, we got a ewe that shortens up on me quite a bit on it from front to rear, but three nice fleeces, three good heads. We got one down here that doesn't suit me quite as well over the shoulders that I'd like to see, but they've got the breed type and they walk out free on those feet, and they're going to make very nice yearling ewes.
Real nice set of ewe lambs to work with in this class, and it's really kind of fun when you go through and you find yourself a young one that really projects out to go through and maybe be the one as a yearling. And so I kind of fell in love, and so as it turns out, I found a female that's fault-free. You go through and you look at this young ewe lamb, and again, she's by far the youngest one in here. She goes through and she's really smooth and angular in through her front end. She's long and level, perfect dock set on this sheep. She's the second thickest ewe, and you wouldn't think that, but when you go through and handle this ewe, she's in real short fleece. She goes through and just really puts a lot of great things together. I really like to see how she does through the winter, and then next spring when you bring her out, she's just really beautiful, and I think she's just really pretty, and she projects out to be one of the nice ones when it's all done and said. The ewe in second is another real eye catcher. When you go through and you start right at her head, she's got a real high quality Dorset breed type about her. I really like the hair coat about her nose and her face. A female that when you handle her, she's got a real soft fleece, and at the same time, she's angular through her front end. She's level in her top line, right up on her toes, and that's the big advantage over the ewe in three. The ewe in three, probably the most massive ewe, the heaviest pounding ewe in the class, a ewe that you certainly can appreciate for all the body, the rib, the bone, the muscle, all the production-oriented kind of things. I'd like to change her front feet. And so I guess I'm going to be real critical of especially the 1 foot, that I'd like to go ahead and change it out. But again, a body that is to die for because she's so massive and powerful. And again, one of those high gainer kind of sheep that certainly can make you a lot of money. And so that's really some great things. Kind of liked her in the beginning when I evaluated, didn't like that foot, so I had to go ahead and put her down. But anyway, as it turns out, we get into our number 4, another young, pretty profiling female. When we go through and look at her, she's very angular through that shoulder, very neat and tidy in through her top line and underline. A female that's real square, but she just gives up a lot more as far as total dimension down her top. Another real good high gaining kind of sheep that we go through and look at in 5, a female that certainly didn't want to show there for a while. She's a little bit lower fronted kind of sheep, a little heavier chested kind of female, a little more tucked up in that lower forerib. I'd like to go ahead and see her a little bit wider in through that forerib to go ahead and move up the line. But again, really nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
On the Hampshire side of things for our second class of yearling ewes, I think a really intriguing female to start with. I think she's one that's extremely fresh in her condition. She's one that's really expressive on the top side of her skeleton. When she gets out and goes, she's so flexible off both ends. She's great in her rib cage. She's one that I think has a lot of quality from the side and actually surprises you some in terms of how much dimension she has. I think she's an awfully unique female to start with, just so complete in her kind. You we've got here in second is one that I sure like for her added center body. She's so powerful out of her upper hip and down through the lower portions of her legs. She's a sheep with a ton of dimension and mass. For me, when she gets out and goes, though, she wants to get a little bit straight in her hock and really want to roll it outside of her body some. But I think a female that in terms of her body type and basic build is sure one with a lot of good. Similarly kind here in third, one that I really like her underline. She's so neat and clean through her chest and the way she's laid in through her shoulder and wedged the right way when you get right behind her. Her added mass and bone work as well I sure like. But when she goes, she once again wants to get a little bit tight at her hock. And in relation to all five of these females, she's probably the shortest from the profile. View that we've got here in fourth is one that's really a big outline female, extremely long-bodied, one I really hit me hard when she first came in. But when you really start evaluating her from behind, she's one that wants to funnel down through the lower portions of her leg and get just a touch of narrow base as she goes away, and especially in relation to the female behind her that's extremely massive and powerful out of her upper hip, a lot of dimension in this female. She's just a little bit far along in her condition for me.
Well, first I said I want to talk a little bit about our one fall ewe lamb since we didn't in the class. She could have taken a lot of competition in that class. She's long, she's straight, she's correct on it. You have to appreciate the set of her ears and head on a border Leicester, and she's got a nice fleece on it. As far as looking at all of these, been one of the tougher ones I've had today on it as far as that goes, but I'm going to stick with my yearling. That's just, I think, a tremendous kind of a yearling ewe on it. But we're going to come back and we're going to go out on a limb. We're going to use our youngest ewe lamb here for reserve, and I hope she comes back next year and makes the kind of yearling that we've got up here even better. You just have to fall in love with that little lamb. And, I hope the young lady doesn't make me look bad next year when she brings her back.
Results from our late spring ewe lamb class for the white border Leicesters first place, and also our reserve champion just named is entry number 22, T. Johnson 0077, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry number 24, T. Johnson 0087, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Third to 26, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4 to 23, Mackenzie Adams, Herscher, Illinois. 5 to entry 25, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania. And 6 to 27, Abigail Walmsley of Taylorville, Illinois. Our champion ewe for the white division went to entry number 12 out of the yearling ewe class, J. Baird 0013, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the class of fitted spring ewe lambs for the Horn Dorsets, first place went to entry 45, Spring Hill Farm SHF 27AI, Colton Wright, Terre Haute, Indiana. Second to 48, Ella and Evan Whitmer, 7273, Ella and Evan Whitmer, Greenville, Ohio. Third place to 47, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. 4 to 49, Austin Logan, Addison and Morgan, In-Body, Bluffton, Ohio. 5 to 46, Keegan Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes in the late category, first place for the Hampshires. First place to entry number 151, Car 2136, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Second to entry number 145, Flanders VIP 1097, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 141, Sarah, J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 153, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. 5 to entry number 143, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 157, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 7 to entry 125, Keegan Steinke, Janesville, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry number 159, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 160, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. And 10th place to entry number 152, Emily Peters, Bourne, Texas.
Very nice ewe lamb class to go through and sort, and ewe lamb that just really is intriguing in many ways is the ewe that we're starting with today. Female that's extremely powerful. She starts right there at her foot, that she's got a lot of bone and substance. She's correctness. You look at, she's got some heart and rib and body. At the same time, really powerful down her top line, real level out through that rump structure. She's got the end on her that everybody likes to dream of, because she's got some shape, some body, some depth, and at the same time a real high quality breed type about this ewe. I think she just got a tremendous amount of power from one end to the other. The ewe that's here in second is probably the most like her. When you go through and you handle her, she's got a lot of muscle and mass and substance. She doesn't have quite the bone work nor the rib shape that the ewe that we're starting with today, but again, a female that's got a lot of quality in that she's straight, she's smooth, nicely balanced, a female that's got a quality head about her that has a tremendous amount of breed type about her as well. The female we've got in third, again, these three kind of fit together and they kind of slide right together. We find that she's also one of those that's really correct on those feet and legs, very neat in through her shoulder, long and level in her top line. Ewe that goes through and measures extremely well when you go ahead and handle her over a rack, through her loin and out through her hip. Female that, again, I think really can go through and handle a lot of things. She doesn't have the bones that we see in the two ewes ahead of her, doesn't have quite the mass that we see in some of those ewes, a little more tucked up in through that inner thigh in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. Then there's an intriguing ewe sitting in fourth. And again, if you're trying to drive sheep to go ahead and be bigger and more extended, she is that. And again, I really like the way she balances up. She's really nice side view profile ewe, female that's definitely really good on her feet and legs, but she is probably the lightest muscle because she is very young appearing. And so she's very young and adolescent in her muscle at this point. I think she's going to, if you're looking for nice big sheep, I think she certainly is the kind. And so today she just gets beat by something that's a little more powerful in their muscle in comparison today. Then we tail out our ewes in fifth and sixth, females that maybe don't have quite the structure and the levelness in their top line, nor have the bone work that we see in some of the females up the line. But a nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
We just, in the natural cars, we just have one ram in the show, and it's a January Ram Lamb, and it's out here, and it's going to win its class, and it's going to be champion. And I finally got one right today. But this is a natural colored border that can take a lot of competition seriously, folks. On it, the young ladies have brought out a really nice ram. You have to appreciate his head and his breed type on it, and he's got a very uniform fleece, and he's long, and he carries out good, and he walks out freely on those legs. So he certainly represents the breed well for being the only one in the show.
For our best fleece in the white division of our Border Leicester show, the winner is Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia, with 21.04. Placing on the class of Slickshorn Winter Spring Ewe Lambs for the Horn Dorsets. First place to entry 53. Hof Dorsets 25.07. Jenna Cohn, Milton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 50. Smith 2235. Ty Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 54, Olive, Georgie, and Winston Boudreau, Otterburn, Indiana. 4 to entry 51, Cooper Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 5 to 52, Jana Altoff, Decker, Indiana. 6 to entry 55, Abby Wagner, Edison, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored border Leicester Rams, first place and champion ram goes to entry number 28, Daleview 2224, Scott, Kristen, Nathan, and Lauren.
Okay. And then this is grand champion ram.
Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin.
What a great set of females on our junior champion. And again, these youngsters have really brought out a high quality, high caliber set of females that you can certainly be proud of. And you can see that the breed is driving in the right direction. And you certainly have some opportunities as going through and looking at these, and depending on how they're driving their programs, with slicks are fitted, and again, having the opportunity to go ahead and choose what you want rather than someone dictating, saying this is the only kind. I think I go through and I find that there's some real interesting sheep to go through and sort through, and I'm really proud of the entire lineup, and you're supposed to go ahead and congratulate yourself on a job well done. I found a couple that really have kind of set me off. There was a couple classes that went through and were really deep as far as quality. And that's where you're going to go ahead and find your junior champions are going to come out of those classes that really made a difference. But at the same time, all the way from our Januaries all the way down to our late borns, you should be darn proud of the quality you have out there. And so again, I extend my congratulations to each one of you for a job well done. I'll go out and I'll name our junior champion in reserve.
I think 41 is champion Minter, who had fitted Winter. Pick 41. And then I think, yep, and then 53 is Slipshorn is reserve. I'm pretty sure. He skipped over the two older ones.
Is it a Horn Dorset question or a hand question?
All Suffolk Junior exhibitors, please meet at the banner backdrop for a group photo. All Suffolk Junior exhibitors, meet at the banner backdrop for a group photo.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's.
Do you want me to go find
No, no, she's covered. Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. You're welcome. Yep.
Junior Border Lobster exhibitors, be sure to pick up your participation cup by the entrance to the show ring. One per exhibitor. Thanks to Holiday Thomas.
I think a really unique female to start the fall ewe-lamb class with, one that's so good in her lines and her design from the profile, a sheep that's really powerful out of her upper hip as well. I really like her added shape to her stifle. I think that one from the profile is so unique, and she combines that with muscularity. I think a pretty nice place to start. Ewe that we have here in second is one that is really youthful and neat up through her front end. I really like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's neat in her chest floor, great in her lines, and she's a female when you get your hands on her. Is actually really expressive on the top side of her skeleton. Sure has plenty of dimension from behind. I wish she handled that hind leg just a notch more correctly, but still a female that I think has a pile of quality as a female. Ewe that we have next in line is extremely powerful. She's the big muscle sheep of the drive. She's extremely expressive on the top side of her skeleton and when you get behind her, but along with that, she's pretty bold and open through her shoulder, and I'd just like to see her more feminine in her look from the profile. Ewe that we've got next in line is really practical in her basic build. She's really flat and smooth through her shoulder and really got a good big sweep to her rib. She's just not as powerful on the top side of her skeleton in terms of that added expression and shape. She's a female that I think gets just a little bit plainer down through her lower portions of her twist as well. Ewe-lamb that we've got next in line is extremely muscular and firm handling from behind. She's the one that's got as much lower leg and twist as any, but for me, she's one I'd like to see her neck come out of the top of her shoulder just a notch more correctly, and I'd like to see her just a little bit square. To me, that sheep's just a touch round.
What a beautiful set of Horn Dorset females out here. And again, I'd like to go ahead and pass on those congratulations and attaboys, if you want to call them that, for doing a heck of a job. And it's been a real pleasure going through and working through the horned sheep, and the females always seem to be so much stronger and so much more powerful. And I certainly am pleased with a couple different kinds that are out here. We have more of the traditional type of sheep, and we also have more of the weather style sheep. So again, it's nice to go through and have options, and so that you go through and a person could go through and evaluate each of those and really be appreciative of what kind they are. And so again, it's up to you as far as youngsters to decide on how you're going to market your product. I hope that most breeders kind of think of it that way, so that again, that you have different ways of putting the package together the way that you want to go ahead and sell it, and again, so that you're not being dictated in such a way that you would go through and only have one kind. So again, with that being said, that was my little bit of a thought and that I wanted to go ahead and get across, and I'm going to go out there and I will then congratulate our champion and reserve champion coming out of our horn division as far as our females. Again, congratulations.
Okay, and our natural color yearling ewes, we're going to start with a really complete ewe, just a very strong fleece from anywhere on the shoulder all the way down into that breech on it. She carries her length out good. I like her head and her style. I really like the style on this second ewe, but her fleece runs out some. It courses up for me a little too much down in that breech compared to through the back and the shoulder, everywhere else to get around our first ewe. Third ewe is just a little shorter in her pattern. She's a nice fleece ewe. She's not quite as strong behind the shoulders as some of them. Next ewe we got, I really appreciate this ewe, but she just doesn't walk out for me good enough on those back hind legs and feet today to get any higher. Then we got a ewe that comes in, she's a little shorter in her pattern to get any higher. And we've still got two nice fleece ewes over here on it as well.
For a Horn Dorset show, our junior champion went to the first place winter ewe lamb for the fitted division, entry 41, Paul R. Castle, 5899, Page Minter, Brook, Indiana. That was our reserve grand champion Horn Dorset ewe overall. The reserve junior champion ewe was entry 53, Hof Dorset's 2507 out of the winter spring slick shorn class, Jenna Cohen of Milton, Wisconsin. Our overall grand champion ewe was our first place ewe from the slick shorn yearling ewe class, and it was our senior champion ewe, Wyatt Nixon and Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the late spring ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first place went to entry 22, T. Johnson 0077, and that was our reserve champion overall in that division. And our champion was entry 12, J. Baird 0013, both Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place in that class to entry 177, DVL Wood, TX 288101209 ET, Brady Galando, Calipara, California. Second place in that class to entry 184, Poe 206922, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to entry number 174, Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 168, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 170, Cindy Connell, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Sixth place to entry number 182, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Seventh place to entry number 172, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. Eighth place to entry number 175, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. 9 to entry number 162, Keegan Stanky, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry number 186, Lauren, Ella, Addie, and Charlie Johnson, Jamestown, Indiana.
Two really nice ram lambs to start out our Dorset Advantage division. A ram that goes through and starts for us today. Really big, bold top kind of sheep that's got some roundness to his ribs, some stoutness. a ram that goes through and just really puts a total amount of package and muscle and mass in this kind of sheep to go ahead and start our class. The ram then second, beautiful profiling sheep, especially if you're trying to design your sheep to be really tubey in their kind. He's real neat in through his shoulder and really driven in through his front end. If I were to go ahead and change him on my personal side of things, I'd like to just see him a bit stouter in his features to go ahead and be competitive in this class today. But two really nice bucks. Thanks for bringing them out.
Oh, perfect. Yep, that's Dorsett advantage. We just started it.
Placing on the class of natural colored yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry 37, J. Baird 0015, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 33, Price Wamsley 38, Benjamin Wamsley 545, Palmer, Illinois. Third to entry number 36, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin, 4 to 35, Lauren Thompson. Fifth place to 32, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 31, Benjamin Wamsley, Palmer, Illinois. 7 to entry 34, Kayla Cross, Pawnette, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of natural colored fall ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters, first place to Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin, on Echo 2204.
We just had the 2 January ewe lambs, but we've got 2 nice ewe lambs here for the natural colored in your borders. We got the lamb in first, I think, pretty easily wins the class. She's just straight and she's correct. She's got a nice fleece and a good pattern to her. Her second lamb, a little finer in her bone. She doesn't walk out, as you can see, is free and easy on those back legs on it, but she does have a very lustrous, nice kind of a fleece to her, and should, come on and make some really good show fleeces with both of them. Be your first and your second.
I'm guessing to go see like Deb or somebody over there. Yeah, that would be my guess. Thank you.
For the Hampshire show, our senior champion, ewe, goes to the first place animal in the first class of slick shorn yearling ewes. Entry 128, Hogger 21031, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. The reserve senior champion came out of the slick shorn senior ewe lamb class. Entry 177, DLV Wood, TX 288Z101209ET, Brady Galando, Calipara, California. Placing on the Dorsett Advantage class of fall winter ram lambs, first place goes to entry 1, Oldenburg 2001, Colin Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second entry to Hoofstock H205AI, Bauer Birch, Christiana, Tennessee. Placing on the class of natural colored early ewe lambs for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 40, Daleview 2237, Scott, Kristen, Nathan, Lauren Thompson of Woodville, Wisconsin. Second place to Scott, Kristen, Nathan, Lauren, and David Thompson of Woodville, Wisconsin on Daleview 2218.
Lots of variety in this buck lamb class, and again, if you were a buyer out there, you could probably fill your bill in this class. So again, kind of nice to go through and sort some differences, and at the same time, it's just one guy going through and kind of designing what they have in their mind. And so as it turns out, the ram that goes through and starts our class, he's the powerful buck. And again, you can go ahead and talk about every piece of him being powerful. I don't care if you want to talk about muscle, bone, how about length of body? See, again, that's an added value thing that when we go through and we see some stretch and some extension, you know, I think that that's where, again, he's massive in a lot of ways. And again, that added value of length of body and length of hind saddle, I think, again, is driving a little more interest in a lot of ways. And so I know we go through and we like them long, and I think that it really has a benefit in the long term of the way we go through and do things. I really like him. I think he goes through and he wins his class. Was the easy thing for me to do. Then we go through and we find where we needed to go from there. And so what I did is the ram I have in second, I mean, he's solid and he's real square on his feet and legs. That's his advantages. He's sound right when you go through and you pound him at the ground. You go through and get into his front end. He's really neat and tidy in his front end. He goes through and has got some length of bodies, really powerful in through his rear end. He goes through and has some inner thigh muscling, like the roundness of his rib. Again, he's not going to ever be a big one. I don't think he needs to be. I think, again, a sheep that'll go through and give you a moderate kind of lamb that'll go through and have some power and some mass and can be really super competitive. The ram we have in third, again, another really nice ram. I think he's really a jack-fronted kind of sheep that goes through and has some extension in through that front end. He's really long and level in his top. Lamb that goes through and has some muscle and mass in that top line. Little more pinched in through his heart. Doesn't have quite the extension, as far as overall length of hind saddle. He's a ram that I'd like to go ahead and change on his hind wheels just a little bit too. Has a tendency to kind of roll those hocks just a bit. And so then when we go through and we look at our next ram in class, again, that ram sat in fourth in this class, a ram that's very neat and tidy in through his front end, really long and level in his top line, super long from that last rib back, relatively level out through that rump structure, and at the same time, if I could make him a little bit different, I'd like to go ahead and see a little more mass to the outside of that leg, see a little more depth to his body, have a little more heart to him to go ahead and be competitive as well. Then we have kind of a massive kind of sheep that does come in number 5. I'm be the first one to go ahead and say he's powerful fronted. I mean, he's got some width of shoulder, he's got some width of chest floor, a ram that's really wide in through that lower body cavity, a ram that we go through and handle him down his top. He's pretty thick as well. I just like to clean him up in his pattern and his kind to go ahead and be a little prettier in through that front end rather than just have all this mass. I'd like to see him a little bit straighter in his top line as well. ram that goes through and finishes out our class, morid colored buck lamb, again, thought was really intriguing based on color, and he's really racy in his design. Super clean fronted, super clean down his top, really long bodied. Just a ram that we need to go ahead and see a little more mass and muscle and rib to go ahead and be competitive today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7. Wrights Rocky Acres 1019, Destin McLaughlin, Craig, Colorado. Second to entry 6, Heritage Hollow 2221, Emily Nave, Woodbury, Tennessee. Third to entry 11, Emily Nave. Fourth to entry 4, Eloise Ream, Hillsboro, Ohio. 5 to entry 5, Justine Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. 6 to entry number 8, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri.
Over here on the Hampshire ring, I think a really nice top 5 females. The one that I chose to start with, I think it's the one that's the most unique in the way she's built through a forerib. She's really powerful out of her hip and from behind. Really a stout structured female that when she gets out and goes is still really comfortable on the go as well. I think just a female that really combines some muscularity with some added look from the side. The view we've got here in second is quite a bit later maturing. She's one that's really elevated through her front end. I really like her, the way the neck ties into the top of her shoulder and how neat and clean she is down through her chest floor. In direct relation to the ewe directly ahead of her, she's maybe not quite as shapely down through the lower portions of her leg, but I think next year this female is going to be awfully intriguing. The ewe that we've got next in line is one that I initially thought I'd really run with. She's one that's really muscular on the top side of her skeleton. I really like her added dimension from behind as well. It's just when you get off to the side of her, she concerns me a little bit back through her rear rib and flank. Other than that, I think that that's a really high quality female. Really a massive ewe here in fourth, really powerful over a rack and loin edge. When you get right behind her, you sure appreciate that added dimension and width down through her lower portions of her leg. I'd just like to neaten her up down through the point of her shoulder, maybe get her to run uphill just a notch more, and then the ewe we're going to run the class out with, really flexible on the go. Really like her in her lines. She's just a touch dark in her points for me.
In our late spring lambs on it, we've got 4 nice lambs out here. I'm going to start with, the most complete lamb on it. You really have to like that head and the proudness of that lamb, but it's by far the most uniform fleece and has the most luster from front to rear in that fleece. On it, our second lamb, a lamb that you just really like when they walk her out here. She's got some length, but she's a little short in some places, and she really gets a little run. She just runs out in that fleece down in that hind quarter a little bit too much to suit me with our first one. Another nice lamb here. She's given up some strength in down her top on it. Very nice fleece. And then our fourth lamb is, she's just a little young to compete today, but she was kind of balking around, but the young lady's got her showing pretty good, and she's another beautiful fleeced lamb that will come on and catch up in her age and time with a very nice head and set of ears.
What a nice set of rams to go through and sort in our Dorset Advantage division. And as we have an opportunity to go through and look at it, we don't see maybe quite as many depth as far as rams and quality and stuff, but we certainly have a high caliber set of rams out here being represented in this division. I guess it comes down to, again, personal preference. I like sheep that happen to be super complete. I like them dead level in their top lines. I really like nice smooth shoulders on them. I do, again, it's kind of like building a house. I like going through and having everything square, level, and plumb. And at the same time, I like to see the top lines on there same way. And so when I go through and think of construction-based things that I grew up with, that you build sheep the same way, you can't be, too disappointed because you're not going to get, lambs that have any issues and stuff. But anyway, as it turns out, I think we got a couple out there that represent our division extremely well. I'll go out and I'll reach out and congratulate both our champion and reserve in this group. Congratulations.
For the Dorset Advantage, our champion ram goes to entry number 1 out of the fall-winter ram lamb class, Oldenburg 2001, Callan Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. The reserve champion was first in the spring ram lamb class, entry 7, Wrights Rocky Acres, 10-19, Dustin McLaughlin, Craig, Colorado. Now ready for yearling ewes. Placing on the Hampshire class of January slick-shorn ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 197. Cheney Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. Second to entry 195, Hogger 22031, Matty Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to entry 193, Henley Bontrager, Walton, Indiana. 4 to entry number 204, Morgan Garrison, Connorsville, Indiana. 5 to 203, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 207, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 199, Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 8 to 205, Holly and Dabney Scheller, Noblesville, Indiana. 9th place to 190, Rayanne and Dell Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. And 10th place to entry 201, Noah Maddox, Greenfield, Indiana.
Okay, we've got some nice ewes out here in our natural colors for our border Leicesters. On it, I did, and I told, just like in the Rams, I told these young men we'd want to talk about our fall ewe lambs since she was the only one in the class. She's very straight and she's very correct. She's got a nice uniform fleece to her, and she could have took some competition in that class. Going through all of these today, I'm going to stick with my yearlings. There's your champion and there's your reserve. These are just two big, stout, kind of natural colored border Leicester ewes that, very uniform in their fleeces. They're just very correct. I take nothing from my lambs. I think they're going to make those kind of yearlings next year, but they're here today and I'm going to use them. That's your champion and reserve.
For the Border Leicester show in the natural color division, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe, entry 37, J. Baird 0015, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve champion, also out of that yearling ewe class, placing second in class 2, our champion, entry number 33, Price Walmsley 38, Benjamin Walmsley, Palmer, Illinois. Now ready for natural colored best fleece. For the Border Leicester Show, best natural colored fleece goes to our class winner from the late ewe lamb class, entry number 42, J. Baird, 0036, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. That does conclude the Border Leicester Show. We've moved right on in to our natural colored show. We have in the ring, senior Ram Lambs are in the ring.
Over here on the Hampshire side, I think we've got a ewe lamb that wins as easily as anything we've seen today. I think she's one that's so unique from the profile, so good in her design from the side, and yet when you get right on top of her as a sheep that's really muscular and powerful, really like her added bone work as well, and when she gets out and goes, she sure glides. Ewe we've got next in line is really fresh and lean in her condition. She's one that from the profile, I think that really shows off in terms of her chest floor. Her correctness aligns underneath as well. And when you get right on top of her, she's so expressive over her rack shape. She's one that I just really like from the profile. In relation to the ewes on either side of her, she's maybe not quite as powerful out of her upper dock, but I sure think one that has more than enough to mention. The ewe we've got next in line is really a thick, heavy structured ewe, really a wide-built female, one that I'd just like to see tied together right there at her loin edge, one that I think is plenty far along in her condition as well. The same goes for the ewe we've got next in line. She's probably the heaviest conditioned ewe of the drive, but she's one that I really like for her correctness of lines. I especially like the set of her hind leg. I'd just like to see her a little bit fresher and cleaner from the profile, and I'd like to see her more level out of her hip. And then the ewe we've got here in fifth is a ewe that I really like for her bone work down low. She's really wide out of her upper pins and expressive on the top side of her skeleton. I'd like to see her neck come out of the top of her shoulder just a notch more correctly.
On our natural colors, we just have the two senior Rams, but I can tell you I've judged a lot of natural colored shows and seen a lot of natural colored sheep and national shows and whatever, and these two could take a lot of competition wherever they go. There could be 15 or 20 more out here, but we're going to start with the Ram. He's got a little more size, a little more scale, a little more structure. He certainly has, his fleece shows me a lot more uniformity. The fine wool Ram here in second, a very nice fleece, very uniform fleece, but it doesn't quite have the character, maybe as you'd call it, however you want to refer to it. But boy, these are just two really nice, big, strong kind of Rams that walk out good on those feet and legs, and they carried out through that entire length, and you have to appreciate that height and the stretch in the necks and that as far as their patterns and that. The first ram does get a little thicker out in that rump or whatever, but just two really nice kind of rams to start the show.
Placing on the class of slick shorn January ewe lambs, the intermediate class. First place for the Hampshires, that is. First place goes to Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Hill holding 2063. Entry. Second place to entry 213. Metro 2224, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Third place to 226, Carly Berkheimer, Shippensburg, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 222, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to 223, Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. 6 to 221, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. 7th place to 231, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 8th place to 228, Kirsten Cummings, Coatesville, Indiana. 9 to 215, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. And 10th place to entry number 210. Menon Club Lambs, Kayla, Cade, and Kinsey Menon, Walton, Indiana. Placing on the class of natural colored senior ram lambs. First place goes to entry number 2. Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, 2150, Hellbound. Morgan Syme of South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to Wolf, 2202. Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois.
what a nice set of females from top to bottom, and those that have already left, you have something very proud to go ahead and think of, is that your judge ended up going through and made me a big compliment, because I thought there was a tremendous amount of depth and worth in this past ewe lamb class, and you're deserving of an attaboy on every one of the sheep that came out here. Obviously, the ewe that goes through and wins, she's the most powerful. And when you go through and you look at the amount of power and length and bone and substance, she was kind of an easy winner for me. A female that's really good down her top and really expressive and explosive through that center portion of her leg. Real deep tying in her thigh on her. At the same time, a tremendous amount of bone and substance. Just really a practical kind of female that goes through and puts a lot of things. She really looks like she's kind of the terminal kind. I think she'll end up going through and really giving you some really fancy ones down the line. We go through and find the young man in second. Again, there's another real stretchy sided kind of sheep that's driven in her front end. She's real level in her top line. Female that probably gets the big advantage is the length of body. I really like that. Really powerful ended. I was really glad that the young man made it into the class on time, and so I had a chance to go ahead and evaluate this guy, and so as it turns out, just really impressive the way that the rib shape put into the sheep really has a great look to the sheep, and at the same time I think is just really a competitive kind of ewe lamb to go through and work with. I've always kind of liked the freaky fronted ones, and that happens to be here in number 3. And again, I had a chance of showing a few brockle-faced lambs, as we called them, through my high school kids, and sometimes they always wanted to show Suffolks back in the day, okay? And as it turns out, I told them, I says, you got to go ahead and look at some of these specs, because they're really kind of a cool sheep. And our little county fair, which isn't nothing like some of your big majors and stuff, but we had Grand Champion on a spec when specs weren't popular. And again, was kind of freak fronted like this sheep. Just real neat laid in kind of sheep. Sheep has very small amount of shoulder in it, but big ass top on it. You know, and that's where, again, this sheep has got that really nice end to it. As far as a ewe lamb goes on this, I really like her underline. And again, I just like them made like cows. And she looks just like that. I mean, if you're going through and saying that's a Jersey right there, she's pretty badass. And so as it turns out, I really like the way that she's put together. In comparison, we're just kind of outlength in this class. But I think, again, one that I'm going to tell you a real strong attaboy, attagirl, is that I'm going to go through and tell you is that she is really kind of cool. And I think that she's going to really have some great days. I hope she's even better in the lambing barn when it comes time for you to go ahead and think about that, because I think she's really way cool. We then end up having another really nice spec that, again, I'm glad that she could join us, you know, in this go-round, because this sheep is, again, super expressive down her top. She really carries out a big old end on her, real deep in through that inner thigh. Little bit finer boned in comparison to some of these females up the line. But again, I think that's the only thing you got to be really critical. She's a little bit finer, bred to the right buck. I'm sure she'll go ahead and stouten up your lambs in a big hurry. Then we have one that really looks more on the Dorset side of things, really extended, maybe the oddball in my group. But my gosh, I really like the way she's built in her front end. She's really long and level in her top, perfect on those feet and legs. She's really feminine, really maternal looking. I think, again, just really a nice sheep. Then we go through and we finish up with the dark lamb at the end. Just really an eye-catching sheep that's got a lot of roundness and stoutness all the way through. And again, just really an eye-catcher. Great set of females. Congratulations.
Okay, well, in our January or intermediate ram lambs, we've just got the 4, but we've got 4 tremendous kind of lambs out here. I'm going to start with what I think is clearly the most complete ram on it. He's very smooth, he's very correct. So is our second ram. The first ram shows me a little bit more uniformity in that fleece. They both tend to be on the fine class, which is fine on it instead of medium. the rest of them, they both walk out very good. The first one carries out a little better out through that hind rump and in the saddle. Our third ram gives up a little on his size and scale, but you've got to appreciate that head and that neck and the pattern to him, and as he comes on as a yearling, they could change around. Same thing with our fourth ram. They just don't have quite the size and scale of the first two, but they're very uniform in their fleeces and the kind of rams as they catch up in age and pattern that they're going to make 4 really nice yearlings.
Here in the last class of January ewe lambs, I think a really nice place to start. This female's so functional in the way she's built. I really like her flexibility, her correctness of angles off both ends, and yet from the profile, she's one that's right in her chest floor in relation to her flank. She's really attractive out of her hip and hind leg and right on the top side of her skeleton. Sure has more than enough dimension. Just an awfully nice female to start with. You we have next in line might be a shot more powerful out of her upper hip, one that I really like, her muscularity and dimension. I'd just like to see her tie together more correctly in her top line, especially right there at her loin-hip junction. But other than that, I think that's an extremely high-quality female. Probably the freshest conditioned one of this drive is here in third, one that I really like how big and upstanding she is over her rack shape. From the profile, she's the one that's really attractive in her correctness of lines and the way she's made up through her front end. But when you get right behind her of these 5 sheep, she's probably the one that tapers the most to her dock and needs just a shot more width right behind. Who we have next in line is really a muscular, big top, thick-ended type female, really big and square out of her hip. Of the top 5, she's probably the heaviest conditioned, and because of that, her underline wants to throw off her pattern just a touch from the profile, and then you were going to round the top 5 out with a really heavy structured, wide, powerfully built female, one that I just wish handled her hind leg more correctly on the go.
Placing on the class of natural colored junior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 6, Broken Arrow 303, Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second to entry 7, Broken Arrow 309, also Harper Copeland. Third place to entry 5, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 4 to entry 4, Eli Johning, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the Dorset Advantage yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 27, Rainbow, Johnson Family Showstock B1005, Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 29, Dow 1235, Lane Vanderlinden, Knoxville, Iowa. Third place to entry number 26, Brianna Knettel, Downs, Illinois. 4 to entry number 16, Kinsey Brown, Grapeland, Texas. 5 to entry number 24, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 6th place to 30, Reva Pickens, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 7th place to entry number 19, Cheyenne Bragg, Estes, Florida. 8 to 28, Lauren, Ella, Addie, Charlie Jones, Jamestown, Indiana. 9 to entry number 31, Haley Lesner, New Smyrna, Florida. And 10 to entry number 18, Emily Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio.
Okay, for our champion ram today, I've got 4 rams. I liked them or I wouldn't have used them, even though we didn't have a lot of numbers in the classes on it. We just had some really nice stout ram lambs on it. For me, it's pretty easy. Our senior ram lamb is going to be our champion ram. We're going to come back and we're going to use our first place junior ram. Follows him in the same pattern. And for a junior ram, he's sure got the size and the stretch that you need. I take nothing away from my 2 seconds on it. I just think that these are what we have today, and hopefully you're going to have 4 really nice yearling rams next year.
Real for the Natural Colored Show, our champion goes to the first place senior ram lamb, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Hellbound, Pines Inn Natural Colored 2150. Reserve champion, first place in the junior ram lamb class, entry number 6 from Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, Broken Arrow 303.
Real nice set of ewe lambs to go ahead and sort through, and just a small class of 3, but we have 3 really good ones. The female that goes through and starts, she's the big, stout, rugged top kind of sheep, a sheep that's really level out through her rump structure, carries that muscle clear down into that hock, and lots of inner thigh muscling. Gotta love the rib shape on this female. She just really balances up extremely well. A little more extended kind of female that we have in second. She's got a little more elevation at the point of the shoulder. She's longer bodied, but a female that doesn't have quite the bone and substance and rib in comparison to the ewe that we start with today, but a real dandy to go through and come in second place. The female we have in third place, again, probably a little more youthful appearing female, real level in her top, just not quite the power that we see in the two ewes. They had three really nice females. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of January ewe lamb, Slick Shorn for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 239, Everhart 025, Sam Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second place to 237, Nickel 2204, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana. Third place to entry 236, Lauren, Ella, Addie, and Charlie Jones, Jamestown, Indiana. 4 to entry number 246, Greeley Eaststep, Bainbridge, Indiana. 5 to entry 243, Jaden and Miranda Moneyheffer, Cooper, Leininger, Akron, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 234, Peyton Harker, Mountain Grove, Missouri. 7th place to entry 242, Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana. 8th place to 247, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. 9th place to 241, Brody Donlinger, West Lafayette, Indiana. And 10th place to entry number 245, Reagan and Lyle Leeper, Argus, Indiana.
to change it when we're back there, she can. Okay? Just don't mess with the bigger pins because they'll run circles around you and be falling all over the place. Okay? Hey, are you coming back up here or are you staying back there? Okay, all right. All right, bye.
Here in our first class of February, Hampshire ewe lambs, I think a really nice female to start with. She's one that's really feminine up through her front end. I like her neatness and attractiveness about her head and neck and down through her chest floor. And yet when you get right behind her, she's a really massive female out of her upper hip. And she certainly has more power and dimension than what you initially want to give her credit for. I think a really nice female to start with. The ewe we have next in line is one that I really like for her correctness of lines from the profile. She's one extremely attractive out of her hip and hind leg as well. But in relation to the ewes on either side of her, she's one that's not quite as powerful out of her upper hip. The ewe we have next in line is really a shapely female, really powerful over her rack and loin, and especially expressive from behind. I'd like to square her up at her hock just a notch, but still I think a female that has plenty of look from the profile and dimension. Really a muscular female here in fourth, extremely powerful in her basic build, really shapely from behind, but along with that she wants to run downhill just a touch and is a little bit more open and round through her shoulder. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with is really good in her lines. She's a female that I really like for her muscularity up top. I just wish she was a notch stouter down at the ground.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 32, Northeast Livestock 22014 Pearl, Izzy Klaus, Sheridan, Indiana. Second place to 33, Three Sisters Sheep 1663, Josie Baines, Bloomington, Indiana. Third place to entry 34, Smith Addison Winger, Oxford, Indiana.
My question is once they're done with hands,
He's not judging Cordell. What is he judging? Yeah. So, which for Kelly, I was telling you, we're gonna pull out cut these breeds from the bottom up. Or from, we're taking out. And put them in different rings. So she said no. So, I will confirm that.
can is he is Ryan
You got, yeah. Pause with me if you need to go do it.
Ryan McBride because he talked to Kelly and they got a different
This
That's the
guy
guy.
did?
That's the guy checking in. Yeah. He's doing check-in for the nails. But he said that he talked to Kelly and got a different price because this guy is two-sided with the portal.
Okay, so, and that's the only one we know of that does that. That's the change. Okay.
Yeah, so I wonder if we
Well, so normally we pull and we'll place in the ring. I'll get an okay from actually, let me see if I can get it.
see if we can't like stick this other breeds over there and he starts judging them.
That's normally what we'll do. And then we shoot the back. Do your thing. I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. So, I'm being told we have a different judge for Cordell than the gentleman. Okay, but he's judging everything else in this ring. Okay, so if the hand's finished, can we pull the Cordells and put them in ring 3? Okay, they're on natural colors right now. But we could do a 30-minute call, whatever. Even if it's finished, that's still going to be faster than pushing those 7 Okay. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, so we're on naturals right now. What's our next breed?
We just got to
Let me go see.
and I think they're still on like late like Marchy Lance over there. They just started that class like before he started the yearly moon class. That was probably like 10 minutes ago.
So that's our March and later class. They're going to have a junior drive, and then they're going to have, I think they only have marching. So that's a junior and then a champion drive. So Kelly's decision, let's go do the
What a great set of females to go through and sort. And I know that I end up having some babies in here, and at the same time, I think it's really fun to go through and pick out the kind of sheep that maybe I like. And again, some people will have a different skew on things, and I can appreciate that as well. And that's what's nice, is that we have an opportunity to go ahead and have opportunities and at the same time have some kind of individual opinion on everything. Anyway, as it turns out, when we go through and we start this class, a female that just has been solid all the way across, and when we go through and put this sheep in the motion, on the motion, I mean, she is really good, and she's real long strided. She goes through and she's very flexible in her movement. She goes through, she's really good in her top line, really expressive in her top line. I think, again, just really a pretty female that goes through, and I think will have a bright future if she hasn't already had one. A female that I just really, really like the way that she's put together, and the rib shape and body that she has, the bone and all the extra value things that she offers. I think it's just really kind of a cool sheep. Then we go through and we look at the piebald looking sheep. Again, a sheep that goes through and is real racy. And again, when we go through and look at her, I don't think that her best days are yet to, they're yet to come. I mean, she's super cool fronted, real neatly laid in through that shoulder, super long bodied. I think if you anything, I mean, you look at the muscle and the mass and the substance at this stage of the game, you got to be appreciative. I just like to see her a little deeper flanked, a little more substance of bone at this stage of the game. I think she's going to go ahead and have some super days down the line. She's just really a looker. And I'll tell you, I think that's the one thing you can really appreciate. She's got some really good days ahead of her. She is definitely one that goes through and strikes you pretty hard. Then we go through and we look at the baby lamb that I go through and continue to go ahead, and she impresses. She knows she's a badass. And so as it turns out, she struts around this ring as smooth and as articulate as any of the sheep that I've seen today. She knows she's a little bit good. And that's the one thing is you may say, well, she doesn't have all that right now. I think she's going to have plenty. And I think that she's plenty darn good as a breeding piece to have that flexibility in those joints, the stride that she has, at the same time, the levelness, the straightness, the smoothness, and have enough muscle in percentage for this stage of the game. She's a good one. I mean, I just was like, dang, I got to pull her in third. And it's just because she just doesn't, she's just not as far along. I think, again, she's going to have some great days. I think this is a great combination. This young lady gets a lot out of this sheep. They're a great team. So, again, congratulations on a job well done. We go through and we then end up having more of a Dorset appearing kind of sheep next in line in 4. One that certainly has some mass and muscle and substance. I really like the rib shape on this sheep. Really nice and clean in through that shoulder, but massive in that rib shape. Really plenty of natural thickness at this stage for her. If we were to go ahead and change her, I'd like to have a little more inner thigh muscling to her, a little more substance, but I think she's a dang good one as well. We then go through and look at the brown-headed lamb next in line, another really nice sheep that goes through and balances up extremely well, real level in her makeup, just not quite as stout as some of the ones that ended up on the top end of the class, but you did an excellent job as well. Then the young man also holding on to this other lamb, just a little younger, fresher kind of sheep, but just not quite as far along as far as its growth curve. Just really a good sheep that's got a lot of natural muscling and thickness, nice rib shape in this sheep, lots of levelness. Congratulations.
On our natural colored yearling ewes, we've just got a set of world beaters out here for a junior show or for an open show or even the last 2 national adult shows that I've judged. On it, we're going to start with a ewe that's the complete package for me. On it, she's long. She's got the length in the right places. She's got a beautiful fleece from front to rear. She's presented very well, but she walks out well on those feet and legs. You have to appreciate her neck and the extension, the bone, and the uniformity of the fleece in the fine category. Her second ewe follows right along. She doesn't have quite the strength in the fleece, although it's still a beautiful fleece on it. It's just not quite as uniform down in some areas. You going to shake my hand, or are you going to let him go on it? The third ewe is another patterned ewe that you just have to admire. I mean, somebody else is going to switch these around, probably even in the open show on it. Her fleece is it's on the finer side, as most of these are. It's very uniform. She's got a lot of length to her. She's not quite as long in that rump structure as our first two ewes. Fourth ewe gives up a little in her size and scale. On it, she's just a beautiful headed ewe as far as her neck and the way that flows down into her shoulders. She just gives up some in her overall pattern. Her next ewe, she gets a little bit, it doesn't walk out quite as free sometimes, and her fleece doesn't stay quite as uniform down towards that hip. We've got some nice ewes over here. We've got one that doesn't walk free enough for me. I did want to comment what I call kind of a moret that's out here. That is a beautiful fleece on it. Don't let anybody tell you anything different. It's different than most of these. It's a little coarser. It's uniform on it. You've just got some really tough sheep to show against when you're showing all together, but that's a good fleece and for morets, and that's what you want to raise in your breed, in your type of breed. That's a good one on it. Thank you.
As we get into the next set of Hampshire February ewe lambs, I think a really unique sheep to win. One from the profile that's so good. She's so big and bold in her forerib, and yet from the side, she's got the correctness of lines. I especially like her out of her hip and hind leg, and yet when you go to handle her, sure, plenty of dimension. Really a massive female here in second. Really big racked, big loin, and thick-ended female, and one that gets out and goes good. Maybe just not quite as unique as our class winner in terms of her construction up front, but still one that I really like for her basic build. The next ewe in class is probably the long-bodied, extended female of these five. She's one that's really extended up through her front end. In relation to the sheep on either side of her, though, she wants to get played out just to touch down through the lower portions of her leg, but still, I think, a high-quality profiling female. The ewe next in line is really massive on the top side of her skeleton. I really like her added power and structure as well, her muscularity, but she's one that right there at her loin edge, I'd sure like to square up and freshen up just a touch. And then the ewe we're going to round the top five out with is sure impressive out of her upper hip and down through the lower portions of her leg. I'd just like to neaten her up at the point of her shoulder.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of winter ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 46, Mayo Club Lambs 2176, Cheyenne Bragg, Estes, Florida. Second place to entry 38, Mayo Club Lambs 2179 ET, Harley Oswood, Burlington, West Virginia. Third to 44, Black, Fort Worth, Texas. Eighth place to 35, Alexis and Charlotte Gottschall, Logansport, Indiana. 9 to 41, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. And 10 to 48, Hensley Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Placing on the yearling U class for the natural coloreds. First place to entry number 11, Wolf 2125, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Second to entry 12, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio, with Wolf 2131. Third place to entry number 13, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fourth to entry 17, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. 5 to entry 14, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry 8, Mallory Bowers, Lafayette, Indiana. 7 to 15, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Eighth place to entry 10, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. 9th to 16, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. And 10 to entry number 9, Gwendolyn Goodwin, Washington, Indiana. Placing on the class of slick-shorn February ewe lambs, Class A. First place to entry 261, ECL 0416, Gabriel Reed, Hartford City, Indiana. Second to 260, Davis 2002, Morgan and Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third to entry number 264, Morgan Garrison, Connorsville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 266, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to entry number 250, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 6 to 251, Kirby Messerschmidt, Marion, Indiana. 7 to 254, Palmer Mitchell, Pike Road, Alabama. 8 to 267, Bailey Tracy, Columbia City, Indiana. 9 to 252, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. And 10 to 257, Amara Bugenhagen of Mukwongo, Wisconsin. Placing on Class 29B, our intermediate class of February slick-shorn Hampshire ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 270, Wheaton 22081, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 282, 22101, Kirby Messerschmidt, Marion, Indiana. Third place to entry number 276, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. 4 to 272, Cindy Connolly, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to entry number 288, Caroline Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky. 6th place to 277, Cora Bartram, Greentown, Indiana. 7th place to entry number 287, Abigail Tipton, Connorsville, Indiana. 8 to entry number 275, Cheyenne Bragg, Eustis, Florida. 9 to 268, Sarah, J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. And 10th place to entry number 279, Tessa and Connor Ortman, Kokomo, Indiana.
what a challenging class. And again, as it turns out, it seems like the guns are getting better and better in these younger age group classes. And the young man that really sticks this little lamb really well. And at the same time, this lamb is pretty dang good. I mean, you go through and look at how neat and tidy he is in through his front end. He's level and square in his top line. He's really super footed. I mean, this little ewe lamb, I mean, she just rock. I mean, she's got a real nice wide pin set on her, carries that muscle well down into that lower part of that leg. The young man's got a real stick on this sheep, and I'll tell you, he goes through and does really a nice job. And I'm really proud of this sheep coming on up the line as I did. Young lady next in line also has a really pretty maid lamb, a lamb that maybe doesn't have quite as much natural thickness and muscling, a lamb that maybe is carrying just a tad more condition than the lamb that goes through and starts, but at the same time, really pretty profiling sheep, real long body, super long from that last rib back, and there's plenty of neatness in this sheep. If I could change her, I'd like to go ahead and put a little more substance of bone on this sheep, maybe a little bigger forearm to go along with that pretty profile that this sheep has to offer. Just really a nice one to go ahead and fit into second hole. The lamb that we've got in third, really intriguing sheep. And again, as it turns out, I think that sheep got better and better as I continue to go ahead and watch this sheep. Real square-ended kind of sheep that's got a tremendous amount of shape, but again, a lot of look in through that front end. Sheep that's really good on those feet. I think she's really futuristic in her design. I think we're going to go through and find her days are going to be down the line as well. Again, just really a nice ewe. Probably the ewe that caused me the most grief and maybe concern is the one we have next in line. And again, I really like the sheep in that there's a tremendous amount of total body length to this sheep and all this bone and substance, but she also carries a little more condition over that forerib down into that breastplate, a sheep that I'd like to just go ahead and kind of clean up, and then I could really evaluate her in a little more sound way. A sheep that, again, I think she's long, she's got some stretch, a sheep that's got some usefulness, and so she kind of found herself to continue to contend, but I think that probably a little bit of extra white muscle went through and probably worked to her disadvantage. We then go through and have a really nice square maid sheep that goes through and finishes out our top five. Again, a female that goes through and has a lot of look to her, really neat in through her shoulders, real long bodied. Sheep that maybe is a little bit lower fronted in comparison to some of the other sheep that were up the line, but again, a real powerful ended kind of sheep, and again, congratulations.
One of our senior ewe lambs, I think we've got a lamb that just catches your eye when she comes out here, and I think she wins the class pretty easily. She's long, she's straight, she's correct, she's got their length in the right place. You have to appreciate that bone, and she's just beautiful fleeced anywhere you want to go on her. Second lamb has a really nice fleece. She carries out long. She doesn't have maybe quite the definition down in the rear quarter in her fleece as our first ewe, but you have to like, again, the neck and that extension, the straightness, the correctness, that top, her length's in the right place, just tremendous kind of ewes. Our third ewe follows along. She does shorten up just a little bit compared to our top two. Doesn't have quite the bone in that leg, but she's, again, a nice uniform fleece. Come in with our fourth ewe. You really have to appreciate that neck and extension and how that flows into the shoulders and how she patterns and shows. But she's a little bit shorter, particularly in the loin and the area. The next ewe we got doesn't carry out quite as well in the rump structure to suit me as some of the top ones. Another one with a good fleece. She's got a good, nice neck on her, and certainly a uniform fleece. And we've got uniform fleeces over here. We've got one or two that run out a little bit on it that don't suit me quite as much or have as much definition, but they're really nice sheep. Thank you.
Another exceptional set of Hampshire females here in our next class of February's. The ewe that wins, I think, is so unique in the way she's constructed up through her front end, and yet how much power she has from behind. She has so much dimension on the top side of her skeleton, and as she goes away with you, she sure leaves you with quite a bit of base width and thickness down through the lower portions of her leg. I think as much as anything we've seen today, she's probably as unique from the profile coupled with muscle. The next ewe in the class, I think, follows her most correctly. She's the one that's really thick-ended, really powerful from behind. I like her added stoutness of structure. That female, when you get right on top of her, I sure wish she had just a shot more rear rib and flank. I wish she was opened up there through the center portion of her body just a notch more. Really a feminine, maternal profiling female here in third. I really like the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's so correct in her lines and has a neat swooping rib cage to her. In direct relation to the two females in front of her and the one directly behind her, I'd just like to see her a notch stouter featured. Who we've got next in line is one that I really liked initially. I thought that added ruggedness and power was one that I could sure run with. When you get your hands on her, though, I'd like to see her square and fresher to the edge of her loin, but still a female that I think has a pile of quality. And then we're going to round the top 5 out with, sure long-bodied and extended. Just wish she had a notch more power out of her upper hip.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of Winter Ewe Lambs, first place went to entry number 57. AC Moody Farms 22018 AI, Maddox Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana. Second place to entry number 56. Kid 0410, Abigail Tipton, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to entry 62. Blake and Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to 63, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. 5 to 65, Reed Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 67, Evan Rodden, Coleman, Alabama. 7 to entry number 54, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 8th place to 58, Haley Seabright, Gore, Virginia. 9 to entry 55, Brody Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 10 to 61, Brayson Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the class of natural colored senior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 25, McDaniel Brothers 2-6, James McDaniel, Charlottesville, Indiana. Second to entry number 27, Pines Inn Natural Colored 21-67, Little Cub, Kaylee Cassidy and Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to entry 21, Jared and Evan Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry 20, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to entry number 23, Kaylee Hallerson, Waterloo, Illinois. Pardon me. 6th place to entry number 19, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 7 to entry number 28, Ansley, Hadley, and Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. 8 to entry 24, Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 9 to entry number 26, Kaylee Holloran, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the late February ewe lamb class, Slickshorn for the Hampshires. First place to entry number 301, Johnson 22215, Sarah, JC, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 2 to entry number 295, Marianne 22155, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 289, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to entry 283, Lauren Swan, Manhattan, Montana. 5 to entry number 297, Mackenzie Smith, Forest, Indiana. 6th place to entry number 303, Sam Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 7 to entry number 294, Lindsay Eddy, Marysville, Ohio. 8th place to entry number 298, Emily Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. 9 to entry 291, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 10th place to 304, Holly Coker, West Salem, Illinois.
As we start the March Ewe Lambs here on the Hampshire side, I think a really nice pair that sort up quickly, mainly because of their structural integrity and flexibility as we get out and go. The ewe that I chose to start with is one that I think just a notch fresher to the touch. I think she's one that's a little bit more expressive and square to the edge of her loin edge and especially down through the lower portions of her leg. She also goes out on a notch more stoutness of structure and bone as well. Ewe we've got next in line is a notch longer bodied, maybe runs uphill a little bit more compared to the ewe directly above her. To me, she's a little bit rawer to the touch, especially there to the edge of her loin, but still I think a female that has a pile of quality from the profile. Ewe we've got next is one that's really big topped and thick ended, really massive when you get right behind her. You sure like her center body as well, just like to stouten her up and her bone work some. The ewe we've got next in line is really a stout featured female that's really powerful up on the top side of her skeleton and from behind. I'd like to give her a shot more rear rib and flank and a little more flexibility as she gets out and goes. And then the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, another really shapely female, really expressive female, one that I just wish was more flexible out of her hip and hind leg.
what a tough class. And again, there's some that didn't even make the lineup that I really can appreciate for a lot of things. And again, the 5 that I have out here, we'll talk a little bit about them. First off, the complete U goes through and wins. She really goes through and has the long stride. She's very flexible in her joints, really square-footed, level in her top. She's got plenty of power in her for this age group. Sheep that goes through and has nice open rib about her. She's one that goes through and has a nice maternal underline. I think, again, she's going to end up having some great days down the line. I mean, I just think that she's going to continue to get better. And I just really liked her all the way through. I thought she was my easy decision in this particular class. A female that really went through and struck me hard is a sheep that we have in second. Again, solid sheep. This sheep is real neat in through its front end, powerful in that shoulder. Goes through and is really neatly laid into that forerib, dead level in its top line, plenty of muscle. And again, I think that she is just really a good sheep that's really presented extremely well. What a really nice sheep to go ahead and come into second. A good solid second. You did a heck of a job. So again, congratulations, sweetheart. The sheep that we have in third, I think, was a logical third for me. Sheep that goes through and doesn't have quite the muscle, the mass that we see in the 2 sheep that went ahead of her. But when you go through and look at the way she's put together, she's neat in through that shoulder, dead level in her top. She is ample in her natural thickness and muscling through that pin set. I'd like to see a little more lower leg on her. I think she's got some good shape to her. Her rib is really good, and she really extends past some of those sheep that are right below her as far as total body length. I really like her a bunch. Then we end up going through and have 2 younger, really nice lambs. They then come into place, and again, I think that they'll have some really great days. I mean, these sheep are really fresh in the way that they handle. They're really neat and cool in through their front ends. We go through and look at the levelness. You got to appreciate them. I think these 2 are kind of a pair that you'd like to pull apart in their overall body length to go ahead and make them a little more desirable. And then the ewe lamb on the end, she's by far the youngest. She's a little more immature in her kind. But again, just really a pretty ewe lamb that goes through and deserves to be in that top 5. Congratulations.
Okay, on our early of our spring lambs, and they've split these, and I think they run from January through whatever in February, and then the next class will be a little longer. But we've got not quite the longest ewe, but we've got the most complete ewe. When you get your hands on her and also that fleece, she wins the class over the second ewe basically on her fleece on it. Otherwise, we would probably, if we switch fleeces, we would switch ewes on it. But you get a hold of that fleece, it's got the character and it's got the luster. They both are beautiful uniform fleeces. This one's a little drier today. I don't fault it for that, but it doesn't have quite the luster. Again, the second ewe is a little bit longer ewe. You have to like that pattern. You have to like the neck and the bone and the way she walks out. Third ewe the same way. She gives up a little bit as far as down in that rear quarter on it, but you have to appreciate that neck and the overall length and strength from top to bottom. She just doesn't have quite the length in the loin. Then we get a lamb that shortens up just a little bit. You kind of like those smoke ones when they're as far as the eye appeal. A very nice fleece, not quite as definite in places, but very uniform. Other lamb down here, the dark lamb, again, has a very nice uniform fleece. She doesn't carry quite as well over the rump, and she's not quite as long as our top 2 or 3, but 5 very nice for your intermediate lambs. And also down here, we've got good lambs. They're sound, they walk, they're good on their mouths. There's no real terrible faults with them, which we don't like to see. There's no real bad fleeces. There's no belly wool. There's the things that we just don't, we can't tolerate, and you don't have it in this show so far today.
Wait, so they're doing a jackpot for the ponies too, or is that just the regular?
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class, the first of those two. First place goes to entry 91, Dino 22010, Katie Walkington, Bristol, Wisconsin. Second place to 79, Hogger 22068, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Third to 83, Riley Smith, Kentland, Indiana. 4 to entry 89, Sydney, Robert, and Tristan Seville, Christiansburg, Virginia. 5 to entry 77, Olive, Georgie, and Winston Boudreau, Otterburn, Indiana. 6 to 12, Parker Ellis, Donaldson, Iowa. 7 to 78, Kaylee Draper, Donaldton, Florida. 8 to entry 87, Caleb Limpert, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. 9 to 88, Bailey Tracy, Columbia City, Indiana. And 10th place to 74, Jace Maddox, Greenfield, Indiana.
I think probably the best top 5 that we've had so far in the Hampshire show here for the second class of March ewe lambs. Ewe that I chose to start with, I just really like her added power and look. In direct relation to the ewe behind her, I think she's just fresher back through her rear rib and flank. I think she's one that's more attractive in her underline, and I think when you get right on top of her, I think she's the female that's more massive. Here in second, we've got a more youthful appearing female, one that I really like her stoutness of feature, one that I think's very attractive from behind, but from the side. But like I said, in relation to our class winner, I just would like to give her a little bit more rear rib and flank. Ewe that we have here in third is the one that I initially thought that I'd run with in this class. I really like her basic build and her bone work and structure and how good designed she is up to her front end. The longer she stays out here, though, the worse she gets there at her loin, hip junction. Ewe that we've got next in line is one that's really stout featured, really good in her lines as well. Of the top 5, she's probably the flattest out of her hip and needs just a shot more dimension from behind. And the ewe we're going to round the top 5 out with, really a muscular female, really powerful from behind. I just would like to make her more unique up to her front end.
Placing on the early class of junior ewe lambs for the natural colors, first place to entry 32, Craig 2201, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama. Second place to 31, Thiessen 2222, Jared and Evan Neumeister, Greenfield, Indiana. Third place to entry 35, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 39, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 5 to 34, Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 6th place to 40, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 7 to entry 36, Emily Anderson. And 8th place to 33, J.C. Brown, Pinckney, Michigan. 9th place to 38, Ansley, Hadley, and Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the 30A March U Lamb class, the first class of March U Lambs. First place went to entry 327, Wheaton 22101, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Second place to 317, Johnson Family Showstock 22096, Lily Williamson, Cicero, Indiana. Third to entry 347, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry number 320, Adara Bell, Avila, Indiana. 5 to entry 325, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 6th place to 312, Madison Wind, Norman, Oklahoma. 7 to 316, Izzy Klaus of Sheridan, Indiana. 8th place to 318, Katie Anderson, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 314, Morgan Garrison, Connorsville, Indiana. 10 to 312, Grady Callahan, Austin, Florida. Placing on the second class, Class B of the March U Lambs, Slick Shorn for the Hampshires. First place goes to entry number 331, Hall 2019, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. Second place to entry number 349, Wheaton 22143, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Third to entry 351, Jasper, Ireland, and Finn Shuck, Geneva, Indiana. 4 to 350, Campbell, Corbin, and Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 5 to entry number 334, Alexandra Waddle, Springfield, Ohio. 6th place to entry number 352, Wyatt Nixon, Nash, and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 7 to entry 340, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana. 8th place to entry 322, Dina Young, Manhattan, Montana. 9 to entry 339, Cindy Connolly, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 10 to entry 335, Eleanor Feller, Milton, Indiana.
Another really high quality set of March Hampshire ewe lambs over here on our slick sheared side. I think the female that starts does so as soon as they get out on the go. She's the one that's easily the most flexible here in the top 5. She's the one that remains the most correct down her top line as she gets out and goes. And yeah, when you get right on top of her, she's a sheep that you sure like her muscularity over her rack and out of her pin set. Sheep that we have next in line, really rugged in her bone work, really powerful in her muscularity as well. Just wish she was a little bit more flexible off both ends. Ewe that we have here in third is one that's really fresh and youthful in her look. I really like her squareness on the top side of her skeleton, but when this young man gets her out and gets her to go, she's one that's a little bit rounder at the point of her shoulder, maybe wants to get a little high at her loin as well. Ewe lamb that we have next in line is one that I really like for her muscularity up top, really shapely from behind as well. I like her added bone work. She's one, though, that I think is just too deep in her chest in relation to her flank, and I think that just neatened her up from the profile quite a bit. Really a big muscled sheep here in fifth, extremely powerful up top and from behind. I'd just like to soften her a touch in her rib cage and stouten her up in her bone work.
All right, on our late class of ewe lambs, we've got just a nice set of sheep out here. We have all day, particularly in these ewes, and we didn't have too many rams, but we sure had some masculinity and some really nice rams too. But we're going to start with these younger lambs. It's kind of a goat roping, as they say sometimes, on what you're going to have, but what you got today. And we're going to start with, again, what I believe is the most complete ewe in the class as far as the uniformity of her fleece, her pattern, that strength through the neck, the way she walks out on the feet and legs. The second ewe, I will grant you, is the thicker ewe down through that loin and hind saddle. She doesn't have quite the luster to that fleece as her first ewe does, but she's just a whale of a ewe, and if you're going to shear her off on it, you're going to have a lot of sheep there to come on. Next ewe, we give up a little in our overall size and scale. From front to rear, she just doesn't profile as long, and she's not on it. That's just the way she's made. She's not as long. She's long enough where she's supposed to be, but altogether she just doesn't carry as well. Then we got a couple that they don't have quite the strength in their fleeces down in the breech area to go with the uniformity and the luster with some of the others, but still nice, and we still got ones with pretty good fleeces. They all walk good. They're all good on their mouths all the way through.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the natural colors. First place goes to entry 45, Broken Arrow 396, Harper Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Second place to entry 50, Amber 2224, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 48, Jamie Lindow, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 44, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 5 to entry number 46, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama. 6th place to entry 41, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. 7 to entry 47, Eli Johning, Waterloo, Illinois. 8th place to entry 42, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. And 9th place to entry number 49, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
what a tough class. And again, there is a tremendous amount of depth that didn't make the top 6. I wanted to pull 6 because I think all 6 of these are intriguing in their own way, and and I think that's where you got to go through and recognize these youngsters out here with, 6 really good ones. Somebody else sort them a whole different way. I'm not real big into weather world, but I'll tell you what, these 6 intrigued me, and that I think there's little things that make differences. I see that some of these are going to have, better days even down the line, and at the same time, they're just really a nice set of females that can do some really good things in a breeding program. The sheep that goes through and starts my class is just separate of all the others. Again, this sheep is just super powerful. When you go through and you look the way that she's made, she's got a big arm in her. She goes through and stands on a wealth of bone, big foot on her. You go through and get beyond that, she's got the most rack shape. She's got the most rib shape. She's got the most butt end. A sheep that goes through and just puts it all together. And this team does a phenomenal job going through and presenting her throughout the entire contest. Just really a good sheep. The sheep in second may be a little bit different. And obviously you can go through and look at a lot more extension, a lot more length of body in this sheep. Not quite the power that we saw in the sheep that goes through and starts our class. But again, you have to go ahead and appreciate the way that this sheep walks around the ring. Tremendous amount of presence and an extension in through that front end. I think she's got a very fine value to a breeding program as well. Probably the sheep that I really wanted to go ahead and use the most is probably the one sitting here in third, but she doesn't have the muscle that the 2 previous have. And again, I think youthfulness goes through and kind of works to her disadvantage, which I know she's going to end up having a lot more good days away from today. I mean, this sheep is really driven through its front end, really clean in through that lower third. One of the lighter conditioned females in the class, yet at the same time has a great top line on it, real level and square out through its rump structure. If I could change her, I'd like to go ahead and deepen her up in through her inner thigh, see a little more outside pop to her leg, but at the same time, we go through and we know that she's going to go ahead and continue to get better in that the way she's put together. Just really a nice sheep that goes through and has a lot of great things to go ahead and offer. The sheep that we have in fourth, again, another really nice side view profiling sheep that goes through and has a lot of levelness and squareness out through that hip. A female that stands on plenty of bone, real correct on those feet and legs. Need a little more stifle in her to go ahead and get past those 3 powerful ones ahead of her. But again, just really another outstanding female that goes through and really presents herself extremely well. Then next in line, young man does a phenomenal job going through and presenting this sheep. This is a sheep that if I were to go ahead and buy one, I think that there was a couple that didn't even win that I really like. I think she's dead level in her top line, super square on those feet and legs, really neat in through her shoulder. We just like to see a little more mass in through that back third of her body. I mean, if we could go through and see a little more stifle, a little more inner thigh, I think she'd be a darn competitor. I mean, she's a good sheep. Then we end up using a sheep that's probably one of the smaller skeleton sheep in the class that comes in sixth. Another really good ewe lamb that, again's got real square top on her. Goes through and she has plenty of shape for what she is. Really good rib shape, real super good on those feet and legs. I just like to go ahead and jack her up in her front end to go ahead and be a little more competitive. Really nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the Hampshire class of Slickshorn March late ewe lambs, first place to entry number 365, Johnson Family Showstock 22263, Wyatt Nixon, Nash, and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 344, Johnson 22270, Sarah J.C. and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to 357, Wheaton 22127, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan. Fourth place to entry number 356, Hattie Hobbs, Bath Springs, Tennessee. 5 to entry number 362, Tyler Getzloff, Ocala, Florida. 6th place to 345, Kirby Messerschmidt, Marion, Indiana. 7 to 361, Mason Smith, Guntersville, Alabama. 8th place to entry number 343, Katie Anderson, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 311, Owen Steinke, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 10 to 358, Bristol and Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
Okay, well, our natural cards, let's give our exhibitors a nice hand. They brought out a really nice set of sheep on it, fleeces, character, whatever. We've had a more heavy on the fine fleeces today than the mediums, which is okay on it. That's personal preference, but this is probably as hard a class in this championship that I've run across in a long time. National shows, junior shows, I don't care where they're at. Oregon, Washington, out east, Illinois, Midwest, on it where I've judged them. And you can do, you pick the one you want on it. And I will always kind of favor if they're there, my yearling ewes. But today, I look at it, I think this fall ewe lamb is the best fall ewe lamb in the blacks that I've seen in a long time, and I'm old. She's going to be your champion. I take nothing from the yearling. If you want to put them the other way around, I'm not going to argue with you. She's there. She's good. She's sound. I don't know where to fault her. I just look at them in comparison, and this ewe doesn't really have to get any bigger to be a yearling on it, but I'm sure she will. So congratulations to everybody, but she'll be your champion. That'll be your reserve.
What a pleasure to go through and look at a set of females out here that are built so nicely. I mean, they start with the great set of feet and legs. Their spine work is exactly the way it should be, and at the same time, many of these are built with a lot of package in them, and so there's a lot of muscle and mass and substance, and I think that there's some real great breeding pieces out here to go through and really drive your breeding program in the right direction. So again, maybe I didn't handle the seconds, but at the same time, I think that I found the ones that I'm really incredibly impressed with, and that they'll end up being our champion and our reserve. I'm going to reach out and congratulate these exhibitors. And again, these exhibitors deserve a round of applause as well for a job excellently done. So again, congratulations on your work.
For our natural colored show, our grand champion ewe goes to entry number 25 out of the senior ewe lamb class. McDaniel Brothers 2-6, James McDaniel, Charlottesville, Indiana. The reserve grand champion to the first place yearling ewe in the early division. Entry number 11, Wolf 2125, Braden Wolf, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Again, we're now showing best fleece for the natural colored show. After that, Columbia's, please be on deck. Junior Ram Lambs will be your next class. Columbia Junior Ram Lambs will follow the best fleece class for the natural coloreds that are in the ring. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Class A, 8A Spring Ewe Lambs. First place in that class went to Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 94, Kobe Scroggins, Moore, Oklahoma, with Kobe Scroggins BWJ 02. Third place to entry number 110, Brady Galando, Calipara, California. 4 to entry 9, Riley McGee, Osgood, Indiana. 5 to entry 95, Clayton Hesse, Annville, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 98, Marshall Hall, Hartsville, Tennessee. 7 to entry 111, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 8th place to 109, Lane Vanderlinden, Knoxville, Iowa. 9th place to 115, Reva and Jackson Pickens, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 10th place to entry number 112, Cody Cohen, Elkhart, Kansas.
With 3 rings going at once, I haven't talked a champion drive yet, just because time on the mic seems to be more of a luxury today with all of us. But I think this set of Hampshire sheep's truly been incredible. The female show has been so good. I hope I get to see more good ones the rest of the day, but if I don't, I sure think that this set is exceptional. I think these 4 sheep are extremely good. They look like Hampshires. They're built right. They're flexible, and they're sure high quality. Young man with the January ewe lamb, you're going to be champion, and the yearling ewe will be reserve.
For the Dorset Advantage show, our grand champion ewe went to the first place in the yearling ewe class, entry 27, Rainbow. Johnson Family Showstock B1005, Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. The reserve grand, also shown by that combination of young people, 107 out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class. Vivian 22112, shown by Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. For our natural colored show, best fleeced animal went to entry number 10, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, on 2143. For the Slickshorn Hampshire show, our junior champion was entry number 281. out of the January ewe lamb class. Hill and hoeing 2063, Cole Ritter, Fort Bell, Indiana. The reserve champion in the junior division is entry 301, Johnson 22-215, Sarah, Jason, and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Entry 281 was also our overall champion, and that was Hill and hoeing 2063, shown by Cole Ritter, Fort Bell, Indiana. The reserve was our senior champion, entry number 128, Hogger 21031, Morgan Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana.
On our senior Columbia lambs, we've got just a big, massive kind of a ram that walks out free on those legs. On it, all three of these are nice fleece for Columbias, and they got nice heads and breed character. But he just overwhelms the other two and wins the class pretty easily. Second and third's much closer. There's some things I like about both of them. The second ram shortens up quite a bit compared to our first ram, but it is got some thickness down through that rump, and I like the set of the tail a little bit better. But they're all nice fleeces and should make us some nice yearling usable Columbia rams. They walk out good on those feet and legs, and they've got good heads and breed type, which is really important.
Winner of the breeder young flock for the Hampshire show is Wyatt Nixon, Nash and Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Now showing pair of Hampshires. Placing on the class of junior Ram Lambs for the Columbia show. First in the class and also our champion Ram goes to entry number 2, Thiessen 2219, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place and reserve champion Ram goes to entry number 3, Davis 2264, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Third place in the class to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. For the pair of Hampshire class, our class winner is Cole Ritter of Fortville, Indiana. That does conclude our Hampshire show. Now ready to move right on into the Corriedales.
Real nice set of fall bucks in our Tunis division. Ram that goes through and starts. Easy winner for me today. Really extended in through his front end, dead level in his top line and his hip. Sheep that stands super good on those feet and legs. Great color about this sheep. A sheep that's really got a bright future ahead of him. The ram that comes in second, again, a little bit thicker maybe kind of ram. A ram that's a little bolder about his front end, which I think works to his disadvantage. Not quite the levelness out through his rump structure, but again, a real growthy kind of ram that's got some mass, some muscle, and again, some usefulness within the breed. Really young appearing fall buck that we've got in third, a sheep that balances up extremely well. He's really neat through his shoulder, real long and level in his top line. He just gives up too much muscle and mass for us today to go ahead and be as competitive. Again, 3 really nice bucks. Congratulations.
We just had the 2 Columbia yearling ewes. We're going to start with the ewe that's just a little stronger up down through that chest and down through the back line. The second ewe profile's a little longer, but she's not quite as long right through that hip structure and up through the loin and rump and area that we'd like to see. But they're both really nice fleece for Columbias. I know the Columbias allow a little more in variation of grade, but both of these have got uniform fleeces. They got beautiful Columbia breed type and heads, and they're just 2 really nice ewes that, again, that's one of those classes that there could be a whole lot more out here that both of these could beat.
Placing on the Columbia class of yearling ewes, first place goes to entry 7, Thiessen 2103, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to entry 6, Gertz 2673, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Now ready for senior ewe lambs. Again, we're ready in the ring for senior ram lambs for the Cordales. Cordales senior ram lambs.
Think it's on? Yeah. Well, to start out with the Cordales, we're going to start with the biggest lamb in the class. He just catches your eye when he walks in. He's got the bone, he's got the wool, he's got a really nice fleece on him, and just carries out over that top like a good ram should. The one right behind him, he taking nothing away from him, maybe a little finer fleece, a little better fleece, just doesn't have the size and scale to run with the big dog up there in front of him today. Thank you.
Real nice set of Tunis rams to go through and sort. A ram that starts our class, kind of an easy winner, a ram that really puts a lot of great things together. Super sound on those feet and legs. He's really nice in through that shoulder and through his top line. Ram that really moves around the ring with a tremendous amount of fluidness, and at the same time he's level, square, just really high quality head about him. A sheep that goes through and kind of wins this class relatively easy. The ram that's in second is a good one. The ram in second, I mean, he's really good in his top line, super true in his skeletal makeup. A ram that carries that levelness and squareness well out through that dock. He stands on a real good set of feet and legs. Not quite the stretch and elevation of the ram that we started with, but he's real solid, good kind of sheep that's got great color and at the same time high quality kind of sheep to go ahead and run into our second position. The ram that we have in third, again, a ram that I really like the way that he stands at times. He's not standing really well at this point. A ram that's a little bit easier in his top, but again, ram that's got a tremendous amount of growth and production built into him. I like the way he's made out through his rump structure. A ram that, again, I think is really production oriented and really a nice buck to go through and come into third. Next ram, probably one of is the smallest buck in the class, but he really balances up really nice. He's clean through his shoulder, goes through and is level in through his top line, relatively level out through his dock, and at the same time, I think he just has so much trueness in his skeletal makeup that, again, he deserves to go ahead and be in this position. The ram we have been in fifth place, again, a real big production-oriented kind of sheep that's got a tremendous amount of thickness and muscle down his top. He has a tendency to be a little shorter strided buck, kind of humps up in his top line in comparison to the four rams ahead. Again, really nice set of February buck lambs to go through and sort. Congratulations.
And our Columbia early ewe lambs. We're going to start with the lamb that's probably the most complete. I would like to maybe have her walk just a little freer in those back legs, but she's certainly straight and correct down that top. Second ewe, and they're good fleeces. We don't have any bad fleeces out here. Second ewe, not quite as big as our third ewe, but she certainly handles down that top. She's got a nice fleece, and she carries the length where she needs it. The third ewe, I fault a little bit. She doesn't walk out quite again as free as our second ewe. But you have to appreciate, you have to love that neck and how that neck flows down into the shoulders and the overall pattern of that ewe. Same way our fourth and fifth ewe, they are a little heavier set kind of ewes. I guess I suffer from that myself. They're just not quite as clean up in that front end as I'd like to see them to come up with our top three ewes. But good breed type, good heads. They walk out good. They're all sound on their feet and legs and their mouths, and they're nice fleeced.
Placing on our Tunis January Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 3, Spildy 643, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 2, Red Barn Farm 2251, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Third place to entry number 4, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the February class of Tunis, first place to entry 9, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 650. Second place to entry 7, Mum 2217, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 8, McKenna Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. 4 to entry number 6, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 5 to entry number 5, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honeoye Falls, New York. Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Corriedales, first place to entry number 2, BWH 4044, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 1, LRF 2204, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Columbias, first place to entry 9, Bach 2170, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to 13, Copeland 293, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third place to entry 11, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 10, Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 5 to entry 12, Morgan Davis,
in our January here, their early Ram Lamb class. Going to start with the one, when he walks out here, you see him right away. He's just the kind of ram you're looking for, I think. He's straight down the top, got a really nice fleece on him, got a big bone on him. If I could fault him for anything, I'd like to darken his nose up just a tick to make him perfect for me. Follow him with the one, just follows him just as close as he can be. Just got a nice fleece on him. He's the right kind of sheep today, but he just doesn't have the girth, of what I call the girth, to run with the guy in front of him. Not taking anything away from this third one here, probably the nicest fleece lamb in the class. Just doesn't square out over that dock like the rest of them do when you get him on the walk and when you get your hands on him, and just a little less extended up through the shoulders and neck area.
Placing on the Corriedale Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 6, Craig 2212, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second place to entry number 3, Peters 2203, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And third to entry number 4, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio.
Well, we sure didn't have a lot of rams, but we had 3 or 4 really good ones out here today. Today, the easy top for me is going to be your 2 January, your 2 early ram lambs. They're just point on today for me. They both have really nice fleeces. They're both long. They're both straight. They're both correct. They're just going to be your champion on this side and the reserve on the other today.
Real nice set of March ram lambs to go through and sort. And ram lamb that really kind of intrigues me in this class is the ram that starts our class, dead level in his lines. He's really clean in through his front end. I think he projects out to go and really make for a nice yearling buck a year from now. A ram that is just clean and neat and tidy in the way that he's going through and is put together. Just a really good straight spine kind of sheep. He's really clean in through that lower third of his body cavity. I think, again, just really a nice winner to go ahead and start with today. The ram that we've got in second, he's definitely one of those rams that has done a great job as far as growing and having a tremendous amount of body and shape, and at the same time, really nice coloration about his head. Ram that maybe's got just a little look more in through his lower third for me today for his age group, but really a nice ram that's got a tremendous amount of mass and muscle and rib and function that goes through and can really drive the breed in the right direction. Then we go through and we find that the ram that we've got in third place, again, another really nice made March ram lamb that's pretty neat in through his front end and shoulder, real level in his top line, maybe a little bit lighter muscled in comparison to the 2 rams ahead of him. But again, real sound on those feet and legs, really nicely built. a ram that fits in that third hole for me really nicely. The ram that we've got in fourth, again, he kind of gives up a little bit as far as production, and he doesn't have quite the skeletal dimension that we see in the three rams ahead of him, but a ram that's got some length, some body, real correct on those feet and legs. I think a real functional kind of buck. Again, congratulations to all of you.
For our Cordell show, our champion ram goes to entry number 6 out of the junior ram lamb class, Craig 2212, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve grand champion ram was out of the same class, entry number 3, Peters 2203, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Now showing Cordell yearling ewes. Placing on the class of Tunis, March, and later born ram lambs, first place goes to entry 10. Mum 2253, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 11, Spildy 673, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 13, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. And 4 to entry 12, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio.
On our intermediate lambs here, we've got some really nice lambs again. Just a nice set of Columbia ewes all the way through so far. We got a ewe again, I think wins this class pretty handily on it. She's long, she's straight, she's correct, she's good in her fleece. She walks out adequately enough on the good in those legs. The second ewe, a little more upstanding on those back pasterns, but the first ewe doesn't particularly bother me. She doesn't carry out quite through that rump structure as square, as correct as our first ewe on it, but you have to like the head and the breed type there. Third ewe is a ewe that catches your eye. There's just not quite as much to her when you get your hands on her. She's very correct, she's long, she's straight. She just doesn't have quite the oomph to go on up. Fourth ewe gets a little bit short in the business places on it. She wants to not show just the best today, but she just shortens up too much in her pattern back in that rear quarter. We need the ewe we got down here runs out just a little even on the Columbias on the fleece to suit me. She doesn't handle quite as good right down in the thickness in that twist and things to come up any higher. We've still got 3 more lambs over here that are very usable. They just don't have the size and scale to come up with these 5.
Real nice set of bucks here to go ahead and sort in our slick division. The ram that goes through and starts for me is probably the straightest lined, most correct sheep in the class, and he goes through and he comes through and wins based on all of his straightness and levelness that he has to offer. Ram that I'd like to maybe see a little more total pounds of muscle in him, but my gosh, he's made really well as far as his skeletal makeup. He's good in his top line, really neat in through his shoulder, and super level out through that rump structure. The ram that we've got in second, yeah, he's got a little more total dimension as far as muscle and forearm in him, but I'd like to go ahead and maybe change up his top line to go ahead and make it a little straighter in its design, so we can go ahead and get by our young buck lamb that goes through and starts our class. The ram that we have in third, again, very similar to the ram that we started with, but he's probably the lightest muscled ram in the class. I really like his extension in through his front end, the levelness out through his top line and through his rump structure. We just like to stouten him up in his features to go ahead and move up the line as well. When we go through and we look at our fourth and fifth place rams, rams that certainly have had some production built into them, rams that have some heart and body and rib, sheep that I just like to go ahead and straighten up in their spine work and out through their rump structure to be a little more competitive. Nice set of bucks. Congratulations.
Well, it's getting a little harder here than the rams were. These are really nice. These are really 4 good yearling ewes. The first one, when she walks out, she catches your eye immediately. She's pretty. She's just got everything about her. She's long, she's tall, she's got a really nice fleece on her, and when you get your hands on her, she's got a really long hind saddle in her. Just a really good, what I call a mommy sheep. She's gonna lay down and have some babies for you. The second one follows her just about the same, just lacks a little size as far as overall length and size. Again, on the girth, that's what I'd like to make her just a little more girthier, if you will. But otherwise, just a fine sheep. Our girthy one's here in the third hole. She's got probably the nicest fleece of all of them in the class. She's got some meat on her today. She could probably lose a little bit, but otherwise just another good sheep, and another one's going to lay down and have you a really good mommy sheep. The last one here is when I get my hands on her. She just doesn't fall down the top like I like a sheep to be. She's not straight enough for me today. Taking nothing away from her. I think she's going to be all right in the lambing barn when you get ready to start using her, but otherwise, really fine sheep. Thank you.
Placing on our Columbia class of junior ewe lambs, first place went to entry 16, Thiessen 2218, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to entry 20, Borcher 2286, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Third place to entry 14, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to entry number 17, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 5 to entry 19, Elizabeth Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 6 to 15, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 7 to entry 18, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 8 to entry 21, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio.
What a really nice set of Tunis rams out here for our champion drive, and these youngsters have done an excellent job of selection and going through and managing their project extremely well. We go through and I found a couple sheep that really kind of intrigued me. I think there's actually 3 of them that goes through and continue to go through and show some extension, some levelness, some straightness in them, and at the same time that they're very futuristic in their design. I really appreciate all the bucks color out here, that they happen to go through and be really clean-headed kind of sheep, and at the same time have the right kind of shape to their heads. Just really nice set of bucks out here in our champion drive. I'll go ahead and I'll reach out and I'll name our champion and our reserve champion rams. I'll go home really proud of these sheep that I've gone through and evaluated in our Tunis division. Again, congratulations.
Well, for our championship drive, we didn't have a terribly large Columbia show, but we had quality show. And to me, we have a very easy champion. I'm not going to doodle around here. It's going to be this yearling ewe. I liked her when this big massive ewe when they walked her in the ring. She's straight, she's correct, she's got beautiful head, breed type up there, and she's certainly got a nice fleece and bone and walks out good. Going to come right back, and we're going to use our second yearling ewe. As I said, in that class there could have been 10, 15, 20 more, but she doesn't have maybe quite the frame as this first ewe, but she's certainly nice fleece. She's long, she's strong, she carries out well. I don't take anything away from my lambs. I particularly like this junior lamb. the youngest junior lamb, and you're going to have some good yearlings. But they're here today, and I'm going to use my yearlings.
Not a lot of numbers here in the earlier, or the fall ewe lamb class, I should say, but not a bad sheep to start the class with. She just overpowers our gal here in second. I don't know what the maturity level is on him, but not taking anything away from our second place lamb. She's got the nicest fleece I've probably seen today. She's a really nice fleeced ewe. She just doesn't have what we have up here in front of her as far as size and length and scale, but that's the way we see them today.
For our Columbia show, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe. Entry 7, Thiessen 2103, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. The reserve champion was second in that yearling ewe class, Gertz 2673, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Tunis Ram Lamb class, first went to Shakel 2202 on entry 14, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 18, MJM Family Farm 2220, Hannah Warnicki, Columbus Grove, Ohio. Third place to entry 17, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 4 to entry 15, Madeline Jacoby, Mackenzie and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to entry 16, Madeline Jacoby, Mackenzie, and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Tunis was our first place February Ram Lamb, entry 9, Spildy 650, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Reserve champion was first place in the March and later class, entry 10, Mum 2253, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. For the Corriedales, our yearling ewe class, first place went to entry number 10, MLW 2104, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 8, Peters 2100, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to entry 9, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. And 4 to entry number 11, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 14, Craig 2148, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry number 13, Craig 2146, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama. For our Columbia show, our champion ewe went to the first place yearling ewe, Jackson Thiessen. On Thiessen 2103, Alden, Iowa. Reserve Courtney Copeland, second place yearling ewe, Gertz 2673. For the Columbias, we're now showing best pair of lambs. We'll follow that with best fleece. For the Corriedales, we are on January ewe lambs. For the Tunis, we are showing our early yearling ewes.
making it just a little tougher here today. So when we start this class, I thought this ewe in second was going to walk all over everybody, but when you part that fleece on this girl up here in the front, she just got it where it counts. She's got a nice Cordell fleece on her. I thought she was a little short in the hind saddle, but she's not. She marches out well. She walks well. She's got bone on her. She got a really nice, what I'd call a Cordell head on her. That's where I see her today. The next ewe, granted, she's just a tick taller when you get to looking at her on the side. She has a tendency to sort of, when she's doing it now, sort of roach up on you here. Doesn't have the bone on her, but she's still a nice sheep when you get your hands on her. Next ewe, just a little short-sighted kind of gal. She's can't run with these two up here in front of her, but that's where I see her today. And he's having a little work on her to get her to show, but otherwise she's a fine sheep at that, and she'll probably be a pretty good-sized yearling. We just needed to lengthen her out a little bit to make her stand any farther. Our fourth one here just doesn't have the horsepower to run with these big dogs up in front. Another one with a real fine fleece on her. Probably, again, another nice headed Cordell with the darkest nosed ewe in the class, but that's where we're going to leave them today.
Placing on the Columbia Best pair of lambs, first place to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second place to James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And third to Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Now ready for best fleece on the Columbia.
Really nice set of yearling ewes to sort through in this Tunis yearling ewe class. Yearling ewe that goes through and puts the most good things together is the ewe that I'm starting with today, a female that's really cool in through her front end. She's real neat and tidy. She's real level in her top line, real square out through that rump structure. I think she just got a tremendous amount of femininity and straightness and levelness to go ahead and run to the top of the class and for me today. The sheep that if you're looking to go ahead and put a little more mass and muscle and rib shape, you certainly gotta like the ewe that's in second. She's as practical as you can go ahead and make them. She's really bold in through her front end and at the same time blends into a big old top that's got a lot of natural thickness and muscling, real square out through their hip, which is the huge advantage that she has over many of the others in the class. If I could go ahead and just pull her apart just a little bit in her frame, maybe extend her neck and her front end, I think she could go ahead and really run with that ewe that goes through and starts. The ewe that I've got in third, another really good spine sheep that's real dead level in her top line, really good out through her rump structure, maybe a little rounder in through her shoulder, and I think that works to her disadvantage. I like her body and her rib and her bone, a female that just, again, not quite the skeletal dimension that we go through and see in the two ewes ahead of her. Real nice ewe sitting in fourth as well, maybe a little bit deeper in through that chest plate. Female that's, again, got some extension, levelness, and squareness out through that top. A female that just doesn't have maybe the drive that we see in some of the ewes up ahead. Again, female that we've got in fifth place. Again, real massive in the way that she's put together. A little bit easier in through her top. Didn't want to go ahead and walk as easy and as free as the four ewes ahead of her. A little bit lower out through the dock in comparison to the four ewes ahead. But again, five really nice yearling ewes in our Tunis division. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs for the Corriedale show. First place goes to entry number 15, Peters 2200, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to entry 16, BWH 4048, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to entry 18, Carter Heberhausen of Republic, Ohio. 4 to entry 17, Sam Gullion, Somerville, Alabama. Placing on the best pair of lambs for the Columbia show, first went to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second to James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Third to Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn Tunis class, placing on the Columbia Best Fleece class, Best Fleece Animal, shown by Morgan Davis, Hinckley, Illinois.
Yeah, but she had more than one. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I'm guessing. I'm just going to go through.
That does conclude our Columbia show. We're ready to begin the Merinos Senior Ram Lambs, your first class.
You might want to. She's asking now. Good. Okay. I'm guessing it's a senior ULAB, but she had two decent senior ULAB. Yeah. Just grab an ear tag and then I can figure it out.
Well, 4 really good late ewe lambs today. First one just starts out, she, like you say, some of the others in the classes have caught your eye, and when she walks out, she does the same thing. She's just got the all-around volume about her. She's longer, she's taller. She walks out on 4 really good feet and legs and has a really nice head on her, and the fleece doesn't disappoint you when you open it up. Second ewe, that's the problem here in the class. She's got the nicest fleece of all four of these sheep in the class, but she just needs to be a little taller and a little more extended out through that shoulder and neck area. Third ewe, another problem ewe in the class, when you get your hands on her and when you watch her walk a little bit, she has a tendency to roach up on her back. She doesn't want to walk for the gals today, but otherwise not a bad sheep. Another good fleeced ewe, another good long-necked ewe if you want to have that in your sheep, but another good, really fine sheep. Fourth ewe just doesn't have the horsepower to run with these gals today, and up ahead of her, she just drops off a little bit when you get your hands down over that dock area, and she's just not square enough down over that area to suit me in the classes today.
Thank you.
And that was the one she entered, isn't it?
She didn't have an ear tag on the one she entered.
Can you write that number on?
Real nice set of senior ewe lambs to go through and sort. Ewe lamb that really rises to the top for me pretty easily is the ewe that we're starting today. She's really neat in through her shoulder, level in her top line, really square out through that dock. Real high quality breed type about her head. A female that, if I could change her a bit, I'd like to maybe see her go ahead and walk a little freer, but at the same time, I mean, she just has a really good skeletal makeup and at the same time has some extreme growth. The female that pushes her pretty hard is the ewe in second. This ewe really prances around the ring extremely nice. She's dead level in her top line. Female that doesn't have quite the extension in through her front end, but she's really well built in that she's got a big wide top on her. She's got a nice round rib in her, and at the same time, real nice big heavy bone on her. I think she's going to be a tremendous piece in a breeding program that can go through and possibly give you another show sheep that'll be really competitive. So again, I think that those two kind of separated themselves out. The next ewe that goes through and comes in line, she's again another real practical based kind of sheep. She's got a big bold front end that goes through and has some width of chest, a sheep that's got nice maternal sweep to her underline. She's real level in her top line, really good on those feet and legs. She just shortens up in her overall dimension as far as neck and length of body to go ahead and compete with those two ewes ahead. But again, a real practical piece to go ahead and add into your breeding program. Next in line, a female that gives up a lot more as far as total pounds and mass. You got to like the way that she's level in her top line and relatively square out through her dock. But again, a sheep that goes through and just is a little finer as far as her features in comparison to those three ewes ahead. Then in fifth place, again, another nice ewe, but again, a sheep that goes through and doesn't balance up quite as well as some of the ewes ahead of her to go ahead and get up the line. Congratulations on a job well done.
We didn't write it down.
Placing on the Tunis class of early yearling ewes. First place went to entry 25, Shambo 2161, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to entry 20, Kyle 2135, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Isle Falls, New York. Third to 21, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 4 to 23, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 5 to entry 28, Hank Gary, Atlanta, Illinois. 6 to 26, Alex Taylor, Frankfort, Indiana. 7 to 24, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 8 to 27, Glade Joliffe, Richwood, Ohio. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes, first to entry 32, Mum 2161, Beau Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 2 to 31, C. Gary 668, Dolly Parton. Kylie, Cassidy, and Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 3rd to 29, Kendall Kane, Grapeland, Texas. 4 to 33, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 5 to 30, Morgan Johnson, Wooster, Ohio.
Okay, and our merinos with our ram lamb class out here. We're going to start with the ram. He's not the biggest ram in the class, but he's certainly got the most beautiful fleece uniformity from front to end on it. The merinos are not, they're not a gigantous breed, so to speak, like our Rambouillets and Columbias, so we're not necessarily going for that or not going for it, but he's just, you have to appreciate the curl of those horns if you're going to have horns on them, which you can or you can't on it, and the breed character and the type, but he walks out freely, he's sound down that top, and he's just a beautiful merino fine-wooled fleece. Second ram, you have to appreciate that length and he's soundness down that top. He's just not showing me the luster and that in the fleece. It's a fine fleece. It's reasonably uniform. It just doesn't have the luster and the feel to it that we'd like in our first one. Third little ram, another ram with a really nice fleece on it, the kind of the skirt ram. He's certainly got a good merino head. He walks out free. He's not quite as long in the places I'd like to see him, but he's still a very nice fleeced ram and representative of the breed.
Placing on the class of February and later, Corriedale ewe lambs. First place went to entry 22, Craig 2218, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 21, BAH 72, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Third to entry 20, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And four to entry 19, Courtly Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
In our champion ewe today, we've got four really tough ewes here on the top. It's could just about walk any show. I'd be anxious to see what they do later on in the week here when we get in the open show. But today we got four that just I wouldn't pick any of them one over the other, but I have to today. So I'll go out and congratulate our kids. We talked about them in class, and we know what we're looking at, so we'll go out and congratulate the kids. Let's give these Cordell kids a big hand.
For our Cordell show, our champion ewe goes to entry number 10. First place, yearling ewe, MLW 2104, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Reserve champion, first place January ewe lamb, entry number 15, Peters 2200, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Now ready for Cordell, best-headed individual for the Cordell. Placing on the Merino Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 3, 2209, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second place to entry 2, Mendenhall 21125, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third to entry 1, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio.
Really nice set of females out here to go ahead and sort, and pretty hard on the top three to go ahead and decide exactly which direction you're going to want to go. And I decided I'm going to go ahead and go with the more extended ewe that's really flat in through her shoulder, a female that's really good out through her rump structure, that handles extremely well. I'd like to straighten her up a little bit right behind her shoulders to go ahead and make her perfect. But again, a female that I think has a tremendous amount of quality from one end to the other. Then we go through it, and the ewe in second, I think, again, makes it really interesting. I mean, this sheep happens to go through and have a really good top line in her. She balances up pretty good. She is a smaller made kind of ewe, but I think, again, very functional when you go through and think about, you know, how she'd end up working as a breeding piece. I think she doesn't, the best part about her is that she doesn't give up a whole lot of holes in her, and so that you can go through and really go through and extend them if that's what you want to do, or continue with the slick side of things. Then we go through and look at the ewe that's then in third place, a female that I really like the amount of thickness and muscle that she has, and the bone and substance. She's a little more down-fronted in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. I'd like to kind of jack her up there at the point of the shoulders and then go ahead and continue to level her up, but a really nice functional kind of female that will go through and do some really good things. Then we end up finishing out in the with a fourth place ewe that goes through and has some levelness and straightness to her as well, real correct on those feet and legs. She doesn't have near the muscle or mass in through her leg and through the top of her hip to go ahead and be competitive with the top three. But again, a real nice ewe that you really like from the hips forward, goes through and comes through with some really quality pieces as well. Then we end up finishing up with two ewes in fifth and sixth place. I just like to go ahead and change them out, their rump structure, go through and see a little more muscle and mass to go ahead and be competitive today. But again, nice set of lambs in this class. Again, congratulations, or yearlings.
Well, our younger merino rams. We're going to start with a nice kind of correct ram on it. I certainly have to admire the length and the head. He's certainly got a good head in, but he's also got the fineness in the fleece that we're looking for, and the luster and the character on it. The second ram is still the better fleeced ram in the whole of the three on it. He just gives up so much in his size and scale, and he pinches just a little bit more, and I like to see in that tail set to get around our first ram, but a beautiful merino fleece, and you like that, again, if he's going to be horned, they're set right in the head. Third ram, same thing. He doesn't have quite the strength down the top as our little second ram. He doesn't have quite the character in the fleece as the second ram, but they're very nice all the way through.
Placing on the class of slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Tunis. First place goes to entry 40, Jay Kerrs 101, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second to entry 39, Kyle 2169, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Isle Falls, New York. Third place to entry 36, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie, Ann Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Fourth to entry number 37, Morgan Johnson, Worcester, Ohio. 5 to entry 35, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. And 6 to 38, Madeline Jacoby and McKenzie, and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the merino class of early junior ram lambs, first place to entry 6, in-body 2212, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry 8, Diller R556, Morgan in-body, Bluffton, Ohio. And third to entry 7, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
extremely nice set of senior ewe lambs, and again, quality runs extremely deep in this class, and every one of you should be proud of the sheep that you have out here, as they're really good, straight-made kind of sheep, very correct, very functional kind of sheep to go through and work with in your breeding program. The ewe that goes through and starts the class, I think she's pretty handy in that when we go through and look at her, as she's extended in through her front end, she's long and level in her top line. I like the coloration about this ewe extremely well. She's really built really nice and extremely good out through that, through her hips and out through her pins. A female that, again, when she walks around the ring, she's really fluid in her movement. Real long strided kind of sheep that goes through and brings a lot of great things to the table. The ewe that's in second, again, very similar in kind, in that when we go through and look at her, she's real flat in through her shoulder, super level in her top line, really long from that last rib back, really good pin set on this sheep, really a high caliber kind of female that'll go through and bring you some of those kind of fault-free kind of sheep in the breed. So again, just really a nice ewe, maybe just a little rounder in through her shoulder, a little bit deeper through her chest in comparison to the ewe that starts the class, but again, just really a nice female. Female in third place, probably the nicest traveling sheep in the class. She really goes through and is very fluid when she goes through, and she moves across the ring, very level in her top line. Not quite the extension that we see in through her front end, but you have to appreciate the spine in that she's very level, very square, very complete in the way that she's put together. I think, again, a great female that can go through and do great things in a breeding program because of the way that she's put together. Real nice ewe then comes in fourth place. I think there's a little more of a break between those top 3 and 4. Female that you got to like in that she's got some extension and some substance. She's real long-bodied, not quite the muscle and mass that we see in the 3 ewes ahead of her. But again, I think she's very futuristic in that she has some indications going through and maybe being one of those big ones down the line. Real nice, heavy, structured kind of female in 5th place. She's really bold in her rib and body, and a female that I think is very functional. She could even be a slick kind of sheep because she has a tremendous amount of shape in her top and out through that rump structure. She's just a little down-fronted in comparison to some of those other ewes. Maybe not quite the extension that we see in the top end of this class, but a great set of senior ewe lambs. Congratulations.
As we get into our younger rams and merinos, we're going to start with a pair of rams that they got a lot of similarities and they got a lot of differences. The first ram's certainly the most correct behind those shoulders and down through there, and you have to appreciate his head. He's given up a little bit in the luster and his fleece. By far the best fleece in this class is the second ram. On it, he give up a little bit. Like I said, he doesn't carry out quite as well through that tail set, but he's a whale of a lamb as far as the fleece goes that we've got to keep in these merinos. Third ram, we got a nice kind of a long ram here. He is given up in his fleece. He doesn't have quite the definition to suit me in him. Fourth ram, another really beautiful fleece ram, but he's just too rough behind those shoulders to come up with our top 3.
For the Cordale show, our best headed individual was entry number 21, shown by Carter Hebertshausen of Republic, Ohio, with entry or tag number BAH0072. Best fleeced animal for the Cordales was also Carter Hebertshausen. And for our state flock, the winner goes to Brady Craig of St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the class of Tunis senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 43, Spildy 613, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 44, Spildy 617, also Claire Spildy. Third place to entry 47, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 41, Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. 5 to entry 46, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. 6 to entry number 42, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. 7 to entry number 45, Madeline Jacoby McKenzie, Macy Mag of Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the Merino Junior Ram Lamb class, late Junior Ram Lamb class that is, first place entry 11, in-body 2222, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. Second place to entry 12, Marvin 2609-7, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. Third to entry 10, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio. 4 to entry 9, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio.
Well, for our champion ram, like I said, we had nice ram lambs out here. To me, it comes down to combination of the things that we've looked for, but mostly the strength of the fleeces that we've got out here. But today, our senior ram is going to be your champion, and our intermediate is going to be the reserve.
Real nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort. Again, the ewe lamb that goes through and starts our class, she's the big extended ewe, a female that's got a tremendous amount of length and levelness and squareness. She's a handy winner to go ahead and start our class from there. Then we end up going through, and in second place, again, a female that's real level in her spine work, a female that's got some cleanliness in through that lower third of her body cavity. I think she's got some future and some growth potential to go ahead and come down the line. I really like the way that she's put together. Real thick made kind of ewe next in line that goes through and has some depth of body and some arch to her rib. Female that's relatively level out to her top. I'd like to go ahead and change her outer rump structure a little bit, see her a little cleaner in through that lower third of her body to go ahead and move up the line. Then we have a really nice ewe lamb in fourth place. Doesn't have quite the levelness out through her rump structure or the cleanness in her front end. But again, 4 really nice ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Let me see if they want you to do the Cordell. Those are the ones that are on it. Okay. It's very quiet in there. So apparently this is the first year they've like actually stuck to the leashes at the front gate. And we're getting like market land releases and I'm like
For the Merino show, our champion ram was on the first place senior ram lamb, entry number 3, 2209, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. The reserve champion to the first place early junior ram lamb, entry 6, in-body 2212, Megan in-body, Genera, Ohio.
one
real nice set of Tunis females out here for our senior champion. And again, it doesn't disappoint me when I go through and I look at smooth-made sheep that have some levelness, some squareness, and some function built into them. And this group of females certainly don't disappoint whatsoever. Again, congratulations on a job well done. I'm going to go ahead and reach out and I'll go ahead and congratulate our senior champion and reserve senior champion in our Tunis division. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Tunis. First place goes to entry 48. Gary 1006, Bernie. Nathan Everhart, Shelbyville, Indiana. Second place to entry number 82, Creekside, Tunis, 2197. Cade Joseph, Columbus, Ohio. Third place to entry 205, Kaylee O'Neill, Columbus, Ohio. 4 to entry 50, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. In our Tunis show, our senior champion ewe went to the first place in the fitted senior ewe lamb class, entry 43, Spildy 613, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion was in our fitted late yearling ewe class, entry number 32, Mum 2161, Bow Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois.
On our merino ewes here, we're going to start out with probably the three, what I call the most comparable ewes on it. The ewe we're going to start with, and her and the second ewe have got the fleeces that I really like to see. She's just a little stronger down that top, little more luster in that fleece. Both very nice headed ewes. The second ewe, like I said, gives up a little there. She's actually a little thicker ewe, but she doesn't have quite the fineness of the fleece. The third ewe, again, gets into some problems, I think, down towards the belly and the fleece that I can't use her up with the first two. And we got two more nice ewes here that shorten up a little bit in their pattern. They lighten up some in their fleeces that don't have quite the luster. And we've got some fairly nice fleeces over here, too. And again, you're to be complimented on your heads. They walk out good on their feet. They're sound in their mouths and things that we're looking for. But I think we've got particularly two really nice merino ewe lambs to start this class with.
Real nice set of January ewe lambs to sort. Female that really impressed me on a side view profile, and as she walked around, female that's very fluid in her movement, very clean in through her shoulder, very long bodied. A sheep that's got some skeletal dimension and at the same time a lot of quality. Just really a nice ewe lamb to go ahead and start our class. Ewe lamb that's in second, little more misbehaved kind of sheep today. A little harder to go ahead and evaluate her, but you put your hands on her, you got to be impressed. She's got a big rack in her. She's got really a lot of levelness in her top. She's just not really wanting to go ahead and play as well as the ewe that starts today. The ewe in third, another real nice side view profiling sheep that's got some levelness out through her rump and out through her top line. Just a little frailer as far as her bone work in comparison to the two ewes ahead of her. Just really a nice kind of female. Then we end up in fourth place, a sheep that does have some production and some bone and substance. I'd like to change her out in her top line and out through her rump structure to go ahead and be a little straighter lined and a little more competitive in that way. Then we go through and we finish out our class with a really nice ewe lamb. She's just a little bit smaller, doesn't have quite the extension or the smoothness that we see in some of the top end ewes. Congratulations on a really nice set of ewe lambs.
Placing on the Tunis January class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 52. Shambo 653, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Second place to entry 57, Spildy 639, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry 53, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. 4 to entry 58, Jenna Lindo of Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 56, Glade Joliffe, Richwood, Ohio. placing on the Merino class of yearling ewes. First place to entry number 17, KLS 2110, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second to entry 19, 2122, Emily Smith. Third place to entry number 23, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4 to 20, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 21, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Sixth place to entry number 15, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 7 to 18, Adriana Finley, Ashland, Ohio. Eighth place to 13, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. 9 to entry 22, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. And 10 to 16, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio.
Really nice set of ewe lambs to sort, and as we go through and evaluate this top lineup, they're really a nice, sound, straight-made kind of sheep that really balance up extremely well. The ewe lamb that we're starting with, she's the big, massive top sheep, a sheep that's got some spring and arch to her rib. She's level and straight out through that rump structure. Just really a handy winner to go ahead and start this ewe lamb class. The ewe lamb we've got in second, she's built similar. She's dead level in her spine work. She's really good out through her rump structure, super sound on those feet and legs. A female that really offers a tremendous amount of balance and trueness to what she is. Just really a nice ewe lamb. The ewe lamb in third place, maybe a little more extended in through her front end. A sheep that maybe is a notch longer from that last rib back. I'd like to go ahead and see her up on those toes just a little bit on those hind wheels. To go ahead and move up the line today. Then we end up having a really pretty ewe lamb in fourth hole. She's really cool in through her front end. She's extended in her neck, real long bodied, real true on those feet and legs. She's just not as massive in her dimension, in her shape to go ahead and move up the line in comparison to the three ewes that are ahead of her. Then we end up having a really nice ewe lamb in fifth. Again, I think she's really a nicely made sheep. She's really robust about her shoulder and the top of her rack. She carries that muscle really well out through her pin set. She's real correct on her feet and legs. I just like to jack her in her front end, kind of pull out a lower third of her body cavity to make her a little cooler in through that lower side. But again, a nice set of ewe lambs all the way through. Congratulations.
In this class of merino ewe lambs, I think we've got a really nice 2 or 3 lambs up here, and particularly I really like this lamb I'm going to start with as far as completeness, as far as her body structure on it. She's, again, not quite the longest lamb in the class, but she's certainly got the most beautiful fleece on it, and that counts for a lot. You have to appreciate her head and the style, the strength down that top. The second lamb, very nice profiling lamb, a lamb that's another really good fleece lamb on it. She doesn't quite have the definition as their first lamb, but still a very nice kind of a fleece. Third lamb, this ewe lamb shortens up a little for me. She doesn't carry her strength quite down her top, but she's another really nice fleece lamb. In 4 and 5, same thing. Their fleeces lighten up with me a little bit. They shorten up. Our lamb here is just giving up a lot in her size and scale, and doesn't have quite handle as good down that top as our other lambs. Even over here, we've got some nice fleeces. But a very nice class and 2 really nice lambs to start with.
Placing on the class of February ewe lambs for the Tunis. First place went to entry 64, Spildy 649, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 60, Double Trouble Tunis 2262, Double Trouble Tunis, Brooke and Emma Kyle, Honey Eye Falls, New York. Third to 63, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Fourth place to entry 67, Kylie Cassidy and Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fifth place to entry 62, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 6 to 59, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. 7 to 61, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. 8th place to 68, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. And 9 to Mason and Till Dildine, Beverly, Ohio.
very nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort, and a ewe lamb that just really, when you put your hands on her, you just go ahead and have to fall in love with her, because again, she's so true in her top line and out through her rump structure. A female that's super sound on those feet and legs. She blends together extremely well. I think she just goes through and is one of those fault-free kind of females that goes through and brings a tremendous amount of class and eye appeal to this March ewe lamb class. And again, just really, I think she's one that just kind of comes to the top fairly easy for me, because of, again, that she's just so true and that you go through and when you handle her. The ewe that we've got in second, again, a little more massiveness, a little more boldness to her. I think that works to her advantage, because she's got a lot of width down her top, across through that top line and out through that rump structure. She's real straight in her spine work, really good on those feet and legs. She's just a little deeper in through her shoulder, maybe not quite as futuristic as the ewe lamb that goes through and start, but you really got to go ahead and appreciate the function and the mass that she offers in a real eye-appealing profiling package. The female that we've got in third obviously is the biggest ewe lamb in the class. A female that you go through and you got to appreciate for the amount of production that's built into her. A female that didn't travel around the ring quite as well, had a tendency to go ahead and be a little shorter strided in the way that she moves around. Not quite as easy showing kind of female, but again, I think a sheep that is definitely a positive in the breed, because you like the bone, the substance, the quality of breed type that she offers. Just really a nice ewe lamb that fits there in third place for me. Then we go through and look at fourth and fifth place. Again, females that don't have quite the size, skeleton, or stretch. Females that you'd like to go ahead and maybe change in their rump structure just a tad. But again, two really nice ewe lambs to go ahead and finish out our March ewe lambs. Congratulations.
As we move into our younger lambs and merinos, we've got three really nice lambs. We got a lamb I think wins the class pretty easily on it. It's got it's just got the length and the strength that I like to see, but this lamb also got the fleece that I like to see. It's very uniform. It's got that luster and character. It's very fine, and it's just the way it should be. Next lamb is also a very beautiful fleece lamb. She just gives up some in her structure. She doesn't carry out quite as good in that tail set on it, and she carries a little longer fleece, but a very nice fleece. Fourth lamb gives up some in its, or third lamb rather, gives up some of its fleece to get around our second lamb. She's uniform, but she just doesn't have as much character as our first two. When you go down through there, it just doesn't grab you, but she walks out good, nice head. She's got profiles nice, and we've got three very nice young lambs.
Placing on the Tunis March and later born ewe lamb class, first place went to entry 73. BWL 2264, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Second to 72, Mum 2252, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 71, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 4 to 74, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. And 5 to 69, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the early class of junior ewe lambs for the Merinos, first to entry 33, Inbody 2215, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Second to entry 31, KLS 2219, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. And third to entry 34, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio.
Very nice set of ewe lambs to go through and sort. The ewe lamb that comes to the top, real nice side view profiling kind of sheep that is really neatly laid into her shoulder, real level in her top line. I'd like to go ahead and stouten her up in her features, but again, a female that really goes through and has some nice skeletal shape and design, and so that's what brings her to the top today. Female that then next in line, probably a little stouter is her overall natural thickness and muscling. I like the rib shape in this female. Got a lot of spring and arch to that rib, and at the same time a little more power. I'd like to go ahead and change her out through her rump structure just a tad, stouten her up in her bone structure to go ahead and move up the line. But again, really nice ewe lamb to go ahead and come into second. Third place, again, another really nice ewe lamb that goes through and has some levelness and straightness in her design. I'd like to see a little more total dimension to her leg, especially through the center portion and lower portion of that leg to go ahead and move up the line. But a real good stout top kind of sheep that goes through and handles extremely well. Then when fourth place, again, another sheep that goes through and has a nice smooth shoulder in her and some extension of neck, relatively level in through her top line. Like to pull her out apart in her overall length of body and from that last rib back, but a really nice ewe lamb as well. Little bolder kind of female that comes in fifth place that you have to go ahead and appreciate her for the natural thickness and muscling and that she has and the bone work that she has. I just like to go ahead and smooth her up in through her shoulder, straighten her up in her top line to go ahead and move up the line. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis class of slick-shorn spring ewe lambs. First place to entry 79, 3F Feehan 2204, Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Second to 78, Red Barn Farm 2258, Cinnamon, Madeline Huntsman, Waldron, Indiana. Third place to entry 76, Madeline, Jacoby, McKenzie, and Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to entry number 81, Morgan, Mason, Mallory, and Margot Johnson, Worcester, Ohio. 5 to entry 80, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 6 to entry number 75, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. 7 to entry 356, Abigail O'Neill, Columbus, Ohio. And 8 to entry 77, Maddox and Till, Beverly, Ohio. Now showing for champion and reserve junior champion U. Junior champion and reserve junior champion U are in the ring now for the Tunis.
On the Marinas, when we get to our late ewe lambs, again, we've got a really nice set here from top to bottom. We're going to really close placing, actually on these top two and maybe the top three on it. The ewe I'm going to start with sometimes doesn't look like she's maybe as strong down that top, but she's certainly adequate, and she has just got a beautiful merino fleece on her anywhere you want to go. You have to appreciate the way she walks out and about the head. The second ewe kind of, profiles a little shorter, but she certainly is strong down that top line and carries good down in that rear quarter as far as that goes. And another really nice fleece. She just doesn't have quite the zazz to it or wow factor as our first lamb does. Third lamb, a lamb that catches your eye. She does lighten up some in that rear quarter as far as the meat business down in there, but another really nice fleece kind of a lamb. She doesn't profile quite as long. And we get into three that the fleeces don't quite suit me as well. They're nice fleeces, don't get me wrong, but they don't match up with our top three. And we got a couple they're giving up some size and scale and probably some age, but today I just can't put them up any higher. But we got some really nice lambs and two very nice to start with.
Placing on the late class of junior ewe lambs for the Merinos. First place goes to entry 35, KLS 2224, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second place to entry 37, in-body 2223, Megan In-body, Genera, Ohio. Third to entry 36, Morgan In-body, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 38, Megan In-body, Genera, Ohio. 5 to entry 40, Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio. And 6 to entry number 39, Reed Hannah, Custar, Ohio.
Really a nice set of females out here in our Tunis Junior Champion Drive. Female that really goes through and really wants to be here today, I think has really gone through and really looks good as far as our junior champion. I'll go ahead and I'll go out there and I'll pick our junior champion and our reserve junior champion in our Tunis show. Again, these youngsters have done a really nice job and they bared with me through this evening. And again, congratulations on a job well done.
Junior champion for the Tunis show, Junior champion U, goes to our first place January U Lamb, entry number 52, Shambo 653, Jenna and Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. The reserve junior champion goes to the first place in the February U Lamb class, entry 64, Spildy 649, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready to show for Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion U. For the Merinos, we are also showing for Champion and Reserve Champion U. Your next class will be pair of Merinos, then Best Fleece, and then State Flock. And then we'll go into our Cotswolds show.
What a beautiful set of Tunis females, and I think that anybody that happens to be ringside should understand that they are. We go through and we look at our junior champions as well as our senior champions. They're an excellent set of females that really have a tremendous amount of look. They have body, they have some bone, some substance, excellent breed type about them. Again, you exhibitors deserve a great compliments on the quality of females that you've brought out here, and especially these out here for our champion go. It's always intriguing, and it's always fun to go through and judge good sheep. And again, you can go through and everybody has a design that they like to go ahead and work with in their breeding program, and some are more practical than others, and that's where, again, you know, everyone gets to pick what they like. And I really appreciate being able to go ahead and breed the kind of sheep that I want to breed, and so that you can go through and drive your program with certain amount of marketability and desirability to what you have. With that, I'm going to go ahead and again thank you again, exhibitors, for being really helpful, and we've been trying to go ahead and trudge through all this, and at the same time you've been really cordial and helpful through the entire process of going through and evaluate them, and thank you very much for your hospitality as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll reach out and I'll congratulate our champion and reserve champions. I think that they're really nice ones, and again, congratulations.
Well, we've got a nice set of females out here, as they were all through the class on it. A lot of things that I like about most of them. There's not too much I don't like about any of them. I'll put it that way. But for your champion and reserve, our yearling ewe is going to be our champion, and I'm going to kind of take a flyer, and our late spring lamb is going to be reserved. These are just the fleeces that really catch my eye. I don't take anything from some of the others, but in the merinos, at least I put a great stock in the fleeces as well as everything else. So that'll be your champion and your reserve.
For our Merino show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry 17. KLS 2110, Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. The reserve champion was first place late junior ewe lamb, entry 35. KLS 2224, also Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. For the Merino, or for the tuna show, our grand champion ewe was also our senior champion ewe. Out of the senior ewe lamb class, entry number 43, Speldy 613, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion ewe was our reserve senior champion ewe out of the late yearling ewe class, entry 32, Mum 2161, Beaumum, Whiteheath, Illinois. For our tuna show, we're now ready for young flock. Tunis young flock. And for the merino show, we're ready for pair of merinos. Pair of merinos followed by best fleece and then state flock on the merinos. Attention Monadale exhibitors, we are calling the Tunis young flock class to the ring now. That'll be your last class before you begin your Monadale show. Placing on the Tunis Young Flock class, first place goes to Bo Mem, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second place to Madison Feehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Merino pair of Merinos class, first place goes to Emily Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. Second place, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Third to Alyssa and Dylan Marvin, Wassoon, Ohio.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah Warnicki and I'm currently serving as your National Tuna Sheep Queen, and it is my honor to announce our next National Tuna Sheep Queen as Madison Feehan.
Best fleece for the Merino show goes to Alyssa and Dylan Marvin of Wassoon, Ohio, with Marvin 26097. And that was on a late junior Ram Lamb. For the Merino State flock, our result is first place to the state of Ohio.
Whites and then natural colors. Huh? We have whites and then natural colors for Cotswolds.
There's whites and naturals. I know. Punish us. Come on.
Then you're way too long.
I know. And there's hardly any. There's like a pain in the ass just to get them in
Getting them
here.
in, getting them out, getting the next one in.
Yeah.
All right.
Literally, tap me whenever you get home. I don't want to be in the way. But if you need me, I'm here. I have Cotswold stuff. Maybe you want to
Real nice set of January bucks to go through and sort, and there's some subtle differences in each of the rams, and we'll get a chance to go ahead and visit with those as we go along. The ram that goes through and probably puts the most good together is definitely the ram that goes through and starts our class. He's really driven in his front end. He's extended through that shoulder and up through that neck. Really long body, super long from that last rib back. And he stands on a great set of feet and legs. I think it goes through and makes it really easy for me to go ahead and start with a buck that is probably the most fault-free in the class. Ram that, again, side view profile kind of sheep that's in second. Ram that I really appreciate the way that he's made down his top and in through his front end. A ram that goes through and stands really well on those feet and legs. I'd like to change him in the amount of testicular development that he has today. I'd like to go ahead and see a little more robust, amount of testicle development in him to go ahead and move up the line. The ram in third definitely goes through and has that, and he goes through and has got a little more masculinity about his head. I really like the extension in through his shoulder and up through his front end. I'd like to change him maybe on his rear wheels just a little bit. He has a tendency to roll out that hock just ever so subtly. I think, again, three really strong bucks. Again, you could go ahead and move around a lot of different directions. The ram that we go through and finish up with, big production kind of ram, a ram that's really bold in through his top line, real square in through his rump structure. I'd like to change him on his hind legs as well to go ahead and move up the line. But again, 4 really nice January bucks. Congratulations on a job well done.
For our Monadale show and January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 4, Patterson 2203, Katie Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. Second place to entry 2, Kuykendall 1203, Ethan Merzinski Hale, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Third place to entry 3, Kelsey Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. And 4 to entry number 1, Macy Muller, Earlville, Illinois. Now ready for our February Ram Lambs, February and later born Ram Lambs, pardon me. February 1, later born Ram Lambs.
Has got a scrapey tag in, but not the flop number that's on here. Just write the scrapey tag in. I mean, I'm not going to turn the kid away. Okay.
some really nice bodied sheep in this class that we can go ahead and work with. And again, the buck lamb that starts our class, you got to really appreciate him on his side view profile. And at the same time, he's really square on those feet and legs. He's level in his top line, really good out through his rump structure. A ram that's got a high quality monodale head about him. I'd like to go ahead and maybe change his scrotal shape to him to go ahead and be really spot on for me. But again, I think that's minor in the big picture when you go through and you look at a sheep that's got a great body and structure to go ahead and start with. Ram in second, again, you just got to love the amount of bone and substance, and at the same time, the amount of production that's been built into this sheep. I'd like to go ahead and straighten him up in his lines and on his feet and legs to go through and be a little more perfect that way. But at the same time, he's extended, he's long-bodied, he's got a heavy bone, real strong, massive head on him. A ram that certainly has got a tremendous amount of testicular development and shape, and I think, again, a very useful kind of ram to go through and come in our second hole today. Nice ram that we have in third place, a ram that goes through and has some levelness and straightness to him. I'd like to maybe go ahead and smooth up his shoulder a tad, go through and maybe extend him and have a little more size and scale to be a little more competitive today. But again, a really nice ram to go through and work into our third position. The ram that we've got in fourth place, again, nice buck lamb that goes through and has some smoothness and angularity through his front end, relatively level in his top line, just gives up a little more as far as production and related type of traits that we see in some of the rams on our top end. Again, congratulations on a job well done.
Now to start our Cotswolds off, we just have the two senior rams, and I think they go together very well. We're going to start with Ram. There's just more of him on it. They're both correct. They're both long. They both walk out good on it. I mean, if anything, I might change the nose coloring just a little bit for my personal preference, but it's certainly acceptable. Both very nice fleeces, so they'll be first and second.
Placing on the Monodale February Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 6, Corzat 2244. Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry 5, 3J Coors 1015, JC Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third place to entry 7, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. 4 to entry 8, Vondenheuvel Kids, Wapakoneta, Ohio. Placing on the senior ram lambs for the white division of the Cotswold Show. First place to entry number 2, Meyer 2212, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 1, Meyer 2211, also Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now showing white junior ram lambs for the Cotswolds.
We have 2 entries in our slick ram lamb division, and the ram that goes through and wins today is again a ram that's got some levelness and squareness down his top. He's pretty massive, nice rib shape in this ram. Ram that's a lot more correct on his feet and legs, and I think that's where it really drives him right to the top. The ram that we've got in second, you certainly can appreciate for the size and skeleton and length of body that he has to offer. I'd like to go ahead and see him a little bit better on those feet and legs to go ahead and move up the line. But again, 2 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Well, our junior Cotswold White Ram lambs, again, I think that it goes pretty well together. We just got an awful lot of ram here in this first ram for our second ram to get around. There's second ram is a younger ram, you can tell that, but they're in this class. They're both sound. They're both beautiful fleece. We just got more ram here. He steps out good. They both walk good on those feet, but he's long, he's correct, he's nice fleece, and he carries out very well. A second ram. He's going to come along, but he's just smaller in his pattern and he's nice fleece. He doesn't carry out quite as well over that rump structure, but they could take a lot of competition.
Placing on the Monadale class of Slick Shorn Ram Lambs, first place to entry 11. Triple K 0056, Triple K, Caleb, Kara, and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Second place to entry 12, Yandel 0635, Benton Yandel, Kisney, Illinois. Placing on the Cotswold class of junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 3, Meyer 2229, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 4, Meyer 2228, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
What a nice set of rams and a better set of kids out here going through and exhibiting all of our Monadale bucks out here for our champion go-round. And again, it's been a real pleasure going through and sorting out the male side of the breed, and it's always been fun, and it's kind of one of the breeds that obviously that I'm really connected with. And I hope that we as directors and leadership side of our association that we continue to go ahead and make things good for you guys. It's always been a kind of a priority. We've added in a lot of different classes, and we appreciate you and being involved in our futurity program. And again, it's one of those things that are really important to me as one of your directors of your association. And again, nice set of bucks. Like I said before, great set of kids out here that I have an ultimate amount of respect for, and I hope that you continue to go ahead and enjoy the breed like we do. So again, congratulations. I'm going to reach out and I'm going to congratulate our champion ram and our reserve champion ram. And again, congratulations on a job well done. I look forward to seeing the ewes come through here in a short time.
Well, we have very few Cotswold White Rams, but I mean, we have a pretty easy champion. Our first place junior Ram Lamb is going to be the champion. We're going to come back and we're going to use our first place senior for reserve.
Champion ram for our Monadale show went to entry number 4, first place in the January class, Patterson 2203, Katie Patterson, Farmington, Illinois. The reserve champion was first in the February Ram Lamb class, entry 6, Corzat 2244, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. For the Cotswolds, our champion ram was first in the Junior Ram Lamb class, entry number 3, Meyer 2229, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve champion was first in the Senior Ram Lamb class, entry number 2, Meyer 2212, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready to go to white yearling ewes for the Cotswolds, and we're ready for yearling ewes for the Monadales.
Okay, I really wish that was caught on camera just now. Because like at the last second when you guys were all like, whoop, that was kind of fun to watch. Did not get in the way. But sometimes that's like what we look for in the showroom. Because the wake goes back up and we really get loud. I decided you guys would put more water bottles on the table, so he just keeps drinking water. And then when he has to pee, he goes to the plastic bag. I'll put one on the corner and see. That's my favorite. Yeah. We're gonna tell him to go to the bathroom. Push that to the bathroom. Yeah, well, I've been talking to him. He's awesome. The premium turnout for Shetlands?
I didn't see them. So I was just looking for them.
Adorable. Just for rosettes, I do have.
Yeah, that's all empty.
Okay, I'll go rip through the office. I have a feeling we didn't get them. I'll ask Kel if I can do.
Well, we've got just the 3 white Cotswold ewes, but they could take a lot of competition on down through here. We're going to start with, I think, the most complete ewe. on it. She handles very well down that top. She's really got a nice fleece. I really like the head on this shoe for the Cotswold breed. All three of these move out very free on it. Our second ewe is a you know, kind of big, heavy kind of a ewe. Maybe some of you would think too much. I don't. I think she goes together good down through there. She doesn't quite you know, profile as nice as our first ewe on it, but she's just, you know, she's a big broody ewe, and she's a good ewe. Third ewe, I'd really like to change the head a little bit on the Cotswold to suit me. She's another nice fleece ewe. She's very long. She's very straight. She doesn't have quite the volume that her first two ewes do, but again, there could be 10 or 12 more out here real easily.
Placing on the white Cotswold yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 5, Meyer, 2116, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 7, Meyer, 2148, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And third place to entry 6, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois.
Very nice set of females from top to bottom to go through and sort. And you youngsters deserve a big pat on the back for doing a great job of feeding these sheep out and getting them presented very nicely. The ewe that goes through and starts her class, I think she's pretty easy pick. A female that really blends together extremely well. She's dead level in her top line, stands on a great set of feet and legs. A sheep that's got some rib and body and some substance and some muscle, and at the same time, really eye attractive breed type about this female. She really just balances up extremely well. The female in second is a lot like her in that we go through and we look at her overall dimension in size, is that she may end up being the longer bodied ewe of the two. We find that, again, great breed type about her nose, and I really like the ear set on this sheep. She really goes through and has some extension in through that front end. She's really long-bodied. I'd like to see her up a little bit on those rear legs, just a little bit. But again, I think that might be highly critical of a really good female that's going through and has all that mass and muscle. But again, we go through and need to go ahead and find little things to go ahead and make a difference. ewe lamb, or the yearling ewe that's in third place, again, real extended female. She's the tall fronted ewe that's got a tremendous amount of length of body. I really like her extension. I like her head shape extremely well, and her ear set. We just like to go ahead and see her a little bit better on those feet and legs, see her a little bit more solid right in behind her shoulders, and balance up just a tad better to get around those two ewes that start our class. Then in fourth place, again, another real nice made sheep that's, again, dead level in her top, really nice, nicely made in through her front end. She's got a lot of natural thickness. She's real wide through that pin set, and at the same time, she has some levelness in that rump structure that goes through and gives her a tremendous amount of function. Really nice, four really super nice ones to go through and sort on that top side. Then in fifth place, a little smaller kind of ewe that I think, again, has a tremendous amount of usefulness. She's real square-footed. She's level in her top line. Again, whatever direction that you happen to want to go, if you wanted to go slick, I think she would go through and look really good in that division because, again, she's just really built right in her skeletal top line and out through that rump structure. Just a really nice female. And as we finish out, some really nice ewes on the other end of the line. But, again, great set of yearling ewes. Congratulations.
As we move into our lamb classes, I think this class goes together very nicely in our senior lambs. We've just got a really nice profiling lamb. They've all got nice fleeces on them. In this class, they've all got really nice heads. They walk out good on it. You can tell looking at her, she's got the extension, she got the length on it, she's got the squareness out through that dock, and she's just sound in her shoulder. Second ewe is the same kind of pattern. She's a little shorter kind of a ewe on it. She doesn't have quite the length quite where you would want it, but she sure profiles nicely just standing there. Then we've got a ewe that she's given up some in her age, and she's given up then consequently in her pattern, but she's certainly nice fleece. She walks out good. She's clean. She's long. You have to like that neck extension, and when they become yearlings, that'll all even out. But three very nice white ewes.
Placing on the Monadale Yearling U class, first place goes to entry number 17, Corzat 2167, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second place to entry 16, Corzat 2163, also Mallory Corzat. Third place to entry number 18, Madison Burks, Bloomington, Indiana, 4-21, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. 5 to entry 15, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. 6 to entry 20, Ian Goodwin, Washington, Indiana. 7 to Ian Goodwin, Washington, Indiana on entry 19. 8th place to 14, Triple K, Caleb, Kara, and Kendra Klein, Claypool, Indiana. Placing on the white senior ewe lamb class for the Cotswolds, first place goes to entry 10, Meyer 2202, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 9, Meyer 2201, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third to entry 8, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois.
really nice made slick ewe to go ahead and start our class. She's really true down her top. She is the most expressively muscled ewe down her top, and it's not even close. A female that may be a little more moderate in her overall skeletal dimension, but a female that's really thick right over the top of her shoulders, carries that out uniformly right out to the dock. A female that's really expressive through the center portion of her leg. Female that's really good as far as her feet and legs. One that just really balances up extremely well. So again, I think she's a handy winner today. Female in second, again, I like her overall skeletal dimension.